Chapter 15 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. The Gate Ajar. O live! So endeth faint the low pathetic cry of love, whom death hath taught love cannot die. Poems by the author of John Halifax. His dews drop mutely on the hill, his cloud above it saileth still, though on its slope men sow and reap, more softly than the dew is shed, or cloud is floated overhead, he giveth his beloved sleep. E.B. Browning. The fever had run its course, never virulent or excessive. There had still been no abatement in the unfavorable symptoms, and, as the critical days approached, Mildred's watchfulness detected an increased gravity in Dr. Harriot's manner. Always assiduous in his attentions, they now became almost unremitting. His morning and evening visits were supplemented by a noonday one. By and by, every moment he could snatch from his other patients was spent by Olive's bedside. A silent oppression hung over the vicarage. Anxious footsteps crept stealthily up to the front door at all hours, with low whispered inquiries. Every morning and evening Mildred telegraphed signals to Roy and Polly as they stood on the other side of the beck in Hillsbottom, watching patiently for the white fluttering pendant that was to send them away in comparative tranquility. Sometimes Roy would climb the low hill in Hillsbottom and lie for hours with his eyes fixed on the broad projecting window, on the chance of seeing Mildred steal there for a moment's fresh air. Roy, contrary to his usual light-heartedness, had taken Olive's illness greatly to heart. The remembrance of his hard words oppressed and tormented him. Chris often kept him company. Chris, who grew crosser day by day with suppressed unhappiness, and who vented her uncomfortable feelings in contradicting everything and everybody from morning to night. One warm, sunshiny afternoon, Mildred, who was sensible of unusual languor and oppression, had just stolen to the window to refresh her eyes with the soft green of the fell sides, when Dr. Harriot, who had been standing thoughtfully by the bedside, suddenly roused himself and followed her. Miss Lambert, do you know I am going to assert my authority? Mildred looked up inquiringly, but there was no answering smile on her pale face. I'm going to forbid you this room for the next 2 hours. Indeed, as Mildred shook her head incredulously, I am serious in what I say. You have just reached the limit of endurance, and an attack of faintness may possibly be the result if you do not follow my advice. An hour's fresh air will send you back fit for your work. But Olive, indeed, I cannot leave Olive, Dr. Harriot. Not in my care, very quietly. Of course I shall remain here until you return. You are very kind, but indeed, no, I cannot go. Please do not ask me, Dr. Harriot, and Mildred turned very pale. I do not ask. I insist on it, in a voice Mildred never heard before from Dr. Harriot. Can you not trust me? He continued, relapsing into his ordinary gentle tone. Believe me, I would not banish you, but for your own good. You know, he hesitated, but the calm, quiet face seemed to reassure him. Things can only go on like this for a few hours, and we may have a very trying night before us. You will want all your strength for the next day or two. You apprehend a change for the worse? Asked Mildred, drawing her breath more quickly, but speaking in a tone as low as his, for Richard was watching them anxiously from the other end of the room. I do not deny we have reason to fear it, he returned evasively, but there will be no change of any kind for some hours. I will go then, if Richard will take me, she replied quietly, and Richard rose reluctantly. You must not bring her back for 2 hours, was Dr. Heriot's parting injunction, as Mildred paused by Olive's bedside for a last lingering look. Olive still lay in the same heavy stupor, only broken from time to time by the imperfect muttering. The long hair had all been cut off, and only a dark lock or two escaped from under the wet claws. The large hollow eyes looked fixed and brilliant, while the parched and blackened lips spoke of low, consuming fever. As Mildred turned away, she was startled by the look of anguish that crossed Richard's face, but he followed her without a word. It was a lovely afternoon in July. The air was full of the warm fragrance of new mown hay. The distant fells lay in purple shadow. As they walked through Hill's Bottom, Mildred's eyes were almost dazzled by the soft waves of green upland shining in the sunshine. Clusters of pink briar roses hung on every hedge. Down by the weir some children were wading among the shallow pools. Farther on the beck widened and flowed smoothly between its wooded banks. By and by they came to a rough footbridge leading to a little lane, its hedgerows bordered with ferns, and gay with rose campion and soft blue harebells, while trails of meadow sweet scented the air. Lay a beautiful meadow, belting Pod Gill, its green surface gemmed with the starry eyebright, and golden in parts with yellow trefoil and ragwort. Mildred stopped to gather, half mechanically, the blue-eyed gentian that Richard was crushing under his foot, and then a specimen of the soft-tinted campanella attracted her, its cluster of bell-shaped blossoms towering over the other wild flowers. Shall we go into Pod Gill, Aunt Milly? It is shadier than this lane. And Mildred, who was revolving painful thoughts in her mind, followed him, still silent, through the low-hanging woods, with its winding beck and rough stepping stones, until they came to a green slope spanned by the viaduct. Let us sit down here, Richard. How quiet and cool it is. And Mildred seated herself on the grass, while Richard threw himself down beside her. How silent we have been, Richard. I don't think either of us cared to talk, but Dr. Heriot was right. I feel refreshed already. I am glad we came then, Aunt Milly. I never knew anyone so thoughtful. Richard, I want to speak to you. Did you ever find out that Olive wrote poetry? Richard raised himself in surprise. No, Aunt Milly. I want to show you this. It was written on a stray leaf, and I ventured to capture it. It may help you understand that in her own way Olive has suffered. Richard took the paper from her without a word, but Mildred noticed his hand shook. Was it cruel thus to call his hardness to remembrance? For a moment Mildred's soft heart wavered over the task she had set for herself. It was scrawled in Olive's schoolgirl hand, and in some parts was hard to decipher, especially as now and then a blot of teardrops had rendered it illegible. But nevertheless Richard succeeded in reading it. How speed our lost in the unknown land, our dear ones gone to that distant strand. Do they know that our hearts are sore with longing for faces that never come, with longing to hear in our silent home the voices that sound no more? There's a desolate look by the old hearth stone that tells of some light of the household gone to dwell with the ransomed band, but none may follow their upward track, and never, ah never, a word comes back to tell of the unknown land. We know by a gleam on the brow so pale, when the soul bursts forth from its mortal veil, and the gentle and good departs, that the dying ears caught the first faint ring of the songs of praise that the angels sing. But back to our yearning hearts come never, ah, never a word to tell that the purified spirit we love so well is safe on the heavenly strand, that the angel of death has another gem to set in the star-decked diadem of the king of the unknown land. How speed our lost in the realms of air, we would ask, do they love us there? Do they know that our hearts are sore, that the cup of sorrow oft overflows, and our eyes grow dim with weeping for those who shall weep no more? And when the angel of death shall call, and earthly chains from above us fall, will they meet us with clasping hand? But never, ah, never a voice replies from the many mansions above the skies to tell of the unknown land. Footnote HMB. End footnote. Aunt Millie, why did you show me this? And Richard's eyes, full of reproachful pain, fixed themselves somewhat sternly on her face. Because I want you to understand. Look, there is another on the next leaf. See, she has called it a little while and forever. My poor girl, every word is so true of her own earnest nature. Forever they are fading, are beautiful, are bright. They gladden us a little while, then pass away from sight. A little while we've parted from those who love us best, who gain the goal before us and enter into rest. Our path grows very lonely, and still those words beguile and cheer our footsteps onward. 'Tis but a little while earth's sorrow, its burdens and its care, its struggles 'neath the crosses which we of earth must bear. There's time to do and suffer, to work our Master's will, but not for vain regretting, for thoughts or deeds of ill, too short to spend in weeping, or broken hopes and flowers. For wandering and wasting is this strange life of ours. Though when our cares oppress us, earth's little while seems long. If we would win the battle, we must be brave and strong. And so with humble spirit, but highest hopes and aim, the goal so often longed for, we may perhaps attain. Forever and forever, to dwell among the blessed, where sorrows never trouble, the deep eternal rest, when one by one we gather beneath our Father's smile, and heaven's sweet forever drowns earth's sad little while. Footnote, HMB, end footnote. Well, Richard? But there was no answer. Only the buzzing of insects in giddy circles broke the silence, mingled with the far-off twitter of birds. Only when Mildred again looked up, the paper had fluttered to their feet, and Richard had covered his face with his shaking hands. Dear Cardy, forgive me. I did not mean to pain you like this. Aunt Millie, in a voice so hoarse and changed that Mildred quite started, if she die, if Olive die, I shall never know a moment's peace again. And the groan that accompanied the words wrung Mildred's tender heart with compassion. God forbid we lose her, Richard, she returned gently. Do not try to deceive me, he returned bitterly, in the same low, husky tones. I heard what he said, what you both said, that it could not go on much longer, and I saw his face when he thought he was alone. There is no hope, none. Oh, Richard, hush, replied Mildred, in an uncontrollable agitation. While there is life, there is hope. Think of David. While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept. He could not tell whether God meant to be gracious to him or not. We will pray, you and I, that our girl may be spared. But Richard recoiled in positive horror. I pray, Aunt Millie? I, who have treated her so cruelly? I, who have flung hard words to her, who have refused to forgive her? I, and he hid his pale, convulsed face in his hands again. But you have forgiven her now. You do her justice. You believe how truly she loved. She will ever love you. Too late, he groaned. Yes, I see it now. She was too good for us. We made her unhappy, and God is taking her home to her mother. Then you will let her go, dear Cardy. Hush, it would break her heart to see you so unhappy. And Mildred knelt down on the grass beside him and stroked back the dark waves of her hair tenderly. She knew the pent-up anguish of weeks must have its vent now that his stoical manhood had broken down. Remorse, want of rest, deadly conflict and anxiety had at last overcome the barrier of his reserve, and as he flung himself down beside her, with his face hidden in the bracken, she knew the hot tears were welling through his fingers. For a long time she sat beside him, till his agitation had subsided, and then, in her low, quiet voice, she began to talk to him. She spoke of Olive's purity and steadfastness of purpose, her self-devotedness and power of love, and Richard raised his head to listen. She told him of those Sunday afternoons spent by her mother's grave, that quiet hour of communion bracing her for the jars and discords of the week, and she hinted at those weary moods of perpetual self-torture and endless scruple, which hindered all vigorous effort and clouded her youth. A diseased sensibility and overmuch imagination have resulted in the despondency that has so discouraged and annoyed you, Richard. She has dwelt so long among shadows of her own raising, that she has grown a weary companion to healthier minds. Her very love is so veiled by timidity that it has given you an impression of her coldness. Blind fool that I was, he ejaculated. Oh, Aunt Millie, do you think she can ever forgive me? There can be no question of forgiveness at all. Do not distress her by asking for it, Richard. Olive's heart is as simple as a little child's. It is not capable of resentment. Tell her that you love her. You will make her happy. Richard did not answer for a minute. His thoughts had suddenly taken a new turn. I never could tell how it was she read me so correctly, he said at last. Her telling my father and not me was so incomprehensible. She did not dare to speak to you, and she was so unhappy. But Richard, even Olive does not hold the clue to all this trouble. He sat nervously, changed color, and plucked the blades of grass restlessly. But in his present softened mood, Mildred knew he would not repulse her. Trouble might be near at hand, but at least he would not refuse her sympathy any longer. Dear Cardy, your difficulty is a very real one, and only time and prayerful consideration can solve it. But beware how you let the wishes of your dead mother, dear and binding as they may be to you, prove a snare to your conscience. Richard, I knew her well enough to be sure that was the last thing she would desire. The blood rushed to Richard's face. Eager words rose to his lips, but he restrained them. But the grateful gleam in his eyes spoke volumes. That is your real opinion, Aunt Millie. Indeed it is. Unready hands and unprepared heart are not fit for the sanctuary. I may wish with you that difficulties had not arisen, that you could carry out your parents' dedication and wish. But vocation cannot be forced. Neither must you fall into Allah's mistake of supposing self-sacrifice is the one thing needful. After all, our first duty is to be true to ourselves. Aunt Millie, how wise you are! He exclaimed in involuntary admiration. No one, not even my father, put it so clearly. You are right. I do not mean to sacrifice myself unless I can feel it my duty to do so. But it is a question I must settle with myself. True, dear, only remember the brave old verse. Stumbleth he who runneth fast, dieth he who standeth still. Not by haste or rest can ever man his destiny fulfill. Never hasting, never resting, a fine life motto, Cardy. But our time is nearly at an end. We must be going now. As they walked along, Richard returned of his own accord to the subject they had been discussing, and owned his indecision was a matter of great grief to him. Conscientious doubts will find their answer some day, replied Mildred, but I wish you had not refused to confide them to your father. Richard bit his lip. It was wrong of me, I know it, Aunt Millie, but it would have been so painful to him, and so humiliating to myself. Hardly so painful as to be treated like a stranger by his own son. You have no idea how sorely your reserve has fretted him. It was cowardly of me, but indeed, Aunt Millie, the whole question was involved in difficulty. My father is sometimes a little vague in his manner of treating things. He is more scholarly than practical, and I own I dreaded complication and disappointment. Mildred sighed. Perhaps after all he was right. Her brother was certainly a little dreamy and wanting in concentration and energy just now, but little did Richard know the depth of his father's affection. Just as the old war horse will neigh at the sound of the battle, and be ready to rush into the midst of the glittering phalanx, so would Arnold Lambert have warred with the grisly phantoms of doubt and misbelief that were leagued against Richard's boyish faith, ready to lay down his life, if need be, for his boy. But as he sat hour after hour in his lonely study, the sadness closed more heavily round him, sadness for his lost love in heaven, his lost confidence on earth. Dr. Heriot gave Mildred and Richard a searching glance as they re-entered the room. Both looked worn and pale, but a softened and subdued expression was on Richard's face as he stood by the bedside, looking down on his sister. "No change," whispered Mildred. "None at present, but there may be a partial rally. Where is Mr. Lambert? I want to speak to him." And, as though to check further questioning, Dr. Heriot reiterated a few instructions and left the room. The hours passed on. Richard, in spite of his aunt's whispered remonstrances, still kept watch beside her, and Mr. Lambert, who, as usual, had been praying by the side of his sick child, and had breathed over her unconsciousness his solemn benediction, had just left the room, when Mildred, who was giving her nourishment, noticed a slight change in Olive, a sudden gleam of consciousness in her eyes, perhaps called forth by her father's prayer, and she signed to Richard to bring him back. Was this the rally of which Dr. Heriot spoke? The brief flicker of the expiring torch flaming up before it is extinguished. Olive seemed trying to concentrate her drowsy faculties. The indistinct muttering became painfully earnest, but the unhappy father, though he placed his ear to the lips of the sinking girl, could connect no meaning with the inarticulate sounds until Mildred's greater calmness came to his help. "Home, I think she said home, Arnold." And then, with a quick intuitive light that surprised herself, "I think she wishes to know if God means to take her home." Olive's restlessness a little abated. This time the parched and blackened lips certainly articulated home and mother. They could almost fancy she smiled. "Oh, do not leave me, my child," ejaculated Mr. Lambert, stretching out his arms as though to keep her. "God is good and merciful. He will not take away another of my darlings. Stay a little longer with your poor father." And Olive understood him, for the bright gleam faded away. "Oh, father, she will surely stay if we ask her," broke in Richard, in an agitated voice, thrusting himself between them and speaking with a hoarse sob. "She is so good, and knows we all love her and want her. You will not break my heart, Livy. You will forgive me and stay with us a little?" And Richard flung himself on his knees and buried his head on the pillow. Ah, the bright gleam had certainly faded now. There was a wandering, almost a terrified expression in the hollow, brilliant eyes. Were those gates closing on her? Would they not let her go? "Cardy, dear Cardy, hush, you are agitating her. Look how her eyelids are quivering, and she has no power to speak. Arnold, ask him to be calm. And Mr. Lambert, still holding his seemingly dying child, laid his other hand on Richard's bent head. Hush, my son. We must not grieve a departing spirit. I was wrong. His will be done even in this. He has given, and he must take away. Be silent while I bless my child again, my child whom I am giving back to him and to her mother. But as he lifted up his hands, the same feeble articulation smote on their ear. Cardy wants me. Poor Cardy, poor papa, not my will. Did Mildred really catch those words, struggling like broken breaths? Was it the cold sweat of the death damp that gathered on the clammy brow? Were the fingers growing cold and nerveless on which Richard's hot lips were pressed? Were those dark eyes closing to earth forever? Mildred, Richard, what is this? Lord, if he sleep, he shall do well, exclaimed the disciples. Hush, thank God this is sleep, natural sleep. The crisis is past. We shall save her yet. And Dr. Heriot, who had just entered, beckoned the father and brother gently from the room. End of chapter 15. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 16 of Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey, read by Czandra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For your information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Coming Back. If thou shouldst bring me back to life, more humble I should be, more wise, more strengthened for the strife, more apt to lean on thee. Should death be standing at the gate, thus should I keep my vow. But Lord, whatever be my fate, oh, let me serve thee now. By Anne Bronte. This sickness is not unto death. The news that the crisis had passed and that the disease that had so long baffled the physician's skill had taken a favorable turn soon spread over the town like wildfire. The shadow of death no longer lingered on the threshold of the vicarage. There were trembling voices raised in the Te Deum the next morning. The vicar's long pause in the thanksgiving was echoed by many a throbbing heart. Mildred's book was wet with her tears, and even Chrissy looked softened and subdued. There were agitated greetings in the church porch afterwards. Olive's sick heart would have been satisfied with the knowledge that she was beloved if she had seen Roy's glistening eyes and the silent pressure of congratulation that passed between her father and Richard. Harriet, we feel that under Providence we owe our girl's life to you. You are equally beholden to your aunt's nursing, but indeed, Mr. Lambert, I look upon your daughter's recovery as little less than a miracle. I certainly felt myself justified to prepare you for the worst last night. At one time she appeared to be sinking. She has been given back to us from the confines of the grave, was the solemn answer, and as he took his son's arm and they walked slowly down the churchyard, he said, half to himself, and a gift given back is doubly precious. The same thought seemed in his mind when Richard entered the study late that night with the welcome tidings that Olive was again sleeping calmly. "Oh, Cardy, last night we thought we should have lost our girl. After all, God has been good to me beyond my deserts." "We may all say that, Father. I have been thinking that we have none of us appreciated Olive as we ought. Since she has been ill, 100 instances of her unselfishness have occurred to me. In our trouble, Cardy, she thought for others, not for herself. I never remember seeing her cry except once, and yet the dear child loved her mother." Richard's face paled a little, but he made no answer. He remembered but too well the time to which his father alluded, how, when in his jealous surveillance he had banished her from her father's room, he had found her haunting the passages with her pale face and black dress, or sitting on the stairs, a mute image of patience. No, there had been no evidence of her grief. Others beside himself had marvelled at her changeless and monotonous calm. She had harped on her mother's name with a persistency that had driven him frantic, and he had silenced the sacred syllables in a fit of nervous exasperation. From the very first she had troubled and wearied him, she, whom he was driven to confess was immeasurably his superior. Yes, the scales had fallen from his eyes, and as his father spoke, a noble spirit pleaded in him, and the rankling confession at last found vent in the deep inward cry. Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, in that I have offended one of thy little ones, and the Deo gratias of an accepted repentance and possible atonement followed close upon the words. Father, I want to speak to you. Well, Cardy? I know how my silence has grieved you. Aunt Milly told me. I was wrong, I see it now. Richard's face was crimsoning with the effort, but the look in his father's eyes as he laid his thin hand on his arm was sufficient reward. Thank God for this, my boy, that you have spoken to me at last of your own accord. It has lifted a heavy burden from my heart. I ought not to have refused my confidence. You were too good to me. I did not deserve it. You thought you were strong enough to remove your own stumbling blocks. It is the fault of the young generation, Cardy. It would fain walk by its own lights. I must allow my motives were mixed with folly, but the fear of troubling you was predominant. I know it well, my son, but all the same I have yearned to help you. I have myself to blame in this matter, but the thought that you would not allow me to share your trouble was a greater punishment than even I could bear. No, do not look so sorrowful. This moment has repaid me for all my pain. But it was not in Richard's nature to do anything by halves, and in his generous compunction he refused to spare himself. The barrier of his reserve once broken down, he made ample atonement for his past reticence, and Mr. Lambert more than once was forced to admit that he had misjudged his boy. Late into the night they talked, and when they parted the basis of a perfect understanding was established between them. If his son's tardy confidence had soothed and gratified Mr. Lambert, Richard on his side was equally grateful for the patience and loving forbearance with which his father strove to disentangle the webs that insidious argument had woven in his clear young brain. There was much lurking mischief, much to clear away and remove, difficulties that only time and prayerful consideration could surmount. But however saddened Mr. Lambert might feel in seeing the noxious weeds in that goodly vineyard, he was not without hope that in time Richard's tarnished faith might gleam out brightly again. During the weeks that ensued there were many opportunities for hours of quiet study and talk between the father and son. In his new earnestness Mr. Lambert became less vague. His fresh obstacle roused all his energy. There was something pathetic in the spectacle of the worn scholar and priest buckling on his ancient armour to do battle for his boy. The old flash came to his eye, the ready vigour and eloquence to his speech. Gleams of sapient wisdom startled Richard into new reverence, causing the young doubter to shrink and feel abashed. "If one could only know, if an angel from heaven might set the seal to our assurance," he exclaimed once. "Father, only to know, to be sure of these things." "Oh, Cardy, what is that but following the example of the affectionate but melancholy Didymus? Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed. The drowning mariner cannot see the wind that's lashing the waves that threaten to engulf his little bark, cannot tell whence it comes or whither it goes. Yet faith settles the helm and holds the rudder and bids him cling to the spar when all seems over. But he feels it beyond and around him. He feels it as we feel the warmth of the latent sunshine or the permeating influences of light. We can see the light, Father," he continued eagerly. "We can lift our eyes eagle-wise to the sun if we will. Why should our inner light be quenched and clouded? To test our faith, to make us hold on more securely. After all, Cardy, the world beyond, truth revealed, religion, look to us often through life like light seen from the bottom of a well. Below us darkness, then space, narrowed to our perception, a glimmering of blue sky sown thick with stars. light, keen, and arrowy, shining somewhere in the depths. Some of us rise to the light, drawn irresistibly to it. A few remain at the bottom of the well all their lives. And some are born blind. Let us leave them to the mercy of the great Physician. In our case, scales may fall from our eyes, and still, with imperfect vision, we may look up and see men as trees walking, but we must grope on still. Ah, my boy, when in our religious hypochondria whole creeds desert us, and shreds and particles only remain of a fragmentary and doubtful faith, don't let us fight with shadows, which of their very nature elude and fade out of our grasp. Let us fall on our knees rather, Cardi, and cry, Lord, I believe, I will believe, help thou my unbelief. Many and many such talks were held, the hours and days slipping away. Mildred, meanwhile, devoting herself to the precious work of nursing Olive back to convalescence. It was a harder task than even Dr. Harriet expected. Slowly, painfully, almost unwillingly, the girl tottered back to life. Now and then there were sensible relapses of weakness, prostration that was almost death-like, then a faint flicker followed by a conscious rally, times when they trembled and feared and then hoped again, when the shadowy face and figure filled Mildred with a vague alarm, and the blank despondency in the large dark eyes haunted her with a sense of pain. In vain Mildred lavished on her the tenderest caresses. For days there was no answering smile on the pallid face, and yet no invalid could be more submissive. Unresistingly, uncomplainingly, Olive bore the weakness that was at times almost unendurable. Obediently she took from their hands the nourishment they gave her, but there seemed no anxiety to shake off her illness. It was as though she submitted to life rather than willed it, nay, as though she received it back with a regret and reluctance that caused even her unselfishness a struggle. Was the cloud returning? Had they been wrong to pray so earnestly for her life? Would she come back to them a sadder and more weary Olive, to tax their forbearance afresh, instead of winning an added love? Was she who had been as a little child set in their midst for an example of patient humility, to carry this burden of despondent fear about with her from the dark valley itself? Mildred was secretly trembling over these thoughts. They harassed and oppressed her. She feared lest Richard's new reverence and love for his sister should be impaired when he found the old infirmity still clinging to her. Even now the sad look in her eyes somewhat oppressed him. "Livy, you look sometimes as though you repented getting well," he said affectionately to her one day when her languor and depression had been very great. "Oh no, please don't say so, Cardi," she returned faintly, but the last trace of colour forsook her face at his words. How can you say that when you know you wanted me?" And as the tears began to flow, Richard, alarmed and perplexed, soothed and comforted her. Another day, when her father had been sitting by her reading and talking to her, he noticed that she looked at him with a sort of puzzled wonder in her eyes. "What is it, my child?" he asked, leaning over her and stroking her hair with caressing hand. "Do you feel weary of the reading, Olive?" "No, oh no, it was beautiful," she returned with a trembling lip. "I was only wondering why you loved me." "Love you, my darling? Do not fathers love their children, especially when they have such good, affectionate children?" "But I am not good," she returned with something of her old shrinking. "Oh, papa, why did you and Cardi want me so? Your poor useless Olive. Even Cardi loves me now, and I have done nothing but lie here and give trouble to you all. But you are all so good, so good." And Olive buried her pale face in her father's shoulder. The old self-depreciation waking up to life, the old enemy leaguing with languor and despondency to mar the sweet hopefulness of convalescence. Mildred, in desperation, determined to put her fears to the proof when Olive grew strong enough to bear any conversation. The opportunity came sooner than she hoped. One day the cloud lifted a little. Roy had been admitted to his sister's room, and his agitation and sorrow at her changed appearance and his evident joy at seeing her again had roused Olive from her wonted lethargy. Mildred found her afterwards lying exhausted, but with a smile on her face. "Dear Roy," she murmured, "how good he was to me. "Oh, Aunt Milly," clasping Mildred's hands between her wasted fingers, "I don't deserve for them to be so dear and good to me. It makes me feel as though I were wicked and ungrateful not to want to get well." "I dreaded to hear you say this, Olive," returned Mildred. As she sat down beside her, her grieved look seemed a reproach to Olive. "It was not that I wanted to leave you all," she said, laying her cheek against the hand she held. "But I've been such a trouble to every one as well as to myself. It seemed so nice to have done with it all the weariness and disappointment, I mean." "You were selfish for once in your life, then, Olive," returned Mildred, trying to smile, but with a heavy heart. "I tried not to be," she whispered. "I did not want you to be sorry, Aunt Milly, but I knew if I lived it would come all over again. It is the old troublesome Olive you're nursing," she continued softly, "who will try and disappoint you as she has always done. I can't get rid of my old self, and that's why I'm sorry." "Sorry because we're glad. It is Olive and no other that we want." "Oh, if I could believe that," returned the girl, her eyes filling with tears. "But it sounds too beautiful to be true. And yet I know it was only Carty's voice that brought me back. He wanted me so badly, and he asked me to stay. I heard him sob, Aunt Milly," clutching her aunt with weak, nerveless fingers. "Are you sure, Olive? You were fainting, you know." "Yes, I was falling into dark, starry depths, full of living creatures. Wheels of light and flame seemed everywhere, and then darkness. I thought mamma had got me in her arms. She seemed by me through it all, and then I heard Carty say I should break his heart, and then he sobbed, and papa blessed me. I heard some gate close after that, and mamma's arms seemed to loosen from me, and I knew then I was not dying." "But you were sorry, Olive." "I tried not to be, but it was hard, oh, so hard, Aunt Milly. Think what it was to have that door shut just as one's foot was on the threshold, and when I thought it was all over and I had got mamma back again. But it was wrong to grieve. I have not earned my rest." "Hush, my child, you must not take up a new lease of life so sadly. This is a gift, Olive, a talent straight from the Master's hands, to be received with gratitude, to be used joyfully. By and by, when you're stronger, you'll find more beautiful work your death could have left unfinished." A weary look crossed Olive's face. "Shall I ever be strong enough to work again?" "You are working now." "Nay, my child," as Olive looked up with languid surprise, "few of us are called upon to do a more difficult task than yours. To take up life when we would choose death, to bear patiently the discipline of suffering and inaction, to wait till he says, 'Work.'" "Dear Aunt Milly, you always say such comforting things. I thought I was only doing nothing but give you trouble." "There you were wrong, Olive. Every time you suppress an impatient sigh, every time you call up a smile to cheer us, you are advancing a step, gaining a momentary advantage over your old enemy. You know my favourite verses: 'Broadest streams from narrowest sources, noblest trees from meanest seeds, mighty ends from small beginnings, from lowly promise, lofty deeds. Acorns which the winds have scattered, future navies may provide. Thoughts at midnight, whispered lowly, prove a people's future guide.' I'm a firm believer in little efforts, Olive." Olive was silent for a few minutes, but she appeared thinking deeply. But when she spoke next it was in a calmer tone. "After all, Aunt Milly, want of courage is my greatest fault. I cannot deny it, dear. I'm so afraid of responsibility that it seemed easier to die than to face it. You were right, I was selfish to want to leave you all. You must try to rejoice with us that you're spared." "Yes, I will try," with a sigh, but as she began to look white and exhausted, Mildred thought it wiser to drop the conversation. The family circle was again complete in the vicarage, and in the evenings a part of the family always gathered in the sick room. This was hailed as a great privilege by the younger members, Roy, Polly, and Chris eagerly disputing it. It was an understood thing that Richard should be always there. Olive seemed restless without him. Roy was her next favourite. His gentleness and affection seemed to soothe her, but Mildred noticed that Polly's bright flow of spirits somewhat oppressed her, and it was not easy to check Chris's voluble tongue. One evening Ethel was admitted. She had pleaded so hard that Richard had at last overcome Olive's shrinking reluctance to face anyone outside the family circle. But even Olive's timidity was not proof against Ethel's enduring ways, and as Miss Trelawney, shocked and distressed at her changed appearance, folded the girl silently in her arms, the tears gathered to her eyes, and for a moment she seemed unable to speak. "You must not be so sorry," whispered Olive gratefully. "Aunt Milly will soon nurse me quite well." "But I was not prepared for such a change," stammered Ethel. "Dear Olive, to think how you must have suffered! I should hardly have known you. And yet," she continued impulsively, "I never liked the look of you so well." "We tell her she has grown," observed Richard cheerfully. "She has only to get fat to make a fine woman. Aunt Milly has contrived such a bewitching head-dress that we do not regret the loss of all that beautiful hair." "Oh, Carty, as though that mattered!" But Olive blushed under her brother's affectionate scrutiny. Ethel Trelawney was right when she owned Olive's appearance had never pleased her more, emaciated and changed as she was. The sad gentleness of the dark, unsmiling eyes was infinitely attractive. The heavy sallowness was gone. The thin white face looked fair and transparent. Little rings of dark hair peeped under the lace cap. But what struck Ethel most was the rapt and elevated expression of the girl's face, a little dreamy perhaps, but suggestive of another and nobler Olive. "Oh, Olive, how strange it seems to think you've come back to us again when Mildred thought you'd gone," ejaculated Ethel in a tone almost of awe. "Yes," returned Olive simply, "I know what death means now. When I come to die, I shall feel I know it all before." "But you did not die, dear Olive," exclaimed Ethel in a startled voice. "No one can know but Lazarus and the widow's son, and they've told us nothing. Aunt Milly says they were not allowed to tell. She thinks there's something awful in their silence. But all the same, I shall always feel that I know what dying means." Ethel looked at her with a new reverence in her eyes. Was this the stammering, awkward Olive? "Tell me what you mean," she whispered gently. "I cannot understand. One must die before one can solve the mystery." "And was I not dying?" returned Olive in the same dreamy tone. "When I close my eyes I can bring it all back. The faintness, dizziness, the great circles of light, the deadly shuddering cold creeping over my limbs, every one weeping round me, and yet beyond a great silence and darkness. We begin to understand what silence means then." "A great writer once spoke of voices at the other end of silence," returned Ethel in a stifled tone. This strange talk attracted and yet oppressed her. "But silence itself, what is silence? One sometimes stops to think about it, and then its grandeur seems to crush one. What if silence be the voice of God?" "Dear Livy, you must not excite yourself," interrupted Richard, but his tone was awestruck too. "Great thoughts do not excite," she returned calmly. She had forgotten Ethel, all of them. From the couch where she lay she could see the dark violet fells, the soft restful billows of green, silver splashes of light through the trees. How peaceful and quiet it all looked! Ah, if it had only been given her to walk in those green pastures, and beside the still waters of the paradise of God! If that day which shall be known to the Lord had come to her, when at eventide it shall be light. Eventide, alas! For her there still must remain the burden and heat of the day, sultry youth, weariness of premature age, light that shall neither be clear nor dark, before that blessed eventide should come, and she should pass through the silence into the rest beyond. "Aunt Milly, if you or a Carty would read me something," she said at last, with a wonderful sadness in her voice. And as they hastened to comply with her wish, the brief agitation vanished from her face. What if it were not his will? What if some noble work stood ready to her faltering hand, content to fill a little space if thou be glorified? "Oh, I must learn to say that," she whispered. "Are you tired, Livy?" asked Richard at last, as he paused a moment in his reading. But there was no answer. Olive's eyes were closed. One thin hand lay under her cheek, a tear hung on the eyelashes, but on the sleeping face there lay an expression of quiet peace that was almost childlike. It was noticed that Olive mended more rapidly from that evening. Dr. Heriot had recommended change of air, and as Olive was too weak to bear a long journey, Mildred took her to Redcar for a few weeks. Richard accompanied them, but did not remain long, as his father seemed unwilling to lose him during his last few months at home. During their absence, 2 important events took place at the vicarage. Dad Fabian paid his promised visit, and the new curate arrived. Polly's and Chris's letter brimmed over with news. Everyone was delighted with the dear old dad. Polly wrote, Richard was gracious, Mr. Lambert friendly, and Roy enthusiastically admiring. Dad had actually bought a new coat and had cut his hair, which Polly owned was a grief to her, and his beard looked like everybody else's beard, wrote the girl with a groan. If it had not been for his snuff-box, she would hardly have known him. Some dealer had bought his cane, and the old man's empty pockets were replenished. It was a real joy to Olive's affectionate heart to know that Roy's juvenile efforts were appreciated by so great a man. Mildred, who was almost as simple in worldly matters as her niece, was also a devout believer in Dad Fabian's capabilities. The dark-lined picture of Cain fleeing from his avenging conscience, with his weeping guardian angel by his side, had made a great impression on her. Olive and she had long talks over Polly's rapid scrawls. Roy had genius, and was to be an artist after all. He was to enter a London studio after Christmas. Dad Fabian knew the widow of an artist living near Hampstead, who would board and lodge him, and look after him as though he were a son of her own. And Dad Fabian himself was to act as his sponsor, art guide, and chaperone. My guardian thinks very highly of Dad, wrote Polly in her pretty childish handwriting. He calls him an unappreciated genius, and says Roy will be quite safe under his care. Dad is a little disappointed. Roy's forte is landscape painting. He wanted him to go in for high art, but Roy paints clouds better than faces. Dear Roy, how we shall miss him, sighed Olive as she laid the letter down. Polly, more than anyone, observed Mildred, thinking how strange it would be to see one bright face without the other close to it. The new curate was rather a tame affair after this. His name is Hugh Marsden, and he's to live at Miss Farrar's, the milliner, announced Olive one day when she had received a letter from Richard. Miss Farrar has 2 very nice rooms looking over the market-place. Her last lodger was a young engineer, and it made a great difference to her income when he left her. Richard says he's a Queen's man, and a very nice fellow. He's only in Deacon's orders. Let us see what Chris has to say about him in her letter, returned Mildred, but she contemplated a little ruefully the crabbed, irregular writing, every word looking like a miniature edition of Contradiction Chris herself. Mr. Marsden has arrived, scrawled Chris, and has just had tea here. I don't think we shall like him at all. Roy says he's a jolly fellow and is fond of cricket and fishing and those sorts of things, but he looks too much like a big boy for my taste. I don't like such large young men, and he has big hands and feet and a great voice, and his laugh is as big as the rest of him. I think him dreadfully ugly, but Polly says no, he has nice honest eyes. He tried to talk to Polly and me, only wasn't it rude, Aunt Milly? He called me my dear, and asked me if I liked dolls. I felt I could have withered him on the spot, only he was so stupid and obtuse that he took no notice, and went on about his little sister Sophie, who had 12 dolls whom she dressed to represent the 12 months in the year, and how she nearly broke her heart when he sat down on them by accident and smashed a lie. Roy gave a comical description of the whole thing in Chris's wrathful discomfiture. We've just had great fun, he wrote. The Reverend Hugh has just been here to tea. He's a capital fellow, up to larks, and with plenty of go in him, and with a fine deep voice for intoning. He's wild about training the choir already. He talked a great deal about his mother and sisters. He's an only son. I bet you anything you women will be bored to death with Dora, Florence, and Sophie. If they're like him, they're not handsome. One thing I must tell you, he riled Contradiction awfully by asking her if she liked dolls. She was pugilist pug then, and no mistake. You should have seen the air with which she drew herself up. I suppose you take me for a little girl, quoth she. Marsden's face was a study. I'm afraid you will take her for a spoilt one, says Dad, patting her shoulder, which only made matters worse. I think your sister must be very silly with her 12 seasons, bursts out Chris. I would sooner do algebra than play with dolls, but if you will excuse me, I have my Caesar to construe. And she walked out of the room with her chin in the air, and every curl on her head bristling with wrath. Marston sat open-mouthed with astonishment, and Dad was forced to apologize, and there was Polly all the time behaving like a little lady. "As though Polly could do wrong," observed Mildred with a smile, as she finished Roy's ridiculous effusion. It was the beginning of October when they returned home. Olive had by this time recovered her strength and was able to enjoy her rambles on the sand, and though Mr. Lambert found fault with the thin cheeks and lack of robustness, his anxiety was set at rest by Mildred, who declared Olive had done credit to her nursing, and a little want of flesh was all the fault that could be found with her charge. The welcome home was sweet to the restored invalid. Richard's kiss was scarcely less fond than her father's. Roy pinched her cheek to be sure that this was a real and not a make-believe Olive, while Polly followed her to her room to assure herself that her hair had really grown half an inch, as Aunt Milly declared it had. Nor was Mildred's welcome less hearty. "How good it is to see you in your old place, Aunt Milly," said Richard, with an affectionate glance as he placed himself beside her at the tea-table. "We have missed you, Milly," exclaimed her brother a moment afterwards. "Harriet was saying only last night that the vicarage did not seem itself without you." "Nothing's right without Aunt Milly," cried Polly with a squeeze, and Roy chimed in indignantly, "Of course not, as though we could do without Aunt Milly." The new curate was discussed the first evening. Mr. Lambert and Richard were loud in their praises, and though Chris muttered to herself in a surly undertone, nobody minded her. His introduction to Olive happened after a somewhat amusing fashion. He was crossing the hall the next day on his way to the vicar's study, when Roy bade him go into the dining-room and make acquaintance with Aunt Milly. It happened that Mildred had just left the room, and Olive was sitting alone working. She looked up a little surprised at the tall, broad-shouldered young man who was making his way across the room. "Royal told me I should find you here, Miss Lambert. I hope your niece has recovered the fatigue of her journey." "I'm not Aunt Milly, I am Olive," returned the girl gravely, but not refusing the proffered hand. "You're my father's new curate, Mr. Marsden, I suppose." "Yes, I beg your pardon. I've made a foolish mistake, I see," returned the young man confusedly, stammering and flushing over his words. "Royal sent me in to find his aunt, and I did not notice." "What does it matter?" returned Olive simply. The curate's evident nervousness made her anxious to set him at his ease. "You could not know, and Aunt Milly looks so young, and my illness has changed me. It was such a natural mistake, you see," with the soft seriousness with which Olive always spoke now. "Thank you. Yes, of course," stammered Hugh, twirling his felt hat through his fingers and looking down at her with a sort of puzzled wonder. The grave young face under the quaint headdress, the soft dark hair just parted on the forehead, the large earnest eyes, candid and yet unsmiling, filled him with a sort of awe and reverence. "You have been very ill," he said at last, with a pitying chord in his voice. "People do not look like that who have not suffered. You remind me," he continued, sitting down beside her and speaking a little huskily, "of a sister whom I lost not so very long ago." Olive looked up with a sudden gleam in her eyes. "Did she die?" "Yes, you are more fortunate, Miss Lambert. You were permitted to get well." "You are a clergyman, and you say that," she returned a little breathlessly. "If it were not wrong, I should envy your sister who finished her work so young." "Hush, Miss Lambert, that is wrong," replied Hugh. His brief nervousness had vanished. He was quite grave now, his round boyish face, ruddy and brown with exercise, paled a little with his earnestness and the memory of a past pain. "Caroline wanted to live, and you want to die," he said, in a voice full of rebuke. "She cried because she was young and did not wish to leave us, and because she feared death, and you are sorry to live." "I've always found life so hard," sighed Olive. It did not seem strange to her that she should be talking thus to a stranger. Was he not a clergyman, her father's curate, in spite of his boyish face? "St. Paul thought it was better, you know. But indeed I'm trying to be glad, Mr. Marsden, that I have all this time before me." Trying to be glad for the gift of life. Here was a mystery to be solved by the Reverend Hugh Marsden, he who rejoiced in life with the whole strength of his vigorous young heart, who loved all living things, man, woman, and child, nay, the very dumb animals themselves, who drank in light and vigour and cheerfulness as his daily food, who was glad for mere gladness' sake, to whom sin was the only evil in the world and suffering a privilege and not a punishment, who measured all things, animate and inanimate, with a merciful breadth of views, full of that charity that thinketh no evil. He to be told by this pale, grave girl that she envied his sister who died. "What is the matter? Have I shocked you?" asked Olive, her sensitiveness taking alarm at his silence. "Yes. No. I'm sorry for you, that's all, Miss Lambert. I'm young, but I'm a clergyman, as you say. I love life as I love all the good gifts of my God, and I think," hesitating and dropping his voice, "your one prayer should be that he may teach you to be glad." End of chapter 16, read by Sandra.
Chapter 17 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ritu, Canada. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. 3 years afterwards, a retrospect. And still I changed, I was a boy no more. My heart was large enough to hold my kind, and all the world, as hath been apt before. With youth I sought, but I could never find work hard enough to quiet my self-strife, and the strength of action craving life. She too was changed. Jean Ingelow. In the histories of most families, there are long, even pauses during which life flows smoothly in uneventful channels, when there are few breaks and fewer incidents to chronicle. Times when the silent ingathering of individual interests deepens and widens imperceptibly into an undercurrent of strength ready for the crises of emergency. Times of peace alternating with the petty warfare which is the prerogative of kinsmanship, a blessed routine of daily duty misnamed by the young monotony, but which in reality is to train them for the rank and file in the great human army hereafter. Quiescent times during which the memory of past troubles is mercifully obliterated by present ease, and the cloud no bigger than a man's hand does not as yet obscure the soft breadth of heaven's blue. Such a time had come to the Lamberts. The 3 years that followed Olive's illness and tardy convalescence were quite uneventful ones, marked with few incidents worthy of note. Outwardly things had seemed unchanged, but how deep and strong was the undercurrent of each young individual life, what rapid developments, what unfolding of fresh life and interests in the budding manhood and womanhood within the old vicarage walls. Such thoughts as these came tranquilly to Mildred as she sat alone one July day in the same room where 3 years before the angels of life and death had wrestled over one frail girl, in the room where she had so patiently and tenderly nursed Olive's sick body and mind back to health. For once in her life, busy Mildred was idle. The work lay unfolded beside her, while her eyes wandered dreamily over the fair expanse of sunny green dotted with browsing sheep and tuneful with the plaintive bleating of lambs. There was a crisp crunching of cattle hoofs on the beck gravel below. A light wind touched the elms and thorns and woke a soft soughing. The tall poplars swayed drowsily with a flicker of shaking leaves. Beyond the sunshine lay the blue dusk of the circling hills, prospect fit to inspire a daydream, even in a nature more prosaic than Mildred Lambert's. It was Mildred's birthday. She was 30 today, and she was smiling to herself at the thoughts that she felt younger and brighter and happier than she had 3 years before. They had been such peaceful years, full of congenial work and blessed with sympathetic fellowship. She had sown so poorly, she thought, and had reaped such rich harvests of requited love. She had come amongst them a stranger 3 years ago, and now she could number friends by the score. Even her poorer neighbours loved and trusted her, their northern reserve quite broken down by her tender womanly graces. There are 2 people in Kirkby Stephen that would be sorely missed, a respectable tradesman once said to Miss Trelawney, and they are Miss Lambert and Dr. Heriot. And I don't know which is the greater favourite. I should have lost my wife last year but for her. She sat up with her 3 nights running when that fever got hold of her. And an old woman in the workhouse said once to Dr. Heriot when he wished her to see the vicar, "Nay, thanks to ye, doctor. You needn't bother yourself about minister. Miss Lambert has sense enough. I wouldn't git mere good words ner she gives. She's terrible good, bless her." And many would have echoed old Sally Bates' opinion. Mildred's downright simplicity and unselfishness were winning all hearts. Aunt Millie has such a trustworthy face. People are obliged to tell their troubles when they look at her, Polly said once. And perhaps the girl held the right clue to the secret of Mildred Lambert's influence. Real sympathy, that spontaneity of vigorous, warm feeling emanating from the sight of others' pain, is rarer than we imagine. Without exactly giving expression to conventional forms of condolence, Mildred conveyed the most delicate sympathy in every look and word. By a rapid transit of emotion, she seemed to place herself in the position of the bereaved, to feel as they felt the sacred silence of sorrow. Her few words never grazed the outer edge of that bitter irritability that trenches on great pain, and so her mere presence seemed to soothe them. Her perfect unconsciousness added to this feeling. There were times when Mildred's sympathy was so intense that she absolutely lost herself. "What have I done that you should thank me?" was a common speech with her. In her own opinion, she had done absolutely nothing. She had so merged her own individual feelings into the case before her that gratitude was a literal shock to her. And this same simplicity kept her quiet and humble under the growing idolatry of her nephews and nieces. "My dear Miss Lambert, how they all love you," Mrs. Delaware said to her once. "Even that fine-grown young man Richard seems to lay himself out to please you." "How can they help loving me?" returned Mildred, with that shy, soft smile of hers, "when I love them so dearly, and they see it? Of course I do not deserve it, but it is the old story. Love begets love," and the glad, steady light in her eyes spoke of her deep content. Yes, Mildred was happy. The quiet woman joyed in her life with an intense appreciation that Olive would have envied. Mildred never guessed that there were secret springs to this fountain of gladness, that the strongly cemented friendship between herself and Dr. Heriot added a fresh charm to her life, investing it with the atmosphere of unknown vigor and strength. Mildred had always been proud of her brother's intellect and goodness, but she had never learnt to rely so entirely on his sagacity as she now did on Dr. Heriot. If anyone had questioned her feelings with respect to the vicarage mentor, Mildred would have assured them with her sweet honesty that her brother's friend was hers also, that she did full justice to his merits, and was ready to own that his absence would leave a terrible gap in their circle. But even Mildred did not know how much she had learnt to depend on the sympathy that never failed her and the quick appreciation that was almost intuitive. Mildred knew that Dr. Heriot liked her. He had found her trustworthy in time of need, and he showed his gratitude by making fresh demands on her time and patience most unblushingly. In his intercourse with her, there had always been a curious mixture of reverence and tenderness, which was far removed from any warmer feeling, though in one sense it might be called brotherly. Perhaps Mildred was to blame for this. In spite of her appreciation of Dr. Heriot, she had never broken through her habit of shy reserve, which was a second nature with her. The old girlish Mildred was hidden out of sight. Dr. Heriot only saw in his friend's sister a gentle, soft-eyed woman, seeming older than she really was, and with tender, old-fashioned ways, always habited in sober grays, and with a certain staidness of mien and quiet precision of speech, which with all its restfulness took away the impression of youth. Yes, good and womanly as he thought her, Dr. Heriot was ignorant of the real Mildred. Aunt Millie alone, with her boys, blushing and dimpling under their saucy praise, would have shattered all his ideas of primness, just as those fits of wise eloquence, while Olive and Polly lingered near her in the dark, the sweet impulse of words that stirred them to their heart's core would have roused his latent enthusiasm to the utmost. Dr. Heriot's true ideal of womanly beauty and goodness passed his door daily, disguised in Quaker greys and the large shady black hat that was for use and not for ornament. But he did not know it. When he looked out, it was to note how fresh and piquant Polly looked in her white dress and blue ribbons as she tripped beside Mildred, or how the Spanish hat, with its long black feather, suited Olive's somber complexion. Olive had greatly improved since her illness. She was still irredeemably plain in her own eyes, but few were ready to endorse this opinion. Her figure had rounded and filled out into almost majestic proportions. Her shoulders had lost their ungainly stoop, and her slow movements were not without grace. Her complexion would always be sallow, but the dark, abundant hair was now arranged to some advantage, and the large, earnest eyes were her redeeming features, while a settled but soft seriousness had replaced the old, absorbing melancholy. Olive would never look on the brighter side of life as a happier and more sanguine temperament would. She still took life seriously, almost solemnly, though she had ceased to repine that length of days had been given her. With her, conscientiousness was still a fault, and she would ever be given to weigh herself carefully and be found wanting. But there were times when even Olive owned herself happy, when the grave face would relax into smiles and the dark eyes grow bright and soft. And there were reasons for this. Olive no longer suffered the pangs of passionate and unrequited love, and her heart was at rest concerning Richard. For 2 years the sad groping after truth, the mute search for vocation, the conflict between duty and inclination had continued, and still the grave, stern face, kindly but impressive, has given no clue to his future plans. "I will tell you when I know myself, father," was his parting speech more than once. "I trust you, Cardi, and I am content to wait," was ever his father's answer. But deliverance came at last, when the fetters fell off the noble young soul, when every word in the letter that reached Mr. Lambert spoke of the newborn gladness that filled his son's heart. There was no reticence. "You trusted me, and you were content to wait then." How often I have repeated these words to myself, dear father. You have waited, and now your patience shall be rewarded. Father, at last I know myself and my own mind. The last wave of doubt and fear has rolled off me. I can see it all now. I feel sure. I write it tremblingly. I feel sure that it is all true. Oh, how good God has been to me. I feel almost like the prodigal. Only no husks could have satisfied me for a moment. It was only the truth I wanted. Truth, literal and divine. And Father, you have no reason to think sadly of me any longer, for before eventide my light has come. I am writing now to tell you that it is my firm and unalterable intention to carry out your and my mother's wishes. With respect to my profession, will you ask my friends not to seek to dissuade me, especially my friends at CEUR-DE-LION? You know how sorely inclination has already tempted me. Believe me, I have counted the cost and weighed the whole matter calmly and dispassionately. I have much to relinquish, many favorite pursuits, many secret ambitions. But shall I give what costs me nothing? And after all, I am only thankful that I am not considered too unworthy for the work. It was this letter, so humble and so manly, that filled Olive's brown eyes with light and lifted the weight from her heart. Cardi had not disappointed her. He had been true to himself and his own convictions. Mildred alone had her misgivings. When she next saw Richard, she thought that he looked worn and pale, and even fancied his cheerfulness was a little forced, and his admission that he had slept badly for 2 or 3 nights so filled her with alarm that she determined to speak to him at all costs. His composed and devout demeanour at service next morning, however, a little comforted her, and she was hesitating whether the change in him might be her own fancy, when Richard himself broke the ice by an abrupt question as they were walking towards Musgrave that same afternoon. "What is all this about Ethel Trelawney, Aunt Milly?" And Mildred absolutely started at his tone. It was suppressed and yet so eager. "She will not return to CEUR-DE-LION for some weeks, Richard. She and her father are visiting in Scotland. Richard turned very pale. It is true then, Aunt Millie? What is true? That she is engaged to that man? To Sir Robert Ferrars? What, have you heard of that? No, indeed, Richard. She has refused him most decidedly. Why, he is old enough to be her father. That is no objection with some women. Are you sure? They are not in Renfrewshire then? They have never been there. They are staying with friends near Ballater. Why, Richard, what is this? As Richard stopped, as though he were giddy and covered his face with his hands. I never meant you or anyone to know, he gasped at length, while Mildred watched his varying colour with alarm. But I have not been able to sleep since I heard, and the suddenness of the relief. Oh, are you quite sure, Aunt Millie? With a painful eagerness in his tone, very strange to hear in grave, self-contained Richard. Dear Cardy, let there be full confidence between us. You see, you have unwittingly betrayed yourself. Yes, I have betrayed myself, he muttered with increasing agitation. What a fool you must think me, Aunt Millie, and all because I could not put a question quietly. But I was not prepared for your answer. What a consummate— Hush, don't call yourself names. I knew your secret long ago, Cardy. I knew what friends you and Ethel Trelawney were. A boyish flush suffused his face. Ethel is very fond of her old playmate. He winced as though with sudden pain. Ah, that is just it, Aunt Millie. She's fond of me, and nothing else. I like her name for you, CEUR-DE-LION. It sounds so musical from her lips. You are her friend, Richard. She trusts you implicitly. I hope she does. But drawing his hand again before his eyes, I'm too young, Aunt Millie. I was only 21 last month. True, and Sir Robert was nearly 50. She refused a fine estate there. Was her father angry with her? Not so terribly incensed as he was about Mr. Cathcart the year before. Mr. Cathcart had double his fortune and was a young, good-looking man. I was almost afraid that in her misery she should be driven to marry him. He has no right to persecute her so. Why should he be so anxious to get rid of his only child? That is what we all say. Poor Ethel, hers is no light cross. I am thankful she is beginning to take it patiently. The loss of a father's love must be dreadful, and hers is a proud spirit. But not now. You said yourself, Aunt Millie, how nobly she behaved in that last affair. True, continued Mildred in a sorrowful tone. All the more that she was inclined to succumb to a momentary fascination, but I am certain that with all his intellect, Mr. Cathcart would have been a most undesirable husband for her. Sir Robert Ferrars is far preferable. Aunt Millie? Yes, Richard, and I told her so. But her only answer was that she would not marry where she could not love. I am afraid this will widen the breach between her and her father, and her last letter was very sad. It is tyranny, downright persecution. How dares he? Oh, Aunt Millie, in a tone of deep despondency, if I were only 10 years older. I'm afraid you are very young, Cardy. I wish you had not set your heart on this. Yes, we are too much of an age, but she need not fear. I am older in everything than she. There is nothing boyish about me, is there, Aunt Millie? Not in your love for Ethel, I am afraid. But, Cardy, what would her father say if he knew it? He will know it some day. Look here, Aunt Millie, I am 21 now, and I have loved Ethel, Miss Trelawney I mean, since I was a boy of 12. People may laugh, but I felt for my old playmate something of what I feel now. She was always different from anyone else in my eyes. I remember telling my mother when I was only 10 that Ethel should be my wife. But Richard, I know what you're going to say, that it is all hopeless moonshine, that a curate with 400 or 500 a year has no right to presume to Mr. Trelawney's heiress. That is what he and the world will tell me. But how am I to help loving her? What am I to say to you, Cardy? Long before you are your father's curate, Ethel may have met the man she can love. Then I shall bear my trouble, I hope, manfully. Don't you think this is my one dread, that and being so young in her eyes? How little she knew how she tempted me when she told me I ought to distinguish myself at the bar. I felt as though it were giving her up when I decided on taking orders. She would call you a veritable CEUR-DE-LION if she knew. Oh, my poor boy, how hardly this has gone with you," as Richard's face whitened again with emotion. "It has been terribly hard," he returned, almost inaudibly. It was not so much at last reluctance and fear of the work as the horrible dread of losing her by my own act. I thought it was foolish and young of me, I dare say, but I thought that as people spoke of my capabilities, I might in time win a position that should be worthy even of her. Oh, Aunt Millie, what a fool you must think me." Richard's clear glance was overcast with pain as he spoke, but Mildred's affectionate smile spoke volumes. "I think I never loved you so well, Cardy. Now I know how nobly you have acted. Have you told your father of this?" "No, but I'm sure he knows. You have no idea how much he notices. He said something to me once that showed me he was aware of my feelings. We have no secrets now." "That is your doing, Aunt Millie." Mildred shook her head. "Ah, but it was. You were the first to break down my reserve. What a churl I must have been in those days. You all think too well of me as it is. Livy especially puts me in a bad humor with myself. I wanted to speak to you of Olive, Richard. Are you not thankful that she has found her vocation at last?" "Indeed I am. I wrote my congratulations by return of post. Fancy Kirk and Stedman undertaking to publish those poems, and Livy only 18. Dr. Heriot always told us she had genius. Some of them are really very beautiful. Dear Olive, you should have seen her face when the letter came. I know, I would have given anything to be there. She looked quite radiant and yet so touchingly humble when she held it out to her father, and then without waiting for us to read it, she left the room. I know she was thanking God for it on her knees, Richard, while we were all gossiping to Dr. Heriot on Livy's good fortune." Richard looked touched. "What an example she is to us all. If she would only believe half the good of herself that we do, Aunt Millie, then she would lose all her childlike humility. I think she gets less morbidly self-conscious year by year. There is no denying she is brighter. She could not help it, brought into contact with such a nature as Marsden's. That fellow gives one the impression of perfect mental and bodily health. Dr. John told me it was quite refreshing to look at him. Chris amuses me. She will have it he is so noisy. He has a loud laugh certainly, and his voice is not exactly low-pitched, but he is a splendid fellow. Roy keeps up a steady correspondence with him. By the by, I have not shown you my last letter from Rome." And Richard, who had regained his tranquillity and ordinary manner, pulled the thin, foreign-looking envelope from his breast pocket and entertained Mildred for the remainder of the way with an amusing account of some of Roy's Roman adventures. That night, as Richard sat alone with his father in the study, Mr. Lambert placed his hand affectionately on his son's broad shoulder with a look that was rather more scrutinizing than usual. "So the last cloud has cleared away, that is right, Cardy?" "I do not understand you, father." But the young man faltered a little under his father's quiet glance. "Nay, it is for you to explain. Only last night you seemed as though you had some trouble on your mind. You were anxious and absorbed, and this evening the oppression seems removed." For a moment Richard hesitated, and the old boyish flush came to his face, and then his determination was taken. "Father," he said, speaking in a quick, resolute tone, and tossing back his wave of dark hair as he spoke, always a trick of his when agitated, "there shall be no half-confidence between us. Yesterday I was heavy at heart because I thought Ethel Trelawney would marry Sir Robert Ferrars. Today I hear she has refused him, and the weight is gone." Mr. Lambert gave a low, dismayed exclamation, and his hand dropped from his son's shoulder. "Ah, is it so, my poor boy?" he said at last, and there was no mistaking the sorrowful tone. "Yes, it is so, father," he returned firmly. "You may call me a fool for my pains. I do not know. Perhaps I am one, but it is too late to help it now. The mischief is of too long standing." In spite of his very real sympathy, a smile crossed his father's lips, and yet as he looked at Richard, it somehow died away. Youthful as he was, barely 21, there was a set determination, a staid manliness in his whole mien that added 5 years at least to his age. Even to a disinterested eye, he seemed a son of whom any father might be proud. Not tall, the massive, thick-set figure seemed made for strength more than grace. But the face was preeminently handsome. The dark eyes beamed with intelligence. The forehead was broad and benevolent, the lips still closed with the old inflexibility. But the hard lines had relaxed, firm and dominant, yet ruled by the single eye of integral principle. There was no fear that Richard Lambert would ever overstep the boundaries of a clearly defined right. "That is my brave boy," murmured his father at last, watching him with a sort of wistful pain. "But, Cardy, I cannot but feel grieved that you have set your heart on this girl." "What, do you doubt the wisdom or the fitness of my choice?" demanded the young man hotly. "Both, Cardy. The girl is everything that one could wish, dear to me almost as a daughter of my own. But Trelawney, ah, my poor boy, do you dream that you can satisfy her father's ambition?" "I shall not try to do so," returned Richard, speaking with set lips. "I know him too well. He would sell her to the highest bidder, sell his own flesh and blood, but she is too noble for his corrupting influence." "You speak bitterly, Cardy." "I speak as I feel. Look here, father, foolishly or wisely, it does not matter now. I have set my heart on this thing. I have grown up with this one idea before me, the hope of one day, however distant, calling Ethel Trelawney my wife. I do not think I am one to change." Mr. Lambert shook his head. "I fear not, Cardy. I am as sure of the faithfulness of my own heart as I am that I am standing here. Young as I am, I know I love her as you loved my mother." His father covered his face with his hand. "No, no, do not say that, Cardy. I must say what is true. You would not have me lie to you." "Surely not, but my boy, this is a hard hearing." "You are thinking of Mr. Trelawney," returned Richard quietly. "That is not my worst fear. My chief obstacle is Ethel herself." "What, you doubt her returning your affection?" asked his father. "Yes, I doubt it," was the truthful answer, but it was made with quivering lips. "I dread lest I should not satisfy her exacting fastidiousness. But all the same, I mean to try. You will bid me Godspeed, father?" "Yes, yes, but Cardy, be prudent. Remember how little you have to offer. A few hundreds a year where she has thousands, not even a curacy. You think I ought to wait a little? Another year? 2, perhaps?" "That is my opinion, certainly." Richard crossed the room once or twice with a rapid, disordered stride, and then he returned to his father's side. "You're right. I must not do anything rashly or impulsively just because I fear to lose her. I ought not to speak even to her until I have taken orders. And yet, if I could only make her understand how it is without speaking. You must be very prudent, Cardy. Remember, my son has no right to aspire to an heiress." Richard's face clouded. "That dreadful money. There is one comfort. I believe she hates it as much as I do. But it is not entailed property. He can leave it all away from her. Yes, if she displeases him. Mildred tells me he holds this threat perpetually over her. Poor girl, he makes her a bad father." "His conduct is unjustifiable in every way," returned Richard in a stifled voice. "Anyone less noble would be tempted to make their escape at all hazards, but she endures her wretchedness so patiently. Sometimes I fancy, father, that when she can bear her loneliness no longer, my time for speaking will come, and then—" But Richard had no time to finish his sentence, for just then Dr. Heriot's knock sounded at the door, and with a mute handshake of perfect confidence the father and son separated for the night. This conversation had taken place nearly a year before, but from that time it had never been resumed. Sacredly did Mr. Lambert guard his boy's confidence, and save that there was a deferential tenderness in his manner to Ethel Trelawney, and a wistful pain in his eyes when he saw Richard beside her, no one would have guessed how heavily his son's future weighed on his heart. Richard's manner remained unchanged. It was a little graver, perhaps, and indicative of greater thoughtfulness, but there was nothing lover-like in his demeanour, nothing that would check or repel the warm sisterly affection that Ethel evidently cherished for him. Only at times Ethel wondered why it was that Richard's opinions seemed to influence her more than they used, and to marvel at her vivid remembrance of past looks and speeches. Somehow, every time she saw him, he seemed less like her old playmate, CEUR-DE-LION, and transformed into an older and graver Richard. Perhaps it might be that the halo of the future priesthood already surrounded him. But for whatever reason it might be, Ethel was certainly less dictatorial and argumentative in her demeanor towards him, and that a very real friendship seemed growing up between them. Richard was more than 22 now, and Roy just a year younger. In another 8 months he would be ordained deacon. As yet he had made no sign, but as Mildred sat pondering over the retrospect of the 3 last years in the golden and dreamy afternoon, she was driven to confess that her boys were now men, doing men's work in the world, and to wonder, with womanly shrinkings of heart, what the future might hold out to them of good and evil. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 18. Olive's Work. Read from some humbler poet, whose songs gushed from his heart, as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who, through long days of labor and nights devoid of ease, still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Longfellow. Aunt Millie, the book has come. Chris's impetuous young voice roused Mildred from her reverie. Chris's eager footsteps, her shrill tone, broke in upon the stillness, driving the gossamer threads of fancy hither and thither by the very impetus of youthful noise and movement. Mildred's folded hands dropped apart. She turned soft, bewildered looks on the girl. "What has come? I do not understand you," she said with a little laugh at her own bewilderment. "Aunt Millie, what are you thinking about? Are you asleep or dreaming?" demanded Chris indignantly. "Why, the book, Olive's book, to be sure." "Has it come? My dear Chris, how you startled me. If you had knocked, it would have been different, but bursting in upon me like that." "One can't knock forever," grumbled Chris in an aggrieved voice. "Of course I thought you were asleep this hot afternoon, but to see you sitting smiling to yourself, Aunt Millie, in that aggravating way, and not understanding when one speaks." "Hush, I understand you now," returned Mildred, coloring. "One gets thinking sometimes, and your thoughts must have been miles off then," retorted Chris with an inquisitive glance that seemed to embarrass Mildred. "If it took you all that time to travel to the surface. Polly told me to fetch you because tea is ready, and then the books came, such a big parcel, and Olive's hand shook so that she could not undo the knots, and so she cut the string, and Carty scolded her. It was not much of a scolding, I expect, quite enough to bring Mr. Marsden to the rescue. 'How can you presume to reprimand a poetess?' he said, quite seriously. You should have heard Dr. John laugh. Look here, he has sent you these roses, Aunt Millie," drawing from under her little silk apron a delicious bouquet of roses and maidenhair fern. A pretty pink colour came into Mildred's cheeks. "What beautiful roses! He must have remembered it was my birthday. How kind of him, Chris. I must come down and thank him." "You must wear some in honour of the occasion. Do, Aunt Millie. This deep crimson one will look so pretty on your grey silk dress, and you must put on the silver locket with the blue velvet that we all gave you." "Nonsense," returned Mildred, blushing. But Chris was inexorable. Dr. Heriot looked up for the minute, fairly startled, when Mildred came in with her pink cheeks and her roses. Chris's artful fingers, bent on mischief, had introduced a bud among the thick braids. The pretty brown hair looked unusually soft and glossy. The rarely seen dimple was in full play. "You have done honor to my roses, I see," he said, as Mildred thanked him somewhat shyly and joined the group round Olive. The drawing-room table was heaped over with the new-smelling little green volumes. As Mildred approached, Olive held out one limp, soft copy with a hand that shook perceptibly. "It has come at last, and on your birthday, too. I am so glad," she whispered as Mildred kissed her. A soft light was in the girl's eyes. 2 spots of color burnt in her usually pale cheeks. Her hand closed and unclosed nervously on the arm of her chair. "There, even Marsden says they are beautiful, and he does not care much for poetry," broke in Richard triumphantly. "Livy, it has come to this, that I am proud of my sister." "Hush, please don't talk so, Carty," remonstrated Olive, with a look of distress. The spots of color were almost hectic now, the smooth forehead furrowed with anxiety. She looked ready to cry. This hour was full of sweet torment to her. She shrank from this home criticism, so precious yet so perilous. For the first time she felt afraid of the utterance of her own written voice. If she only could leave them all and make her escape. She looked up almost pleadingly at Hugh Marsden, whose broad shoulders were blocking up the window, but he misunderstood her. "Yes, I think them beautiful, but your brother is right, and I'm no judge of poetry. Metrical thoughts always appear so strange, so puzzling to me. It seems to me like a prisoned bird, beating itself against the bars of measurement and meters, as though it tried to be free." "Why, you are talking poetry yourself," returned Richard. That speech was worthy of Livy herself. Hugh burst into one of his great laughs. In her present mood, it jarred on Olive. Aunt Milly had left her and was talking to her father. Dr. John was at the other end of the room, busy over his copy. Why would they talk about her so? It was cruel of Carty, knowing her as he did. She made a little gesture, almost of supplication, looking up into the curate's broad, radiant face, but the young man again misunderstood her. "You must forgive me. I'm sadly prosaic," he returned, speaking now in a lower key. "These things are beyond me. I do not pretend to understand them. That people should take the trouble to measure out their words and thoughts, so many feet, so many lines, a missed adjective or halting rhyme. It is that puzzles me." "Fie, man, what heresy! I'm ashamed of you," broke in Richard good-humouredly. "You have forfeited Livy's good opinion for ever." "I should be sorry to do that," returned Hugh seriously, "but I cannot help it if I am different from other people. When I was at college I used to take my sister to the opera. Poor Caroline especially was fond of it. Do you know, it gave me the oddest feeling. There was something almost ludicrous to me in hearing the heroine of the piece trilling out her woes with endless roulades. In real life people don't sing on their deathbeds." "Listen to him," returned Richard, taking him by the shoulders. "What is one to do with such a literal, matter-of-fact fellow? You ought to talk to him, Livy, and bring him to a better frame of mind." But Hugh was not to be silenced. He stood up manfully, with his great square shoulders blocking up the light, beaming down on Olive's shrinking gravity like a gentle-hearted giant. He was one to make himself heard, this big, clumsy young man. In spite of his boyish face and loud voice, people were beginning to speak well of Hugh Marsden. His youthful vigor and energy were waking up northern lethargy and fighting northern prejudice. Was not the surpliced choir owing mainly to his persevering efforts, and were not the ranks of the dissenters already thinned by that loud-voiced but persuasive eloquence of his? Olive absolutely cowered under it tonight. Hugh had no idea how his noisy vehemence was jarring on that desire for quiet and a nice talk with Aunt Mildred for which she was secretly longing, and yet she and Hugh were good friends. "One can't help one's nature," persisted Hugh, fumbling over the pages of one of the little green books with his big hands as he spoke. "In the days of the primitive church they had the gift of unknown tongues. I'm sure much of our modern poetry needs interpretation." "Worse and worse. He will vote your Songs of the Hearth a mass of unintelligible rubbish directly." You are too bad, returned the young man with an honest blush. You will incense your sister against me. What I really mean is, sitting down beside Olive, and speaking so that Richard should not hear him, that poetry always seems to me more ornament than use. You cannot really have felt and experienced all you have described in that poem, coming back, for example. Hush, don't show it me, returned Olive hurriedly. I don't mind your saying this, but you do not know. The feeling comes, and then the words. These are thoughts too grand and deep for common forms of expression. They seem to flow of themselves into the measure you criticize. Oh, you do not understand. No, but you can teach me to do so, returned Hugh, quite gravely. He had laid aside his vehemence at the first sound of Olive's quiet voice. He had never lost his first impression of her. He still regarded her with a sort of puzzled wonder and reverence. A poetess was not much in his line, he told himself. The only poetry he cared for was the Psalms, and perhaps Homer and Shakespeare. Yes, they were grand fellows, he thought. They could never see their like again. True, the voices of the hearth were very beautiful, if he could only understand them. One cannot teach these things, replied Olive, with her soft, serious smile. As she answered Hugh, she felt almost sorry for him, that this beautiful gift had come to her, and that he could not understand, that he who revelled in the good things of this life should miss one of its sweetest comforts. She wondered vaguely over the young clergyman's denseness all the evening. Hugh had a stronger developed passion for music, and was further endowed with a deep, rich, baritone voice. As Olive heard him joining in the family glees, or beating time to Polly's nicely executed pieces, she marvelled all the more over this omitted harmony in his nature. She had at last made her escape from the crowded, brilliantly lighted room, and was pacing the dark terrace, pondering over it, still when Mildred found her. Are you tired of us, Olive? Not tired of you, Aunt Milly. I've scarcely spoken to you to-day, and it is your birthday, too, putting her arm affectionately round Mildred, and half leaning against her. In her white dress, Olive looked taller than ever. Richard was right when he said Livy would make a fine woman. She looked large and massive beside Mildred's slight figure. Dear Aunt Milly, I have so wanted to talk to you all the evening, but they would not let me. Mildred smiled fondly at her girl. During the last 3 years, ever since her illness, she had looked on Olive as a sacred and special charge, and as care begets tenderness as surely as love does love, so had Olive's ailing but noble nature gained a larger share of Mildred's warm affections than even Polly's brightness or Chris's saucy piquancy could win. Have you been very happy tonight, dear? She asked softly. Have you been satisfied with Olive's ovation? Oh, Aunt Milly, it has made me too glad. Did you hear what Carty said? It made me feel so proud and so ashamed. Do you know there were actually tears in Papa's eyes when he kissed me? We are all so proud of our girl, you see. They almost make me cry between them. I wanted to get away and hide myself, only Mr. Marsden would go on talking to me. Yes, I heard him. He was very amusing. He is full of queer hobbies. I cannot help being sorry for him. He must lose so much, you know. Poetry is a sort of sixth sense to me. Darling, you must use your sweet gift well. That is what I've been thinking, laying her burning face against her aunt's shoulders as they both stood looking down at a glimmer of shining water below them. Aunt Milly, do you remember what you said to comfort me when I was so wickedly lamenting that I had not died? Mildred shook her head. I only know I lectured you soundly. Oh, Aunt Milly, and they were such dear wise words that you spoke too. You told me that perhaps God had some beautiful work for me to do that my death would leave unfinished. Do you think, speaking softly and slowly, that I have found my work? Dear, I cannot doubt it. No one who reads those lovely verses of yours can dispute the reality of your gift. You have genius, Olive. Why should I seek to hide it? Thank you, Aunt Milly. Your telling me will not make me proud. You need not be afraid of that, dear. I'm only so very, very grateful that I have found my voice. Your voice, Olive? Ah, I have made you smile, but can you fancy what a dumb person would feel if his tongue were suddenly loosed from its paralysis of silence? What a flow and a torrent of words there would be. Yes, the thought has often struck me when I've read the Gospels. Aunt Millie, I think I have something of the same feeling. I've always wanted to find expression for my thoughts, an outlet for them. It is a new tongue, but not an unknown one, as Mr. Marsden half hinted. 3 years ago this same Olive who talked so sweetly tonight was full of trouble at the thought of a new lease of life. It was all my want of faith. It was weak, cowardly. I know it well, after all. In a low voice, tonight was worth living for. I'm not sorry now, Aunt Millie. What are you two talking about? I'm come to pay my tribute to the heroines of the night and find them stargazing, broke in a familiar voice. A tall figure in shining raiment bore down upon them, a confused vision of soft white draperies and gleaming jewels under a cashmere cloak. Ethel, is it you? Exclaimed Mildred in an astonished voice. Yes, it is I, dear Mildred, replied the crisp tones, while 2 soft arms came out from the cloak and enveloped her. I suppose I ought to be on the road to Appleby Castle, but I determined to snatch half an hour to myself first to offer my congratulations to you and this dear girl. Kissing Olive. You are only a secondary light tonight, Mildred. What, have you seen it? Yes, my copy came last night. I sat up half the night reading it. You have achieved a success, Olive, that no one else has. You've absolutely drawn tears from my eyes. I thought you never cried over books, Ethel, in a mischievous tone from Mildred. I'm usually most strong-hearted, but the voices of the hearth would have melted a flint. Olive, I never thought it would come to this, that I should be driven to confess that I envied you. Oh, no, Ethel, not that, surely. Ah, but I do, that this magnificent power should be given you to wield over all our hearts, that you should sing to us so sweetly, that we should be constrained to listen, that this girlish head should speak to us so wisely and so well, touching Olive's thick coils with fingers that glittered in the moonlight. You must not praise her, or she will make her escape, laughed Mildred, with a glance at Olive's averted face. We have overwhelmed her already with the bitter sweet of home criticism, and by she will have to run the gauntlet of severer, and it may be adverse reviews. Then she will learn to prize our appreciation. Olive, I am humiliated when I think how utterly I have misunderstood you. Why? Asked Olive shyly, raising those fathomless dark eyes of hers to Ethel's agitated face. I've always looked upon you as a gloomy visionary who held impossible standards of right and wrong, and who vexed herself and others by troublesome scruples. But I see now that Mildred was right. Aunt Mildred always believes the best of every one, interrupted Olive softly. She was flattered and yet pleased by Ethel's evident agitation. Why would they all think so much of her? What had she done? The feelings had always been there, the great aching of unexpressed thoughts, and now a voice had been given her with which to speak them. It was all so simple to Olive, so sacred, so beautiful. Why would they spoil it with all this talk? Well, perhaps I'd better not finish my sentence, went on Ethel with a sigh. After all, it was a pity to mar that unconscious simplicity. Olive would never see herself as others saw her. No fatal egotism wrapped her round. She turned to Mildred with a little movement of fondness as she dropped Olive's hand, and they all turned back into the house. If I have nothing else, I have you, she whispered with a thrill of mingled envy and grief that went to Mildred's heart. The music and the conversation stopped as the door opened on the dazzling apparition. In the full light, Ethel looked pale, and there was a heavy look round her eyes, as though of unshed tears. Her manner, too, was subdued. People said that Ethel Trelawney had changed greatly during the last few years. The old extravagance and daring that had won such adverse criticism had wholly gone. Ethel no longer scandalized and repelled people. Her vivacity was tempered with reserve now. A heavy cloud of oppression, almost of melancholy, had quenched the dreamy egotism that had led her to a one-sided view of things. Still quaint and original, she was beginning to learn the elastic measurement of a charity that should embrace a fairer proportion of her fellow creatures. But the lesson was a hard one to her fastidiousness. It could not be said, even now, that Ethel Trelawney had found her work in life, but notwithstanding, she worked hard. Under Mildred's loving tuition, she no longer looked upon her poor neighbors with aversion or disgust, but set herself in many ways to aid them and ameliorate their condition. True, the task was uncongenial, and the labor hard, and the reward by no means adequate, but at least she need no longer brand herself with being a dreamer of dreams, or sigh that no human being had reason to bless her existence. A great yearning took possession of her as she stood in her gleaming silks, looking round that happy domestic circle. Mr. Lambert had not as yet stolen back to his beloved study, but sat in the bay window discussing parish affairs with Dr. Heriot. Richard had challenged the curate to a game of chess, and Chris had perched herself on the arm of her brother's chair and was watching the game. Polly, in her white dress, was striking plaintive chords with one hand and humming to herself in a sweet girlish voice. "Checkmate! You played that last move carelessly, Marsden. Your knight turned traitor," cried Richard, his handsome profile cut sharply against the lamplight. He looked cool, on the alert, while Hugh's broad face was puckered and wrinkled with anxiety. "Please do not let me interrupt you," exclaimed Ethel hurriedly. "You look all so comfortable. I only want to say good night, everyone," with a wave of her slim hand as she spoke. Richard gave a start and rose to his feet as he regarded the queenly young creature with her pale cheeks and radiant dress. A sort of perfumy fragrance seemed to pervade him as she brushed lightly past him. Something subtle seemed to steal away his faculties. Had he ever seen her look so beautiful? Ethel stopped and gave him one of her sad, kind smiles. "You do not often come to see us now, Richard. I think my father misses you," was all she said. "I will come. Yes, I will come tomorrow," he stammered. "I did not think you would miss me," he almost added, but he remembered himself in time. His face grew stern and set as he watched her in the lamplight, gliding from one to another with a soft word or two. Why was it her appearance oppressed him tonight? He thought he had often seen her dressed so before, and had gloried in her loveliness. Tonight it seemed incongruous. It chilled him, this glittering apparition in the midst of the family circle. She looked more like the probable bride of Sir Robert Ferrers than the wife of a poor curate, he told himself bitterly, as he watched her slow, lissome movements, the wavy, undulating grace that was Ethel's chief charm. And yet, as he thought it, he knew he wronged her. For the man she could love, Ethel would pull off all her glistening gewgaws, put away from her all the accessories that wealth could give her, delighting in luxury, reveling in it. It was in her to renounce it all without a sigh. Richard knew this, and paid her nobleness its just tribute, even while he chafed in his own moodiness. She would do all this, and more than this, for the man she loved, but would she ever be brought to do it for him? When alone again with Mildred, Ethel threw her arms round her friend. "Oh, Mildred, it seems worse than ever. My poor dear, night after night he sits opposite to me, and we do not speak except to exchange commonplaces, and then he carps at every deviation of opinion. I know how dreadful it must be. And then to be brought into the midst of a scene like that, pointing to the door they had just closed, to see those happy faces, and to hear all that innocent mirth, as at that moment Polly's girlish laughter was distinctly audible, with Hugh's pealing ha-ha following it, and then to remember the room I've just left. Hush, try to forget it, or the Sigourneys will wonder at your pale face." "These evenings haunt me," returned Ethel with a sort of shudder. "I think I'm losing my nerve, Mildred, but I feel positively as though I cannot bear many more of them. The great dimly lighted room, you know my weakness for light, but he says it makes his head bad, and those lamps with the great shades are all he will have. The interminable dinner, which Duncan always seems to prolong, the difficulty of finding a subject on which we shall not disagree, and the dread of falling into one of those dreadful pauses which nothing seems to break. Oh, Mildred, may you never experience it." "Poor Ethel, I can understand it all so well." Ethel dried her eyes. "It seems wrong to complain of one's father, but I have not deserved this loss of confidence. He is trying my dutifulness too much. It will not fail you. Let patience have her perfect work, Ethel. No, you must only comfort me tonight. I'm beyond even your wise maxims, Mildred. I wish I had not come. It makes me feel so sore, and yet I could not resist the longing to see you on your birthday. See, I brought you a gift," showing her a beautifully chased cross in her hand. "Dear Ethel, how wrong. I've asked you so often not to overwhelm me with your presence. How selfish to deny me my one pleasure. I've thought about this all day. We have had visitors, a whole bevy from Carlisle, and I could not get away, and now I must go to that odious party at the castle." "You must indeed not wait any longer. Your friends will be wondering," remonstrated Mildred. "Oh, no, Mrs. Sigourney is always late. You are very unsociable tonight, Mildred, just when I require so much. Only wish I knew how to comfort you. It comforts me to look into your face and hold your hand. Listen, Mildred, tonight I was so hungry and desolate for want of a kind word or look that I grew desperate. It was foolish of me, but I could have begged, as a hungry dog will beg for a crumb. What did you say? Asked Mildred breathlessly. I went and stood by his chair when I ought to have left the room. That was a mistake, was it not? With a low, bitter laugh. I think I touched his sleeve, for he drew it away with a look of surprise. Papa, I said, I cannot bear this any longer. I do not feel as though I were your child when you never look at me voluntarily. And what was his answer? Ethel, you know, I hate scenes. They simply disgust me. Only that? No, I was turning away when he called me back in his sternest manner. Your reproach is unseemly under the circumstances, but it shall be answered, he said, and his voice was so hard and cold. It is my misfortune that you are my child, for you have never done anything but disappoint me. Now do not interrupt me, as I made some faint exclamation. I've not withheld my confidence. You know my ambition, and also that I have lately sustained some very heavy losses. In default of a son, I've looked to you to retrieve our fortunes, but, in such a voice of withering scorn, I've looked in vain. Bitter words, my poor Ethel. My heart aches for you. What could such a speech mean? Can it be true that he is really embarrassed? Only temporarily. You know he dabbles in speculations. He lost a good deal by those mining shares last year. That was the reason why we missed our usual London season. No, it is not that. You see, he has never relinquished the secret ambition of a seat in Parliament. I know him so well, nothing can turn him from anything on which he has set his heart, and either of those men would have helped him to compass this end. He has no right to sacrifice you to his ambition. You need not fear. I am no Iphigenia. I could not marry Sir Robert, and I would not marry Mr. Cathcart. Thank heaven, I have self-respect enough to guard me from such humiliation. The worst is, she hesitated. Papa is so quick that he found out how his intellect fascinated me. It was the mere fascination of the moment, and died a natural death, but he will have it. I was not indifferent to him, and it is this that makes him so mad. He says it is obstinacy and nothing else. Mr. Cathcart has not renewed his offer. Forgive me, as Ethel drew herself up and looked somewhat offended. You know I dread that man, so sceptical, full of sophistry. Oh, my dear, I cannot help fearing him. You need not, with a sad smile. My heart is still in my own keeping. No, as Mildred's glance questioned her archly, I've been guilty of nothing but a little hero worship, but nevertheless, she averred, intellect and goodness must go hand in hand before I can call any man my master. I shall not despair of you finding them together, but come, I will not let you stay any longer, or your pale cheeks will excite comment. Let me wrap this cloak round you. Come. But Ethel still lingered. Don't let Richard know all this. He takes my unhappiness too much to heart already. Only ask him to come sometimes and break the monotony. He will come. Things always seem better when he is with us. He makes papa talk, and much of the restraint seems removed. Well, good night. This is sad birthday talk, but I could not keep the pain in. As Mildred softly closed the door, she saw Richard beside her. What have you been talking about all this time? He asked anxiously. Only on the old sore subject. She is very unhappy, Richard. She wants you to go oftener. You do her father good. But she looked pale tonight. She is not in fresh trouble, is she, Aunt Millie? No, only the misunderstanding gets more every day. We must all do what we can to lighten her load. Richard made no answer. He seemed thinking deeply. Even after Mildred left him, he remained in the same place. One of these days she must know it. And why not now, he said to himself, and there was a strange concentrated light in his eyes as he said it. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice, Chapter 19, The Heart of CEUR-DE-LION. At length, as suddenly become aware of this long pause, she lifted up her face, and he withdrew his eyes. She looked so fair and cold, he thought, in her unconscious grace. Ah, little dreams she of the restless care, he thought, that makes my heart to throb apace. Though we this morning part, the knowledge sends no thrill to her calm pulse. We are but friends. By Jean Ingelow. Mildred pondered long and sorrowfully that night over her friend's trouble. She knew it was no fancied or exaggerated recital of wrongs. The inmates of the vicarage had commented openly on the squire's changed looks and bearing. His cordiality had always savoured more or less of condescension, but latterly he had held himself aloof from his neighbours, and there had been a gloomy reserve in his manner that had made him well nigh unapproachable. Irritable and ready to take offence, and quick to resent even a difference of opinion, he was already on bad terms with more than one of his neighbours. Dr. Heriot's well-deserved popularity and his plainness of speech had already given umbrage to his jealous and haughty temperament. It was noticed on all sides that the doctor was a less frequent visitor at Kirkleatham House, and that Mr. Trelawney was much given to carp at any expressed opinion that emanated from that source. This was incomprehensible, to say the least of it, as he had always been on excellent terms with both father and daughter, but little did any one guess the real reason of so inexplicable a change. Ethel was right when she acknowledged that ambition was her father's besetting sin. The petty interests of Squire Arkle's life had never satiated his dominant passion and thirst for power. Side by side with his ambition and narrow aims, there was a vacuum that he would fain have filled with work of a broader type and with a pertinacity that would have been noble but for its subtle egotism. He desired to sit among the senators of his people. Twice had he essayed and twice been beaten, and it had been whispered that his hands were not quite clean, with the cleanness of a man to whom corruption is a hideous snare. And still, with a dogged resolution that ought to have served him, he determined that one day, and at all costs, his desire should be accomplished. Already there were hints of a coming election, and whispered reports of a snug borough that would not be too severely contested. But Mr. Trelawney had another aim. The Conservative member for the next borough had given offence to his constituents by bringing in a bill for the reformation of some dearly loved abuse. The inhabitants were up in arms. There had been much speechifying and a procession, during which sundry well-meaning flatterers had already whispered that the right man in the right place would be a certain Lord of Beeves and country squire, to whom the township and people were as dear as though he had first drawn breath in their midst. Parliament would shortly be dissolved, it was urged, and Mr. Trelawney's chances would be great. Already his friends were canvassing on his behalf, and among them Mr. Cathcart of Broadlands. The Cathcarts were bankers and the most influential people, and commanded a great number of votes, and it was Edgar Cathcart who had used such strong language against the aforesaid member for meddling with an abuse which had been suffered for at least 200 years, and was respectable for its very antiquity. Ethel's refusal of Edgar Cathcart had inflicted a deadly blow to her father's interests, and one that he was never likely to forgive, all the more that he was shrewd enough to suspect that she had not been altogether indifferent to his fascination of manner. Now, above all things, he had coveted this man for his son-in-law. Broadlands and its hereditary thousands should have been no mean match for the daughter of a country squire. With Edgar Cathcart to back him, he could have snapped his fingers at the few loyal voters who would have still rallied round their erring townsman, and from a hint that had been lately dropped, he knew the banker was ready at any moment to renew his offer. But Ethel had persisted in her refusal, and bitterly and loudly did her father curse the folly of a girl who could renounce such a position for a mere whim or fancy. "If you do not love him, whom do you love?" he had said to her, and courageous as she was, she had quailed before the sneer that had accompanied his words. But she never guessed the thought that rose in his mind as he said them. "She has some infatuation that makes her proof against other men's addresses," he argued angrily with himself. "No girl in her senses could be blind to the attraction of a man like Edgar Cathcart unless she's already given away her heart. I am not satisfied about this fellow Heriot. He comes here far too often, and she encourages him. I always thought he meant to marry Lambert's prim sister, but he's so deep there is no reading him. I shall have to pick a quarrel to get rid of him, for if he once gets an influence over Ethel, all Cathcart's chances are gone." Like many other narrow-minded men, Mr. Trelawney brooded over an idea until it became fixed and ineradicable. Ethel's warm reception of Dr. Herriot and her evident pleasure in his society were construed as so many evidences of his own sagacity and her guilt. His only child and heiress, for whom he had planned so splendid a future, intended to throw herself away on a common country practitioner. She meant to disgrace herself and him. The wound rankled and became envenomed, steeping his whole soul in bitterness and discontent. He was a disappointed man, he told himself, disappointed in his ambition and in his domestic affections. He had loved his wife, as such men love, next to himself. He had had a certain pride in the possession of her, and though he had ever ruled her with a rod of iron, he had mingled much fondness with his rule. But she had left him, and the sons, who had been to him as the twin apples of his eyes, had gone likewise. He had groaned and humbled himself beneath that terrible stroke, and had for a little time walked softly as one who has been smitten justly, and the pathos of his self-pity had been such that others had been constrained to feel for him, though they marvelled that his daughter with the mother's eyes had so little power to comfort him. There were times when he wondered also, when his veiled coldness showed rents in it, and he owned to a certain pride in her that was not devoid of tenderness. For it was only of late that he had fallen into such carping ways, and that the real breach was apparent. It was true Ethel had her mother's eyes, but she lacked her mother's submissive gentleness. Never a meek woman, she had yet to learn the softness that disarms wrath. Her open-eyed youth found flaws in everything that was not intrinsically excellent. She canvassed men and manners with the warm injudiciousness of undeveloped wisdom. Acts were nothing, motives everything, and no cleanness available that had a stain on its whiteness. In place of the plastic girlhood he expected, Mr. Trelawney found himself confronted by this daring and youthful Argus. He soon discovered Ethel's inner sympathies were in open revolt against his. It galled him, even in his pride, to see those clear, candid eyes measuring, half unconsciously and half incredulously, the narrow limits of his nature. Whatever he might seem to others, he knew his own child had weighed him in the balance of her harsh judging youth, and found him wanting. It was not that her manner lacked dutifulness, or that she ever failed in the outward acts of a daughter. Below the surface of their mutual reserve there was, at least on Ethel's part, a deep craving for a better understanding. But even if he were secretly fond of her, there was no denying that Mr. Trelawney was uneasy in her presence. Conscience often spoke to him in her indignant young voice. Under those shining blue eyes ambition seemed paltry, and the stratagems and manoeuvres of party spirit little better than mere truckling and the low cunning of deceit. It would not be too much to say that he almost feared her, that there were times when this sense of incongeniality was so oppressive that he would gladly have got rid of her, when he would rather have been left alone than endure the quiet, silent rebuke of her presence. Of late his anger had been very great against her. The scorn with which she had defended herself against his tenacious will had rankled deeply in his mind, and as yet there was no question of forgiveness. If he could not bend her to his purpose, he would at least treat her as one treats a contumacious child. She had spoken words, rash, unadvisable, but honest words, which even his little soul had felt deeply. No, he would not forgive her. There should be no confidence, no loving intercourse between them till she had given up this foolish fancy of hers, or had at least brought herself to promise that she would give it up. And yet, strange to say, though Dr. Herriot had become a thorn in his side, though the dread of him drove all comfort from his pillow, he yet lacked courage openly to accuse her. Some latent sense of honour within him checked him from so insulting his motherless child. It so happened that on the evening after Mildred's birthday, Dr. Herriot called up at Kirklatham House to speak to Mr. Trelawney on some matter of business. Richard was dining there, and Ethel's careworn face had relaxed into smiles at the sight of her favourite. The gloomy room seemed brightened somehow. Dinner was less long and oppressive. No awful pauses of silences fell between the father and daughter to be bridged over tremblingly. Richard's cheerful voice and ready flow of talk, a little forced perhaps, went on smoothly and evenly. Enthusiasm was not possible under the chilling restraint of Mr. Trelawney's measured sentences, but at least Ethel saw the effort and was grateful for it. Richard was holding forth fluently on a 3 days' visit to London that he had lately paid, when a muttered exclamation from Mr. Trelawney interrupted him, and a moment afterwards the door-bell rang. A shade of angry annoyance passed over the squire's handsome face. His thin lips closed ominously. "What does he want at this time of night?" he demanded, darting a suspicious glance at Ethel, whose quick ears had recognized the footsteps. Her bright flush of pleasure faded away at that wrathful look. She heaved a little petulant sigh as her father left the room, closing the door sharply after him. "It's like everything else," she murmured. "It used to be so pleasant, his dropping in of an evening, but everything seems spoiled somehow." "I do not understand. I thought Dr. Heriot was so intimate here," returned Richard, astonished and shocked at this new aspect of things. Mr. Trelawney's look of angry annoyance had not been lost on him. What had come to him? Would he quarrel with them all? "I do not understand. I have been away so long, you know," and unconsciously his voice took its softest tone. "There is nothing to understand," replied Ethel wearily. "Only papa and he are not such good friends now. They have disagreed in politics. Gentlemen will, you know. And lately Dr. Heriot has vexed him by insisting on some sanitary reforms in some of the cottages. Papa hates any interference with his tenants, and it's not easy to silence Dr. Heriot when he thinks it's his duty to speak. And sanitary reform is Dr. John's special hobby." "Yes, I see. It's a grievous pity," assented Richard, and then he resumed the old topic. It was not that he was unsympathizing, but he could not forget the happiness of being alone with Ethel. The opportunity had come for which he longed all last night. As he talked on calmly and rapidly, his temples beat and ached with excitement. Once or twice he stole a furtive glance as she sat somewhat absently beside him. Could he venture it? Would not his lips close if he essayed a subject at once so sweet and perilous? As he talked he noted every trick, every gesture, the quaint fashion of her dress, made of some soft clinging material. It had a Huguenot sleeve, he remembered, for she had told him it was designed from a French picture, and was trimmed with old Venetian point. An oddly shaped mosaic ring gleamed on one of her long taper fingers, and was her only ornament. He had never seen her look so picturesque and yet so sweet as she did that night, but as he looked the last particle of courage seemed to desert him. Ethel listened only absently as he talked. She was straining her ears to catch some sound from the adjoining room. For once Richard's talk wearied her. How loudly the birds were chirping their good night! Would he come in and wish her good bye as he used to do, and then linger for an hour or so over his cup of coffee? Hark! That was his voice. Was he going? And oh, surely that was not her father's answering him. "Hush! Oh, please hush!" she exclaimed, holding out a hand as though to silence him, and moving towards the door. "Oh, Richard, what shall we do? I knew it would come to this." "Come to what? Is there anything the matter? Please do not look so pale over it." What had she heard? What new vexation was this? But as he stood beside her, even he caught the low, vehement tones of some angry discussion. There was no denying Ethel's paleness. She almost wrung her hands. "Of course. Did I not tell you? Oh, you do not know papa. When he's angry like this, he will say things that no one can bear. Dr. Heriot will never come here again. Never. He's quarreling with all his friends. By and by he will with you, and then you will learn to hate us." "No, no, you must not say that," replied Richard soothingly. With her distress all his courage had returned. He even ventured to touch her hand, but she drew it away quickly. She was not thinking of Richard now, but of a certain kind friend whose wise counsels she had learned to value. At least he should not go without bidding her good-bye. Ethel never thought of prudence in these moments of hot indignation. To Richard's dismay, she caught her hand away from him and flung open the door. "Why is Dr. Heriot going, papa?" she asked, walking up to them with a certain majesty of gait which she could assume at times. As she asked the question, she flashed one of her keen, open-eyed looks on her father. The squire's olive complexion had turned sallow with suppressed wrath. The veins on his forehead were swollen like whipcord. As he answered her, the harshness of his voice grated roughly on her ear. "You are not wanted, Ethel. Go back to young Lambert. I cannot allow girls to interfere in my private business." "You have quarrelled with Dr. Heriot, papa," returned Ethel in her ringing tones, and keeping her ground unflinchingly in spite of Richard's whispered remonstrance. "Come away, you'll only make it worse," he whispered, but she had turned her face impatiently from him. "Papa, it is not right, it is not fair. Dr. Heriot has done nothing to deserve such treatment, and you're sending him away in anger." "Ethel, how dare you?" returned the squire. "Go back into that room instantly. If you have no self-respect and cannot control your feeling, it is my duty to protect you." "Will you protect me by quarrelling with all my friends?" returned Ethel in her indignant young voice. Her delicate nostrils quivered, the curve of her long neck was superb. "Dr. Heriot has only told you the truth, as he always does." "Indeed, you must not judge your father. After all, he has a right to choose his own friends in his own house. You are very good, Miss Trelawney, to try and defend me, but it is your father's quarrel, not yours." "If you hold intercourse with my daughter after this, you are no man of honour," began the squire with rage, but Dr. Heriot quietly interrupted him. "As far as I can, I will respect your strange caprice, Mr. Trelawney, but I hope you do not mean to forbid my addressing a word to an old friend when we meet on neutral ground." And the gentle dignity of his manner held Mr. Trelawney's wrath in abeyance, until Ethel's imprudence kindled it afresh. "It is not fair! I protest against such injustice!" she exclaimed, but Dr. Heriot silenced her. "Hush! It is not your affair, Miss Trelawney. You are so generous, but indeed your father and I are better apart for a little. When he retracts what he has said, he will not find me unforgiving. Now, good-bye." The brief sternness vanished from his manner, and he held out his hand to her with his old kind smile. His eyes were full of benignant pity as he looked at her young pale face. It was so like her generosity to defend her friends, he thought. Richard followed him down the long carriage road, and they stood for a while outside the lodge gates. If Dr. Heriot held the clue to this strange quarrel, he kept his own counsel. "He's a narrow-minded man, with warped views and strong passions. He may cool down and find out his mistake one day," was all he said to Richard. "I only pity his daughter for being his daughter." He might well pity her, Richard little thought, as he hurried after his friend, what an angry hurricane the imprudent girl had brought on herself with all her courage. The squire made her quail and tremble under his angry sneers. "Papa, papa," was all she could say when the last bitter arrow was launched at her. "Papa, say you do not mean it, that he cannot think that." "What else can a man think when a girl is fool enough to stand up for him? For once, yes, for once, I was ashamed of my daughter." "Ashamed of me!" drawing herself up, but beginning to tremble from head to foot. "That she, Ethel Trelawney, should be subjected to this insult?" "Yes, ashamed of you, that my daughter should be absolutely courting the notice of a beggarly surgeon. That—" "Papa, I forbid you to say another word." In a voice that thrilled him, it was so like her mother's, when she had once, yes, only once, risen against the oppression of his injustice. "You have gone too far. I repel your insinuation with scorn. Dr. Heriot does not think this of me." "What else can he think?" But he blenched a little under those clear, innocent eyes. "He will think I'm sorry to lose so good a friend," she returned, and her breast heaved a little. "He will think that Ethel Trelawney hates injustice even in her own father. He will think what is only true and kind," her voice dropping into sadness, and with that she walked silently from the room. She was hard hit, but she would not show it. Her step was as proud as ever till she had left her father's presence, and then it faltered and slackened, and a great shock of pain came over her face. She had denied the insinuation with scorn, but what if he really thought it? What if her imprudent generosity, always too prone to buckle on harness for another, were to be construed wrongly? What if in his eyes she should already have humiliated herself? With what sternness he had rebuked her judgment of her father! With him, want of dutifulness and reverence were heinous sins that nothing could excuse. She remembered how he had ever praised meekness in women, and how, when she had laughingly denied all claim to that virtue, he had answered her half sadly, "No, you are not meek, and never will be until trouble has broken your spirit. You are too aggressive by nature to wear patiently the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit." And she remembered how that half-jesting, half-serious speech had troubled her. Ethel's feeling for Dr. Heriot had been the purest hero worship. She had been proud of his friendship, and the loss of it under any circumstances would have troubled her sadly. She had never blinded herself to the fact that more than this would be impossible. Already her keen eyes had lighted on his probable choice, someone who should bring meekness in lieu of beauty, and fill his home with the sunshiny sweetness of her smile. She will be a happy woman, whoever she is, thought Ethel, with a sigh, not perfectly free from envy. There were so few men who were good as well as wise, and this was one, she said to herself, and a flood of sadness came over her as she remembered that speech about her lack of meekness. If he could only think well of her, if she had not lost caste in his eyes, she thought, it might still be well with her, and in a half-sad, half-jesting way she had pictured her life as Ethel Trelawney, always walking in maiden meditation, fancy-free, a little solitary, perhaps, a trifle dull, but wiser and better when the troublesome garb of youth was laid aside, and she could, as in very honesty she longed to do now, call all men her brothers. But the proud maidenly reserve was stabbed at all points. True or untrue, Ethel was writhing under those sneering words. Richard found her on his return standing white and motionless by the window. Her eyes had a plaintive look in them, as of a wild animal too much hurt to defend itself. Her pale cheeks alarmed him. "Why do you agitate yourself so? There's no cause. Dr. Heriot has just told me it's a mere quarrel that may be healed any time." "It is not that. It is those bitter, cruel words," she returned in a strange, faraway voice, "that one's own father should say such things." And then her lip quivered, and two large tears welled slowly to her eyes. Ah, there was the secret stab. Her own father. "My dear Miss Trelawney, Ethel, I cannot bear to see you like this. You're overwrought. All this has upset you. Come into the air, and let us talk a little." "What is there to talk about?" she returned dreamily. He had called her Ethel for the first time since their old childish days, and she had not noticed it. She had offered no resistance as he brought a soft fleecy shawl and wrapped it round her, and then gently removed the white, motionless fingers that were clutching the window frame. As they moved hand in hand over the grassy terrace, she was quite unconscious of the firm, warm pressure. Somewhere far away she was thinking of a forlorn Ethel, whose father had spoken cruel words to her. Richard was always good to her. Always, there was nothing new in that. Only once she turned and smiled at her favourite, with a smile so sad and sweet that it almost broke his heart. "How kind you are! You always take such care of me, Richard." "I wish I could. I wish I dare try," he returned in an odd, choked voice. "Let us go to your favourite seat, Ethel. The sun is not set yet." "It has set for me tonight," she replied mournfully. The creeping mists winding round the blue bases of the far-off hills suited her better, she thought. She followed Richard mechanically into the quaint kitchen garden. There was a broad terrace walk, with a seat placed so as to command the distant view. Great bushes of cabbage roses and southern wood scented the air. Gilly flowers and sweet williams and old-fashioned stocks bloomed in the borders. Below them the garden sloped steeply to the crofts, and beyond lay the circling hills. In the distance they could hear the faint pealing of the curfew bell and the bleating of the flocks in the crofts. Ethel drew a deep sigh. The sweet calmness of the scene seemed to soothe her. "You are right to bring me here," she said at last, gratefully. I have brought you here because I want to speak to you, returned Richard with the same curious break in his voice. His temples were beating still, but he was calm, strangely calm, he remembered afterwards. How did it happen? Were the words his own or another's? How did it come that she was shrinking away from him with that startled look in her eyes, and that he was speaking in that low, passionate voice? Was it this he meant when he called her Ethel? No, no, say you do not mean it, Richard. Oh, Richard, Richard, her voice rising into a perfect cry of pain. What, must she lose him too? Dear, how can I say it? I've always meant to tell you, always. It's not my fault that I've loved you, Ethel. The love has grown up and become a part of myself ever since we were children together. Does anyone know? She asked, and a vivid crimson mantled in her pale cheeks as she asked the question. Yes, my father knows, and Aunt Milly. I think they all guessed my secret long ago. All but you, in a tenderly reproachful voice. Why should they not know? I'm not ashamed of it, continued the young man a little loftily. Somehow they had changed characters. It was Ethel who was timid now. But they could not have approved, she faltered at last. Why should they not approve? My father loves you as a daughter. They all do. They would take you into their hearts, and you would never be lonely again. Oh, Ethel, is there no hope? Do you mean that you cannot love me? I've always loved you, but we're too young. Yes, that is it. We are too young, too much of an age. If I marry, I must look up to my husband. Indeed, we are too young, Richard. I am, you mean. How calm he was growing. Why, his very voice was under his control now. Listen to me, dear. I am only 6 months older than you, but in a love like mine, age does not count. It is no boyish lover you are dismissing, Ethel. I am older in everything than you. I should not be afraid to take care of you. No, he was not afraid. As she looked up into that handsome, resolute face and read there the earnestness of his words, Ethel's eyes dropped before that clear, dominant glance, as they had never done before. It was she that was afraid now, afraid of this young lover, so grave, so strong, so self-controlled. This was not her old favourite, this new, quiet-spoken Richard. She would fain have kept them both, but it must not be. May I speak to your father? He pleaded. At least you will be frank with me. I have little to offer, I know, a hard-working curate's home, and that not yet. Hush, I will not have this from you, and for a moment Ethel's true woman's soul gleamed in her eyes. If you were penniless, it would make no difference. I would give up everything, anything for the man I loved. For shame, Richard, when you know I loathe the very name of riches. Yes, I know your great soul, Ethel. It is that I love even more than your beauty, and I must not tell you what I think of that. It is not because I'm poor and unambitious that you refuse me. No, no, she returned hurriedly. You know it is not. And you do not love anyone else? No, Richard, still more faintly. Then I will not despair. And as he spoke, there rushed upon him a sudden conviction, from whence he knew not, that one day this girl whom he was wooing so earnestly, and who was silencing him with such brief, sweet replies, should one day be his wife, that the beauty and the great soul and the sad, yearning heart should be his and no other's, that one day, a long distant day perhaps, he should win her for his own. And with the conviction, as he told Mildred long afterwards, there came a settled calm and a wonderful strength that he'd never felt before. The world, his own world, seemed flooded over with this great purpose and love of his. And as he stood there before her, almost stooping over and not yet touching her, there came a vivid brightness into his eyes that scared Ethel. "What are you thinking, Richard?" she said almost tremblingly. "Nay, I must not tell you." Should he tell her? Would she credit this strange prophecy of his? Dimly across his mind as he stood there before her, there came the thought of a certain shepherd who waited 7 years for the Rachel of his love. "No, I will not tell you, dear. Give me your hand." And as she gave it him, wondering and yet fearful, he touched it lightly and reverently with his lips. "Now I must go. Some day, years hence perhaps, I shall speak of this again. Until then we are friends still, is it not so?" Yes, yes, she returned eagerly. We must try to forget this. I cannot lose you altogether, Richard. You will never lose me, perhaps. Yes, it will be better. I may go away for a little time. You must promise me one thing, to take care of yourself, if only for the sake of your old friend Richard. Yes, I will promise, she returned, bursting into tears. Oh, why was her heart so hard? Why could she not love him? As she looked after him walking with grave, even strides down the garden path, a passionate pity and yearning seemed to wake in her heart. How good he was, how noble, how true. Oh, if he were not so young, and I could love him as he ought to be loved, she said to herself as the gate clanged after him, and she was left alone in the sunset. End of chapter 19, read by Sandra.
Chapter 20 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 20. Wharton Hall Farm. A dappled sky, a world of meadows, circling above us, the black rooks fly, forward, backward, lo their dark shadow flits on the blossoming tapestry, bare, grassy slopes, where kids are tethered round valleys, like nests all ferny lined, round hills with fluttering tree-tops feathered, swell high in their freckled robes behind. Jean Ingelow. Mr. Lambert was soon made acquainted with his son's disappointment, but his sympathy was somewhat chilled by Richard's composed tranquillity of bearing. Perhaps it might be a little forced, but the young man certainly bore himself as though he had sustained no special defeat. The concentrated gravity of purpose which had scared Ethel was still apparent. "You need not be so anxious about me, father," he said, with almost a smile, in return to Mr. Lambert's look of questioning sadness. "I've climbed too high and had a fall, that is all. I must bear what other and better men have borne before me." "My brave boy, but Carty, is there no hope of relenting?" "None. She would not have me. That is all I can tell you," returned Richard, in the same quiet voice. "You must not take this too much to heart. It is my fate to love her, and to go on loving her. If she refused me a dozen times, it would be the same with me, father." Mr. Lambert shook his head. He was greatly troubled. For the moment his heart was a little sore against this girl, who was the destroyer of his son's peace. "You may hide it from me, but you will eat out your heart with sadness and longing," he said with something of a groan. Richard was very dear to him, though he was not Benjamin. He was more like Joseph, he thought, a little quaintly, as he looked up at the noble young face. Yes, Joseph, the ruler among his brethren. "Ah, Carty, it is not to be, I suppose. And now you will eat out your heart and youth with the longing after this girl." "Do not think so meanly of me," returned the young man with a flush. "You loved my mother for 3 years before you married her, and I only pleaded my cause yesterday. Do you think I should be worthy of loving the noblest, yes, the noblest of women?" he continued, his grey eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, "if I were so weakly to succumb to this disappointment? Laborare est orare. That shall be my motto, father. We must leave results in higher hands." "God bless and comfort you, my son," returned Mr. Lambert with some emotion. He looked at Richard with a sort of tender reverence. Would that all disappointed lovers could bear themselves as generously as his brave boy, he thought, and then they sat for a few minutes in silence. "You do not mind my going away for a little while, I think Roy would be glad to have me?" asked Richard presently. "No, Carty, but we shall be sorry to lose you. If I were only thinking of myself, I would remain. But it will be better for her," he continued, hesitating. "She could not come here, at least, not yet. But if I were away, it would make no difference. I want you all to be kinder than ever to her father. And now his voice shook a little for the first time. You do not know how utterly lonely and miserable she is. And the promise given, Richard quietly turned the conversation into other channels. But he was less reticent with Mildred, and to her he avowed that his pain was very great. I can bear to live without her, at least I could be patient for years, but I cannot bear leaving her to her father's sorry protection. If my love could only shield her in her trouble, I think I could be content, and Mildred understood him. We will all be so good to her for your sake, she returned with a nice womanly tact, not wearying him with effusion of sympathy, but giving him just the comforting assurance he needed. Richard's fortitude and calmness had deceived his father, but Mildred knew something of the silence of exceeding pain. Thank you, he said in a low voice, and Mildred knew she had said the right thing. But as he was bidding them goodbye 2 days afterwards, he beckoned her apart from the others. Aunt Milly, I trust her to you, he said hurriedly. Remember, all my comfort lies in your goodness to her. Yes, Richard, I know as far as I can I will be her friend. You shall hear everything from me. And so she sent him away half comforted though his heart ached with its mighty burden of love, and though he would have given half his strong young years to hear her say, I love you, Richard. Could older men love better, nay, half as well as he did, with such self-sacrificing purity and faith? Yes, his pain was great, for delay and uncertainty are bitter to the young, and they would fain cleave with impatient hand the veiled mystery of life, but nevertheless his heart was strong within him, for though he could not speak of his hope, for fear that others might call it visionary, yet it stirred to the very foundation of his soul, for so surely as he suffered now, he knew that one day he should call Ethel Trelawney his wife. When Richard was gone and the household unobservant and occupied in its own business, Mildred quietly fetched her shady hat and went through the field paths bordered by tall grasses and great shiny ox-eyed daisies which led to the shrubberies of Kirkleatham. The great house was blazing in the sunshine. Ethel's doves were cooing from the tower. Through the trees Mildred could see the glimmer of a white gown. The basket-work chair was in its old place under her favourite acacia tree. The hills looked blue and misty in the distance. Ethel turned very pale when she saw her friend, and there was visible constraint in her manner. I did not expect you should not have come out in all this heat, Mildred. I knew you would scold me, but I have not seen you for nearly a week, so I came through the tropics to look after you, returned Mildred playfully. You are under my care now. Richard begged me to be good to you, she continued more seriously. A painful flush crossed Ethel's face. Her eyelids dropped. You must not let this come between us, Ethel. It will make him more unhappy than he is, and I fear, speaking still more gravely, that though he says so little about himself, that he must be very unhappy. Ethel tried ineffectually to control her emotion. I could not help it. You have no right to blame me, Mildred, she said in a low voice. No, you could not help it. Who blames you, dear? Not I, nor Richard. It was not your fault, my poor Ethel, that you could not love your old playmate. It is your misfortune and his, that is all. I know how good he is, returned Ethel with downcast eyes. Yes, it was her misfortune. She knew, was he not brave and noble, her knight, sans peur et sans reproche, her lion-hearted Richard? Could any man be more worthy of a woman's love? And yet she had said to him, nay, I know he is good, too good, she said with a little spasm of fury against her own hardness of heart, and I was a churl to refuse his love. Hush, how could you help it? We cannot control these things, we women, returned Mildred, still anxious to soothe. She looked at the pale girl before her with a feeling of tender awe, not unmixed with envy that she should have inspired such passionate devotion, and yet remained untouched by it. This was a puzzle to gentle Mildred. You must try to put it all out of your mind and come to us again, she finished with an unconscious sigh. Richard wished it. That is why he's gone away. Has he gone away? Asked Ethel with a startled glance, and Mildred's brief resentment vanished when she saw how heavy the once brilliant eyes looked. Richard would have been grieved as well as comforted if he had known how many tears Ethel's hardness of heart had caused her. She had been thinking very tenderly of him until Mildred came between her and the sunshine. She was sorry and yet relieved to hear he was gone. The pain of meeting him again would be so great, she thought. It was wise of him to go, was it not? Returned Mildred. It was just like his kind consideration. Oh, you do not know Richard? No, I do not know him, replied Ethel humbly. When he came and spoke to me, I would not believe it was he himself. It seemed another Richard, so different. Oh, Mildred, tell me that you do not hate me for being so hard, not as I hate myself. No, no, my poor child, returned Mildred fondly. Ethel had thrown herself on the grass beside her friend, and was looking up in her face with great pathetic eyes. With her white gown and pale cheeks, she looked very young and fair. Mildred was thankful Richard could not see her. No, whatever happens, we shall always be the same to each other. I shall only love you a little more because Richard loves you. There was not much talk after that. Ethel's shyness was not easily to be overcome. The sweet, dreamy look had come back to her eyes. Mildred had forgiven her. She would not let this pain come between them. She might still be with her friends at the vicarage, and as she thought of this, she blessed Richard in her heart for his generosity. But Mildred went back a little sadly down the croft, and through the path with the great white daisies. The inequality of things oppressed her. The surface of their little world seemed troubled and disturbed, as though with some impending changes. They were girls and boys no longer, but men and women, with full-grown capacities for joy and sorrow, with youthful desires stretching hither and thither. Most men work out their lot in life after all. Carty may get his heart's desire. It is only women who must wait till their fate comes to them, sometimes with empty hands, thought Mildred a little rebelliously, looking over the long level of sunshine that lay before her, and then she shook off the thought as though it stung her, and hummed a little tune as she filled her basket with roses. Roses and sunshine, a golden paradise hiding somewhere behind the low blue hills, the earth radiant under the divine glittering smile, a fragrant wind sweeping over the sea of grass till it rippled with green light. And God saw that it was good, this beautiful earth that he had made. Yes, it is good. It is only we who cloud and mar its brightness with our repinings, thought Mildred, preaching to herself softly as she laid the white buds among her ferns, a jarring note, a missing chord, and we are out of harmony with it all, and though the sun shines, the midges trouble us. It was arranged that on the next day Mr. Marsden was to escort Mildred and her nieces to Wharton Hall, that the young curate might have an opportunity of witnessing a Westmoreland clipping. It was an intensely hot afternoon, but neither Polly nor Chris were willing to give up the expedition, so as Mildred was too good-natured to plead a headache as an excuse, and as Olive was always ready to enact the part of a martyr on an emergency, neither of them owned how greatly they dreaded the hot, shadeless roads. It is a long lane that has no turning, gasped Hugh as they reached the little gate that bounded the Wharton Hall property. It is a mercy we have escaped sunstroke. Providence is kinder than you deserve, you see, observed a quiet voice behind him. And there was Dr. Heriot leading his horse over the turf. Miss Lambert, have you taken leave of your usual good sense, or have you forgotten to consult your thermometer? I was unwilling to disappoint the girls, that was all, returned Mildred. They were so anxious that Mr. Marsden should be initiated into the mysteries of sheep clipping. Mrs. Colby has promised us some tea, and we shall have a long rest, and return in the cool of the evening. I think I shall get an invitation for tea, too. My mare has lamed herself, and I wanted Michael Colby's head man to see her. He is a handy fellow. I was here yesterday on business. They were clipping then. Mr. Marsden ought to have been here 2 years ago, interposed Polly eagerly. Mr. Colby got up a regular old-fashioned clipping for Aunt Milly. Oh, it was such fun. What are their fashions in sheep-shearing? Asked Hugh in an amused tone. They were still standing by the little gate. Under the shade of some trees before them were the farm buildings and outhouses, and the great ivied gateway which led to the courtyard and house. Under the grey walls were some small Scotch oxen. A peacock trailed its feathers lazily in the dust. The air was resonant with the bleating of sheep and lambs. The girls in their white dresses and broad-brimmed hats made a pretty picture under the old elms. Mildred looked like a soft grey shadow behind them. There are clippings and clippings, returned Dr. Heriot sententiously in answer to Hugh's half-amused and half-contemptuous question. This is a very ordinary affair compared with that to which Polly refers. How so? Asked Hugh curiously. Owners of large stocks, I've been told, often have their sheep clipped in sections, employ a certain number of men from day to day, and provide a certain number of sheep, each clipper turning off 7 or 8 sheep an hour. Well, in the old-fashioned clipping, oh, that was another affair. It involved feasting and revelry. The owner of a farm like this, for example, sets apart a special day and bids his friends and neighbors for miles round to assist him in the work. It is generally considered that a man should clip 70 sheep in a day, a good clipper 80. I thought the sheep washing last month a very amusing sight. Ah, Sowerby tells me that sheep improve more between washing and clipping than at any other period of equal length. Have you ever seen Best's farming book, 200 years old? If you can master the old spelling, it is very curious to read. It says there that a man should always forbear clipping his sheep till such time as he find their wool indifferently well risen from the skin, and that for divers reasons. Give us the reasons, laughed Hugh. I believe if I were not in holy orders, I should prefer farming to any other calling. And Dr. Heriot drew out a thick notebook. I was struck with the quaintness and copied the extract out verbatim. This is what old Bess says. 1. When the wool is well risen from the skin, the fleece is, as it were, walked together on the top, and underneath it is but lightly fastened to the undergrowth, and when a fleece is thus, it is called a mattress coat. 2. When wool is thus risen, there is no waste, for it comes wholly off without any bits or locks. 3. Fleeces, when they are thus, are far more easy to wind up, and also more easy for the clippers, for a man may almost pull them off without any clipping at all. 4. Sheep that have their wool thus risen have, without question, a good undergrowth, whereby they will be better able to endure a storm than those that have all taken away to the very skin. You will notice, Marsden, as I did when I first came here, that the sheep are not so clearly shorn as in the south. They have a rough, almost untidy look, but perhaps the keener climate necessitates it. An old proverb says the man that is about to clip his sheep must pray for 2 fair days and 1 fair week. That needs translation, Dr. Heriot. Chris looks puzzled. I must annotate Best, then, and dear Michael Sowerby is my informant. Don't you see, farmers like a fine day beforehand that the wool may be dry, the day he clips, and the ensuing week that the sheep may be hardened and their wool somewhat grown before a storm comes. They shear earlier in the south, observed Hugh. He was curiously interested in the whole thing. According to Best, it used to be here in the middle of June, but it is rarely earlier than the end of June or beginning of July. There is an old saying, and a very quaint one, that you should not clip your sheep till you see the grasshopper sweat, and it depends on the nature of the season, whether early or late, when this phenomenon appears in the pastures. I see no sort of information comes amiss to Dr. Heriot, was Hugh's admiring aside to Olive. Olive smiled and nodded. The conversation had not particularly interested her, but she liked this idle lingering in the shade, the ivied walls and gateway, and the small blue-black cattle, with the peacocks strutting in the sun, made up a pretty picture. She followed almost reluctantly when Dr. Heriot stretched himself and called to his mare, who was feeding beside them, and then led the way to the sheep pens. Here there was blazing sunshine again, hoarse voices and laughing, and the incessant bleating of sheep, and all the bustle attendant on a clipping. Mr. Colby came forward to meet them with warm welcome. He was a tall, erect man with a pleasant, weather-beaten face, and a voice with the regular Westmoreland accent. Hugh, as the newcomer, was treated with marked attention, and regret was at once manifested that he should only witness such a very poor affair. But Hugh Marsden, who had been bred in towns, thought it a very novel and amusing sight. There were 10 or 12 clippers at work, each having his stool or creel, his pair of shears, and a small cord to bind the feet of the victims. The patient creatures lay helplessly under the hands that were so skilfully denuding them of their fleece. Sometimes there was a struggling mass of wool, but in most instances there was no resistance, and it was impossible to help admiring the skill and rapidity of some of the clippers. The flock was penned close at hand. Boys caught them when wanted and brought them to the clippers, received them when shorn, and took them to the markers, who also applied the tar to the wounded. In the distance the lambs were being dipped, and filled the air with their distressful bleatings, refusing to recognize in the shorn, miserable creatures that advanced to meet them the comfortable, fleecy parents they had left an hour ago. Olive watched the heart-rending spectacle till her heart grew pitiful. The poor sheep themselves were baffled by the noxious sulphur with which the fleece of the lambs were dripping. In the pasture there was confusion, a mass of white shivering bodies, now and then ecstasies, recognition, contempt. To her the whole thing was a living poem. The innocent faces, the unrest, the plaintive misery, were intact with higher meanings. This miserable little lamb, dirty and woebegone, cannot find its mother, she thought to herself. It is even braving the terrors of the crowded yard to find her. Even with these dumb, unreasoning creatures, love casteth out fear. Mr. Colby has been telling us such a curious thing, said Hugh, coming to her side and speaking with his usual loud-voiced animation. He says that in the good old times the fell clergy always attended these clippings and acted the part of doctor, applied the tar to the wounded sheep. Colby has rather a racy anecdote on that subject, observed Dr. Heriot, overhearing him. Let's have it, Michael, while your wife's tea is brewing. By the by, I've not tasted your clipping ale yet. All right, Doctor, it is to the fore. If the story you mean concerns the election of a minister, I think I remember it. Of course you do. 2 of the electors were discussing the merits of the rival candidates, one of whom had preached his trial sermon that day. Michael Colby rubbed his head thoughtfully. Aye, now I mind. Aye, says one, a vera good sarmon. John, I think he'll do. Do, says John. Aye, for a Sunday priest, I'll grant ye, he's all weel enough. By fur clippins and Kersnan's tutor, he'll bang out naught. Mildred was no longer able to conceal that her head ached severely. At a whispered request from Polly, Dr. Heriot led the way to the farmhouse. Strangers seeing Wharton Hall for the first time are always struck by the beauty of the old gateway, mantled in ivory, through which is the trim, flowered bordered enclosure with its comfortable dwelling house and low, long dairy, and its picturesque remnant of ruins, the whole forming 3 sides of a quadrangle. Wharton Hall itself was built by Thomas Lord Wharton about the middle of the 16th century, and is a good specimen of a house of the period. Part of it is now in ruins, a portion of it occupied as a farmhouse. Mrs. Colby, a trim, natty-looking little body, was bustling about the great kitchen with her maids. Tea was not quite ready, and there was a short interval of waiting in a long, narrow room upstairs with a great window looking over the dairy and garden and the beautiful old gateway. I call this my ideal of a farmhouse, cried Hugh enthusiastically as they went down the old crazy staircase, having peeped into a great empty room, which Polly whispered would make a glorious ballroom. The sunshine was streaming into the great kitchen through the narrow windows. July as it was, a bright fire burnt in the huge fireplace. The little round table literally groaned under the dainties with which it was spread. Steel forks and delicate old silver spoons lay side by side. The great clock ticked. The red-armed maids went clattering through the flagged passages and dairies. A brood of little yellow chickens clucked and pecked outside in the dust. What a picture it all is, said Olive, and Dr. Heriot laughed. The white dresses and the girls' fresh faces made up the principal part of the picture to him. The grand old kitchen, the sunshine and the gateway outside were only the background, the accessories of the whole. Polly wore a breast knot of pale pinky roses. She had laid aside her broad-brimmed hat as she moved hither and thither in her trailing dress with her short, almost boyishly cropped hair. She looked so graceful and piquant that Dr. Heriot's eyes followed her everywhere with unconscious pleasure. Polly was more than 18 now, but her hair had never grown properly. It was still tucked behind the pretty little ears, and the smooth, glossy head still felt like the down of an unfledged bird. There was something uncommon about Polly Ellison's style, as the people said, and as Mildred sometimes observed to Dr. Heriot, Polly is certainly growing very pretty. He thought so now as he watched the delicate, high-bred face, the cheeks as softly tinted as the roses she wore. Polly's gentle fun always made her the life of the party. She was busily putting in the sugar with the old-fashioned tongs. She carried the cups to Dr. Heriot and Hugh with saucy little speeches. How well Mildred remembered that evening afterwards. Dr. Heriot had placed her in the old rocking chair beside the open window and had thrown himself down on the settle beside her. Chris, who was a regular salamander, had betaken herself to the farmer's great elbow chair. The other girls and Hugh had gathered round the little table. The sunshine fell full on Hugh's beaming face and Olive's thoughtful profile. How peaceful and bright it all was, she thought, in spite of her aching head. The girlish laughter pealed through the room. The sparrows and martins chirped from the ivy. The sheep bleating sounded musically from the distance. It is an ill wind that blows no one any good, laughed Dr. Heriot. My mare's lameness has given me an excuse for idleness. Look at that fellow Marsden. It puts one into a good temper only to look at him. He reminds one of a moorland breeze, so healthy and so exuberant. We are going to see the dairy, cried Polly, springing up. Chris and I and Mr. Marsden. Olive is too lazy to come. No, I'm only tired, returned Olive, a little weary of the mirth and longing for quiet. When the others had gone, she stole up the crazy stairs and stood for a long time at the great window, looking at the old gateway. They all wondered where she was, when Hugh found her and brought her down, and they walked home through the grey, glimmering fields. I wonder of what you were thinking when I came in and startled you, asked Hugh presently. I don't know, at least I cannot tell you, returned Olive, blushing in the dusky light. Could she tell anyone the wonderful thoughts that sometimes came to her at such hours? Would he understand it if she could? The young man looked disconcerted, almost hurt. You think I should not understand, he returned, a little piqued in spite of his sweet temper. You have never forgiven me my scepticism with regard to poetry. I thought you did not bear malice, Miss Olive. Neither do I, she returned, distressed. I was only sorry for you then, and I'm sorry now you miss so much. Poetry is like music, you know, and seems to harmonize and go with everything. Nature has made me prosaic and stupid, I suppose, returned Hugh, almost sorrowfully. He did not like to be told that he could not understand. He had a curious notion that he would like to know the thoughts that had made her eyes so soft and shining. It seemed strange to him that any girl should dwell so apart in a world of her own. How you must despise me, he said at last with a touch of bitterness, for being what I am. Hush, Mr. Marsden, how can you talk so? Returned Olive in a voice of rebuke. The idea shocked her. What were her beautiful thoughts compared to his deeds? Her dreamy, contemplative life contrasted with his intense working energies. As she looked up at the great, broad-shouldered young fellow striding beside her, with swinging arms and a great voice and simple boyish face, it came upon her that perhaps his was the very essence of poetry, the entire harmony of mind and will with the work that was planned for him. Oh, Mr. Marsden, you must never say that again, she said earnestly, so that Hugh was mollified. And then, as was often the case with the foolish, fond fellow, when he could get a listener, he descanted eagerly about his little Croydon house and his mother and sisters. Olive was always ready to hear what interested people. She thought Hugh was not without a certain homely poetry as she listened. Perhaps the moonlight, the glimmering fields, or Olive's soft sympathy inspired him, but he made her see it all. The little old house with its faded carpet and hangings, and its cupboards of blue dragon china, bogey china, as they had called it in their childhood, the old-fashioned country town, the grey old almshouses, Church Street, steep and winding, and the old church with its square tower and 4 poplar trees. Yes, she could see it all. Olive and Chris even knew all about Dora and Florence and Sophie. They had seen their photographs at least a dozen times, large, plain-featured women with pleasant, kindly eyes, Dora especially. Dora was an invalid and wrote little books for the Christian Knowledge Society in Florence, and Sophie gave lessons in the shabby little parlor that looked out on Church Street. Through the wire blinds the sisters, little scholars, looked out at the old-fashioned butcher's shop and the adjoining jewelers. At the back of the house there was a long, narrow garden with great bushes of lavender and rosemary. The letters that came to Hugh were all fragrant with lavender. Great bunches of it decked the vases in his little parlor. At Miss Farrar's antimacassars, knitted socks, endless pen wipers, and kettle holders were fashioned for Hugh. In the little back room, with its narrow windows looking over the garden, where Dora always lay on her little couch. "See, it's such a good woman. They are all such good women," he would say with clumsy eloquence that went to Olive's heart. "They are never sad and moping. They believe the best of everybody and work from morning till night, and they are so good to the poor, Sophie especially." "How I should like to know them," Olive would reply simply. She believed Hugh implicitly when he assured her that Florence was the handsomest woman he knew. Love had beautified those plain-featured women into absolute beauty. Divine kindness and goodness shone out of their eyes. Devotion and purity had transformed them. "That is what Dora says. She would so like to know you. They have read your book, and they think it beautiful. They say you must be so good to have such thoughts," cried Hugh, with sudden effusion. "What are you two young people talking about?" cried Dr. Harry's voice in the darkness. "Polly has quarrelled with me, and Chris is cross, and Miss Lambert is dreadfully tired." "Are you tired, Aunt Millie? Mr. Marsden has been telling me about his sisters, and I think we have had a little quarrel too." "No, it was I that was cross," returned Hugh with his big laugh. "It always tries my temper when people talk in an unknown tongue." Olive gave him a kind look as she bade him good night. "I've enjoyed hearing about your sister, so you must never call yourself prosaic and stupid again, Mr. Marsden," she said as she followed the others into the house. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 21. Under STENKRITH Bridge. I never felt chill shadow in my heart until this sunset. George Eliot. A few days after the Wharton Hall clipping, Mildred went down to the station to see some friends off by the train to Penrith. A party of bright-faced boys and girls had invaded the vicarage that day, and Mildred, who was never happier than when surrounded by young people, had readily acceded to their petition to walk back with them to the station. It was a lovely July evening, and as Mildred waved her last adieu and ascended the steps leading to the road, she felt tempted to linger, and instead of turning homewards, to direct her steps to a favourite place, they often visited STENKRITH Bridge. STENKRITH Bridge lies just beyond the station and carries the Nateby Road across the river and the South Durham Railway. On either side of the road there are picturesque glimpses of this lovely spot. Leaning over the bridge, one can see huge fragmentary boulders, deep shining pools, and the spray and froth of a miniature cascade. There is an interesting account of this place by a contemporary, which is worthy of reproduction. He says, "Above the bridge, the water of Eden finds its way under, between, or over some curiously shaped rocks, locally termed Bakram, in which, by the action of pebbles driven round and round by the water in times of flood, many curious holes have been formed. Just as it reaches the bridge, the water falls a considerable depth into a round-shaped pool or lum, called KERNAN, hole. The word hole is an unnecessary repetition. The place has its name from the fact that by the action of the water it has been partly hollowed out between the rock. At all events is cup or coop shaped, and the water which falls into it is churned and agitated like cream in an old-fashioned churn before escaping through the fissures of the rocks. After falling into KERNAN hole, the water passes through a narrow fissure into another pool or lum at the low side of the bridge called Span Dub, which has been so named because the distance of the rocks between which the river ran and which overshadow it could be spanned by the hand. We doubt not that grown men and adventurous youths had many a time stretched their hands across the narrow chasm, and remembered and talked about it when far away from their native place, and when strangers came to visit our town, and saw the beautiful river on the banks of which it stands, they would be hard to convince that half a mile higher up it was only a span wide. But William Ketching came lusting for notoriety, stretched out his evil hand across the narrow fissure, declared he would be the last man to span Eden, and with his walling hammer broke off several inches from that part of the rock where it was most nearly touching. It was vera bad, says an old friend of ours who remembers the incident. Vera bad on him. He shouldn't have done it. It was girt curiosity to span Eden. Mildred had an intense affection for this beautiful spot. It was the scene of many a merry gypsy tea, and in the summer Olive and she often made it their resort, taking their work or books and spending long afternoons there. This evening she would enjoy it alone, with only pleasant thoughts for company, she said to herself, as she strolled contentedly down the smooth green glade where browsing cattle only broke the silence, and then made her way down the bank to the riverside. Here she sat down, wrapped for a time by the still beauty of the place. Below her, far as she could see, lay the huge grey and white stones through which the water worked its channel. Low trees and shrubs grew in picturesque confusion. Dark, lichen-covered rocks towered, jagged and massive, on either side of the narrow chasm. Through the arch of the bridge one saw a vista of violet blue sky and green foliage. The rush of the water into KERNAN hole filled the ear with soft, incessant sound. Someone beside Mildred seemed rooted to the spot. "This is a favorite place with you, I know," said a voice in her ear, and Mildred, roused from her dreams, started and turned round, blushing with the sudden surprise. "Dr. Heriot, how could you? You have startled me dreadfully." "Did you not see me coming?" he returned, jumping lightly from one rock to the other, and settling himself comfortably a little below her. "I saw you at the station and followed you here. Do I intrude on pleasanter thoughts?" he continued, giving her the benefit of one of his keen, quiet glances. "No, oh no," stammered Mildred. All at once she felt ill at ease. The situation was novel, unexpected. She had often encountered Dr. Heriot in her walks and drives, but he had never so frankly sought her out as on this evening. His manner was the same as usual, friendly, self-possessed, but for the first time in her life Mildred was tormented with a painful self-consciousness. Her slight confusion was unnoticed, however, for Dr. Heriot went on in the same cool, well-assured voice. "You are such a comfortable person, Miss Lambert. One can always depend on hearing the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth from you. I confess I should have been grievously disappointed if you had sent me about my own business." "Am I given to dismiss you in such a churlish manner, Dr. Heriot?" returned Mildred, with a little nervous laugh, but she only thought, how strange of him to follow me here. "You are the soul of courtesy itself. You have a benevolent forehead, Miss Lambert. Entertainment for pilgrims ought to be bound round it, as a sort of phylactery. Why are women so much more unselfish than men, I wonder?" "They need something to compensate them for their weakness," she returned softly. "Their weakness is strength sometimes, and masters our brute force. I'm in the mood for moralizing, you see. Last Sunday evening I was reading my Pilgrim's Progress. I've retained my old childish penchant for it. Apollyon with his darts was my favourite nightmare for years. When I came to the part about charity and the palace beautiful, I thought of you." Mildred raised her eyes in surprise, and again the sensitive colour rose to her face. Dr. Heriot was given to moralizing, she knew, but it was a little forced this evening. In spite of his coolness, a suppressed excitement bordered the edge of his words. He looked like a man on the brink of a resolution. "The damsel discretion would suit me better," she said at last, with assumed lightness. "Yes, discretion is your handmaid, but my name fits you more truly," he returned with a kind look, which somehow made her heart beat faster. "Your sympathy offers such a soft pillow for sore hearts and aches and troubles. Have you a ward for incurables, as well as for the sick and maimed waifs and strays of humanity, I wonder?" "Dr. Heriot, what possesses you this evening?" returned Mildred with troubled looks. How strangely he was talking. Was he in fun or earnest? Ought she to stay there and listen to him, or should she gently hint to him the expediency of returning home? A dim instinct warned her that this hour might be fraught with perilous pleasure. A movement would break its spell. She rose hastily. "You are not going?" he exclaimed, raising himself in some surprise. "It is still early. This is an ungrateful return for the compliment I've just paid you. I'm certain it is discretion now, and not charity, that speaks." "They will be expecting me," she returned. Dr. Heriot had risen to his feet and now stretched out his hand to detain her. "They do not want you," he said, with a persuasive smile. "They can exist an hour without Aunt Milly. Sit down again, Charity, I entreat you, for I have followed you here to ask your advice. I really need it," he continued seriously, as Mildred still hesitated. But a glance at the grave, kind face decided her. Perhaps, after all, he had some trouble, and she might help him. It could be no harm. It was only too pleasant to be sitting there monopolizing his looks and words, usually shared with others. The opportunity might never occur again. She would stop and hear all that he had to say. Was he not her brother's friend, and hers also? Dr. Heriot seemed in no hurry to explain himself. He sat throwing pebbles absently into the watery fissures at their feet, while Mildred watched him with some anxiety. Time had dealt very gently with Dr. Heriot. He looked still young, in the prime of life. A close observer might notice that the closely cropped hair was sprinkled with grey, but the lines that trouble had drawn were almost effaced by the kindly hand of time. There was still a melancholy shade in the eyes, an occasional dash of bitterness in the kind voice, but the trouble lay far back and hidden, and it could not be denied that Dr. Heriot was visibly happier than he had been 3 years ago. Yes, it was true. Sympathy had smoothed out many a furrow, Kindly fellowship and close intimacy had brightened the life of the lonely man. Little discrepancies and angles had vanished under beneficent treatment. The young, fresh lives around him, with their passionate interests, their single-eyed pursuits, lent him new interest and fostered that superabundant benevolence. And hope and its twin sister desire bloomed by the side of his desolate hearth. Dr. Harriot had ever told himself that passion was dead within him, slain by that deadly disgust and terror of years. A man cannot love twice, as I loved Margaret, he had said to his friend more than once, and the two men drawn together by a loss so similar and yet so diverse had owned that in their case and with their faithful tenacity no second love could be possible. But you are a comparatively young man. You are in the very prime of life, Harriet. You ought to marry, his friend had said to him once. I do not care to marry for friendship and companionship, he had answered. My wife must be everything or nothing to me. I must love with passion or not at all. And there had risen up before his mind the dreary spectacle of a degraded beauty that he once had worshipped, and which had power to charm him to the very last. It was 3 years since Dr. Harriot had uttered his bitter protest against matrimony, and since then there had grown up in his heart a certain sweet fancy which had emanated first out of pure benevolence, but which, while he cherished and fostered it, had grown very dear to him. He was thinking of it now, as the pebbles splashed harmlessly in the narrow rivulets, while Mildred watched him, and thought with curious incongruity of the dark, sunless pool lying behind the grey rocks, and of the wild churning and seething of foamy waters which seemed to deaden their voices. Would he ever speak, she wondered. She sat with folded hands, and a soft, perplexed smile on her face as she waited, listening to the dreamy rush of the water. He roused himself at last in earnest. How good you are to me, Miss Lambert. After all, I have no right to tax your forbearance. All friends have a right, was the low answer. All friends, yes. I wonder what any very special friend dare claim from you. I could fancy your goodness without stint or limit, then. It would bear comparison with the deep waters of COOP, KERNAN Hole itself. Then you flatter me. But she blushed. Yes, to her sorrow, as Mildred rarely blushed. You see, I am disposed to shelter myself beside it. Miss Lambert, I need not ask you. You know my trouble. Your trouble? Oh, yes, Arnold told me. And you are sorry for me? More than I can say. And Mildred's voice trembled a little, and the tears came to her eyes. With a sort of impulse, she stretched out her hand to him, that beautiful woman's hand he had so often admired. Thank you, he returned gratefully, and holding it in his. Miss Lambert, I feel you are my friend, that I dare speak to you. Will you give me your advice tonight, as though you were my sister? Can you doubt it? In a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. A slight, almost imperceptible shiver passed over her frame, but her mild glance still rested on his averted face. Some subtle sadness that was not pain seemed creeping over her. Somewhere there seemed a void opened, an empty space filled with a dying light. Mildred never knew what ailed her at that moment, only as she sat there with her hands once more folded in her lap, she thought again of the dark, sunless pool lying behind the grey rocks, and of the gruesome cavern where the churned and seething waters worked their way to the light. Somewhere from the distance Dr. Harriot's voice seemed to rouse her. You are so good and true yourself that you inspire confidence. A man dare trust you with his dearest secret, and yet feel no dread of betrayal. You are so gentle and so unselfish that others lay their burdens at your feet. No, please don't praise me. I have done nothing that any other woman would not have done, returned Mildred in a constrained tone. She shrank from this praise. Somehow it wounded her sensibility. He must talk of his trouble and not her, and then perhaps she would grow calm again, more like the wise, self-controlled Mildred he thought her. I only want to justify the impulse that bade me follow you just now, he returned with gentle gravity. You shall not lose the fruit of your humility through me, Miss Lambert. I'm glad you know my sad story. It makes my task an easier one. You must have suffered greatly, Dr. Harriot. Ah, have I not? Catching his breath quickly. You do not know. How can you? How a man of my nature loves the woman he has made his wife. She must have been very beautiful. The words escaped from Mildred before she was aware. Beautiful, he returned, in a tone of gloomy triumph. I never saw a face like hers, never. But it was not her beauty only that I loved. It was herself, her real self, as she was to others, never to me. You may judge the power of her fascination when I tell you that I loved her to the last, in spite of all, in spite of all, and though she murdered my happiness. Oh, the heaven our home might have been, if our boy had lived, speaking more to himself than to her, but her calm voice recalled him. Time heals even these terrible wounds. Yes, time and the kindness of friends. I was not ungrateful, even in my loneliness. Since Margaret died, I've been thankful for moderate blessings, but now they cease to content me. In spite of my resolve never to call another woman my wife, I'm growing strangely restless and lonely. You have thought of someone? You want my advice? My assistance, perhaps? Would those churning waters never be still? A fine trembling passed through the folded fingers, but the sweet, quiet tones did not falter. Were there two Mildreds, one suffering a new, unknown pain, the other sitting quietly on a grey boulder, with the water lapping to her very feet? Yes, I have thought of someone, was the steady answer. I've thought of my ward. Polly? Ah, surely those seething waters must burst their bounds now, and overwhelm them with a noisy flood. Was she dreaming? Did she hear him aright? Yes, Polly, my bright-faced Polly. Miss Lambert, you must not grow pale over it. I'm not robbing Aunt Milly of one of her children. Polly belongs to me. As thy days, so shall thy strength be. The words seemed to echo in her heart. Mildred could make nothing of the pain that had suddenly seized on her. Some unerring instinct warned her to defer inquiry. Aunt Milly? Yes, she was only Aunt Milly and nothing else. You are right. Polly belongs to you, she said, looking at him with wistful eyes, out of which the tender, shining light seemed somehow faded. But you must not sacrifice yourself for all that, she continued with the old-fashioned wisdom he had ever found in her. There you wrong me. It will be no sacrifice, he returned eagerly. Year by year, Polly has been growing very dear to me. I've watched her closely. You could not find a sweeter nature anywhere. She is worthy of a good man's love, returned Mildred in the same calm, impassive tone. You are so patient that I must not stint my confidence, he exclaimed. I must tell you that for the last 2 years this thought has been growing up in my heart, at first with reluctant anxiety, but lately with increasing delight. I love Polly very dearly, Miss Lambert, all the more that she is so dependent on me. Mildred did not answer, but evidently Dr. Heriot found her silence sympathetic, for he went on in the same absorbed tone. I do not deny that at one time the thought gave me pain, and that I doubted my ability to carry out my plan, but now it is different. I love her well enough to wish to be her protector, well enough to redeem her father's trust. In making this young orphan my wife, I shall console myself. My conscience and my heart will be alike satisfied. She is very young, began Mildred, but he interrupted her a little sadly. That is my only remaining difficulty. She is so young. The discrepancy in our ages is so apparent. I sometimes doubt whether I'm right in asking her to sacrifice herself. A strange smile passed over Mildred's face. Are you sure she will regard it in that light, Dr. Heriot? What do you think? He returned eagerly. It is there. I want your advice. I'm not disinterested. I fear my own selfishness. My hearth is so lonely. Think how this young girl with her sweet looks and words will brighten it. Dare I venture it? is Polly to be won? She is too young to have formed another attachment, mused Mildred. As far as I know, she is absolutely free, but I cannot tell. It is not always easy to read girls. A fleeting thought of Roy and a probable childish entanglement passed through Mildred's mind as she spoke, but the next moment it was dismissed as absurd. They were on excellent terms, it was true, but Polly's frank, sisterly affection was too openly expressed to excite suspicion, while Roy's flirtations were known to be legion. A perfectly bewildering number of Christian names were carefully entered in Polly's pocketbook, annotated by Roy himself. Polly was cognizant of all his love affairs, and alternately coaxed and scolded him out of his secrets. "And you think she could be induced to care for her old guardian?" asked Dr. Heriot, and there was no mistaking the real anxiety of his tone. "Why do you call yourself old?" returned Mildred almost brusquely. "If Polly be fond of you, she will not find fault with your years. Most men do not call themselves old at 8 and 30. "But I have not led the life of most men," was the sorrowful reply. "Sometimes I fear a bright young girl will be no mate for my sadness." "It has not turned you into a misanthrope. You must not be discouraged, Dr. Heriot. Trouble has made you faint-hearted. The best of your life lies before you. You may be sure of that. You know how to comfort Miss Lambert. You lull fears to sleep so sweetly that they never wake again. You will wish me success, then?" "Yes, I will wish you success," she returned, with a strange melancholy in her voice. Was it for her to tell him that he was deceiving himself, that benevolence and fancy were painting for him a future that could never be verified? He would take this young girl into the shelter of his honest heart, but would he satisfy her? Would he satisfy himself? Would his hearth be always warm and bright when she bloomed so sweetly beside it? Would her innocent affection content this man with his deep, passionate nature and yearning heart? Would there be no void that her girlish intellect could not fill? Alas, she knew him too well to lay such flattering unction to her soul, and she knew Polly too. Polly would be no child-wife, to be fed with caresses. Her healthy woman's nature would crave her husband's confidence without stint and limit. There must be response to her affection, an answer to every appeal. "I will wish you success," she had said to him, and he had not detected the sadness of her tone. Only as he turned to thank her, she had risen quickly to her feet. "Is it so late? I ought not to have kept you so long," he exclaimed as he followed her. "Yes, the sun is set," returned Mildred hurriedly, but as they walked along side by side, she suddenly hesitated and stopped. She had an odd fancy, she told him, but she wanted to see the dark pool on the other side of the grey rock. COOP, Kerman Hole, she thought they called it, for through all their talk it had somehow haunted her. "If you will promise me not to go too near," he had answered, "for the boulders are apt to be slippery at times." And Mildred had promised. He was a little surprised when she refused all assistance and clambered lightly from one huge boulder to another, and still more at her quiet intensity of gaze into the black, sullen pool. It was so unlike Mildred, cheerful Mildred, to care about such places. The sunset had quite died away, but some angry, lurid clouds still lingered westward. The air was heavy and depressed. No breeze stirred the birches and aspens. Below them lay COOP, Kernan Hole, black and fathomless. Above them the pent-up water leaped over the rocks with white, resistless force. "We shall have a storm directly. This place looks weird and uncanny tonight. Let us go." "Yes, let us go," returned Mildred with a slight shiver. What is there to wait for? What indeed? She did not now refuse the assistance that Dr. Heriot offered her. Her energy was spent. She looked white and somewhat weary when they reached the little gate. Dr. Heriot noticed it. "You look as if you had seen a ghost." "I shall not bring you to this place again in the gloaming," he said lightly, and Mildred had laughed too. What had she seen? Only a sunless pool, with night closing over it, only grey rocks, washed evermore with the foaming torrent, only a yawning chasm through which churning waters seethed and worked their way, where a dying light could not enter, and above thunderclouds, black with an approaching storm. Yes, I shall come again, not now, not for a long time, and you shall bring me, she had answered him, with a smile so sweet and singular that it had haunted him. True, prophetic words, but little did Mildred know when and how she would stand beside COOP KERNAN whole again. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 22. Dr. Harriet's Ward. I can pray with pureness for her welfare now, since the yearning waters bravely were pent in. God, he saw me cover with a careless brow signs that might have told her of the work within. Philip Stanhope Worsley. The pretty shaded lamps were lighted in the drawing-room. A large grey moth had flown in through the open windows and brushed round them in giddy circles. Polly was singing a little plaintive French air, Roy's favourite, tra-la-la, qui-va-la. It went on with odd little trills and drawn-out chords. Olive's book had dropped to her lap. One long braid of hair had fallen over her hot cheek. Mildred's entrance had broken the thread of some quiet dream. She uttered an exclamation, and Polly's music stopped. "Dear Aunt Milly, how late you are, and how tired you look." "Yes, I am tired, children. I've been to STENKRITH, and Dr. Harriet found me, and we have had a long talk. I think I've missed my tea, and—" "Aunt Milly, you look dreadful," broke in Polly impulsively. "You must sit there," pushing her with gentle force into the low chair, "and I shall go and bring you some tea, and you are not to talk." Mildred was only too thankful to submit. She leant back wearily upon the cushions Polly's thoughtfulness had provided, with an odd feeling of thankfulness and unrest. How good her girls were to her. She watched Polly coming across the room, slim and tall, carrying the little tea-tray, her long dress flowing out behind her with gentle, undulating movement. The lamplight shone on the purple cup and the softly tinted peach, lying beside it, placed there by Polly's soft little fingers. She carried a little filigree basket, a mere toy of a thing, heaped up with queen's cakes. A large creamy rose detached itself from her dress and fell on Mildred's lap. "This is the second time you have shivered, and yet your hands are warm. Oh, so warm," said the girl anxiously, as she hung over her. Mildred smiled and roused herself and tried to do justice to the little feast. They had all had a busy day, she said with a yawn, and stretching herself. The vicarage had been a babel since early morning, with all those noisy tongues. Yes, the tea had refreshed her, but her head still ached, and she thought it would be wiser to go to bed. "Please do go, Aunt Milly." Olive had chimed in, and when she had bidden them good night, she heard Polly's flute-like voice bursting into tra-la-la again as she closed the door. "Qui-va-la," she hummed to herself as she crept wearily along. The storm had broken some miles below them, and only harmless summer lightning played on the ragged edges of the clouds as they gleamed fitfully, now here, now there. There were sudden glimpses of dark hills and a grey, still river, with some cattle grouped under the bridge, and then darkness. How strange to shiver in such heat, thought Mildred as she sat down by the open window. She scarcely knew why she sat there, only for a few minutes, just to think it all out, she said to herself as she pressed her aching forehead between her hands. But hours passed, and still she did not move. Years afterwards, Mildred was once asked which was the bitterest hour of her life, and she had grown suddenly pale, and the answer had died away on her lips. The remembrance of this night had power to chill her even then. A singular conflict was raging in Mildred's gentle bosom. Passions hitherto unknown stirred and agitated it. The poor soul, dragged before the tribunal of inexorable womanhood, had pleaded guilty to a crime that was yet no crime, the sin of having loved unsought. Unconsciousness could shield her no longer. The beneficent cloak of friendship could not cover her. Mutual sympathy, the united strength of goodness and intellect, her own pitying woman's heart, had wrought the mischief under which she was now writhing with an intolerable sense of terror and shame. And how intolerable can only be known by any pure-minded woman under the same circumstances. It would not be too much to say that Mildred absolutely cowered under it. Tranquillity was broken up. The brain, calm and reasonable no longer, grew feverish with the effort to piece together tormenting fragments of recollection. Had she betrayed herself? How had she sinned if she had so sinned? What had she done that the agony of this humiliation had come upon her? She who had thoughts of others, never of herself. Was this the secret of her false peace? Was her life indeed robbed of its sweetest illusion? She who had hoped for nothing, expected nothing, would she now go softly all her days, as one who had lost her chief good? And yet, what had she desired, but to keep him as her friend? Was not this the sum and head of her offending? O God, thou knowest my integrity, she cried from the depths of her suffering soul. Alas, was it her fault that she loved him? Was it only her fancy that some sympathy, subtle but profound, united them? Was it not he who deceived himself? Ah, there was the stab. She knew now that she was nothing to him, and he was everything to her. Her very unconsciousness had prepared this snare for her. She had called him her friend, but it had come to this, that his step was as music in her ear, and the sunshine of his presence had glorified her days. How she had looked for his coming! With what quiet, welcoming smiles she had received her friend! His silence had been as sweet to her as his words. The very seat where he sat, the very reels of cotton on her little work-table with which he had played, were as sacred as relics in her eyes. How she had leant on his counsel! His yea was yea to her, and his nay, nay. How wise and gentle he had ever been with her. Once she had been ill, and the tenderness of his sympathy had made her almost love her illness. You must get well, we cannot spare you, he had said to her, and she had thanked him with her sweetest smiles. How happy they had been in those days! The thought of any change had terrified her. Sometimes she had imagined herself 20 years older, but Mildred Lambert still with a grey-haired friend coming quietly across in the dusk to sit with her and Arnold when all the young ones were gone, her friend, always her friend. How pitiable had been her self-deception. She must have loved him even then. The thought of Margaret's husband marrying another woman, and that woman, the girl that she had cherished as her own daughter, tormented her with a sense of impossibility and pain. Good heavens, what if he deceived himself? What if for the second time in his life he worked out his own disappointment, passion, and benevolence, leading him equally astray? Sadness indescribable and profound steeped the soul of this noble woman. Pitiful efforts after prayer, while searching for light, for her lost calmness, for mental resolve and strength, broke the silence of her anguish. But such a struggle could not long continue in one so meek, so ordinarily self-controlled. Then came the blessed relief of tears. Then, falling on her knees and bowed to the very dust, the poor creature invoked the presence of the great sufferer, and laid the burden of her sorrow on the broken heart of her Lord. One who loved Mildred found long afterwards a few lines, copied from some book and marked with a red marginal line, with the date of this night affixed. So, out in the night, on the wide, wild sea, when the wind was beating drearily, and the waters were moaning wearily, I met with him who had died for me. Had she met with him? Had the wounded hand touched hers in the dark? Who knows? The lightnings ceased to play along the edges of the cloud. The moon rose, the long shadows projected from the hills. The sound of cattle hoofs came crisply up the dry channel of the beck, and still Mildred knelt on, with her head buried on her outstretched arms. I will not go unless thou bless me. Was that her prayer? Not in words, perhaps, but as the day broke, with faint gleams and tints of ever-broadening glory, Mildred rose from her knees and looked over the hills with sad, steadfast eyes. The conflict had ceased. The conqueror was only a woman no longer young, with pale cheeks, with faded, weary eyes, but never did braver hands gird on the cross that must henceforth be carried unflinchingly. Mine be the pain, and his the happiness, she whispered. Her knees were trembling under her with weakness. She looked wan and bloodless, but her soul was free at last. I am innocent. I've done no wrong. God is my witness, she cried in her inmost heart. I shall fear to look no man in the face. God bless him. God bless them both. He is still my friend, for I have done nothing to forfeit his friendship. God will take care of me. I have duty, work, blessings innumerable, and a future heaven when this long weariness is done. And again, he will never know it. He will never know that yesterday as I stood by his side, I longed to be lying at the bottom of the dark, sunless pool. It was a wicked wish. God forgive me for it. I saw him look at me once, and there was surprise in his eyes, and then he stretched out his kind hand and led me away. And then once more, there is no trouble unendurable but sin, and I thank my God that the shame and the terror has passed, and left me, weak indeed, but innocent as a little child. If I had known, but no, his hand has been with me through it all. I'm not afraid. I've not betrayed myself. I can bear what God has willed. She had planned it all out. There must be no faltering, no flinching, not a moment must be unoccupied. Work must be found, new interests sought after, heart sickness subdued by labor and fatigue. There was only idleness to be dreaded, so she told herself. It has been often said by cynical writers that women are better actors than men, that they will at times play out a part in the dreary farce of life that is quite foreign to their real character, dressing their face with smiles while their heart is still sore within them. But Mildred was not one of these. She had been taught in no ordinary school of adversity. In the dimness of that 7 years' seclusion, she had learnt lessons of fortitude and endurance that would have baffled the patience of weaker women. Flesh and blood might shrink from the unequal combat, but her courage would not fail. Her strength, fed from the highest sources, would still be found sufficient. Henceforth for Mildred Lambert there should shine the light of a day that was not clear nor dark. She knew that for her no dazzling sunrise of requited love should flood her woman's kingdom with brightness. Happiness must be replaced by duty, by the quiet contentment of a heart at leisure from itself. There is no trouble unendurable but sin, she had said to herself. Oh, that other poor sufferers in heart, in this world's good things would lay this truth to their souls. It would rob sorrow of its sting. It would lift the deadly mists from the charnel house itself. For to the Mildreds of life, religion is no Sunday garb to be laid aside when the weekday burdens press heaviest, no garbled mixture of sentiment and symbolic rites, of lip worship and heart freedom tolerated by the civilized heathenism of the present day. For in their heart they know that to the Christian, suffering is a privilege, not a punishment, that from the days of cavalry, take up thy cross and follow me, is the literal command, literally obeyed by the true followers of the great master of suffering. Mildred was resolved to tolerate no weakness. She dressed herself quickly and was down at the usual time. How old and faded I looked, she thought, as she caught the reflection of herself in the glass. Her changed looks would excite comment, she knew, and she braced herself to meet it. With tolerable equanimity, a sleepless night could be pleaded as an excuse for heavy eyes and swollen eyelids. Polly, indeed, seemed disposed to renew her soft manipulations and girlish officiousness, but Mildred contrived to put them aside. She was going down to the schools, and after that there were the old women at the workhouse and at Nateby. She said with the quiet firmness which always made Aunt Millie's decrees unalterable, her girls must take care of themselves until she returned. Charity begins at home, Aunt Millie. I'm sure Olive and I are worth a score of old women, grumbled Polly, who in season and out of season was given to clatter after Mildred in her little high-heeled shoes. Dr. Harriet's ward was becoming a decidedly fashionable young lady. The pretty feet were set off by silver buckles. Polly's heels tapped the floor endlessly as she tripped hither and thither. Polly's long skirts, always crisp and rustling, her fresh, dainty muslins, her toy aprons and shining ribbons, were the themes of much harmless criticism. The little hands were always faultlessly gloved. London-marked boxes came to her perpetually. with Roy's saucy compliments. Wonderful ruby and cream-colored ribbons were purchased with the young artist's scanty savings, nor was Dr. Heriot less mindful of the innocent vanity that somehow added to Polly's piquancy. The little watch that ticked at her waist, the gold chain and locket, the girlish ring with its turquoise heart, were all the gifts of the kind guardian and friend. Dr. Heriot's bounty was unfailing. The newest books found their way to Olive's and Mildred's little work tables. Chris was made happy by additions to her menagerie of pets, a gray parrot, a skye terrier whose shaggy coat swept the ground. Even pink-eyed rabbits found their way to the vicarage. The grand silk dresses that Dr. Heriot had sent down on Polly's last birthday for her and Olive were nothing in Chris's eyes compared to Fritter my wig, who could smoke, draw corks, bark like a dog, and reduce veteran Rag to desperation by a vision of concealed cats on the stable wall. Chris's oddities were not disappearing with her years. Indeed, she was still the same captious little person as of old, with her bright eyes and tawny-colored mane. She was decidedly picturesque, though stooping shoulders and the eyeglass her short sight required detracted somewhat from her good looks. On any sunny afternoon she could be seen sitting on the low step leading to the lawn, her parrot, Fritter my wig, on her shoulder, and Tatters and Witch at her feet, and most likely a volume of Euripides on her lap. The quaint little figure, the red-brown tousle of curls, the short striped skirt, and gold eye-glasses struck Roy on one of his rare visits home. One of his most charming pictures was painted from the recollection. There was an old woman, it was called. Chris objected indignantly to the dolls that were introduced, though Roy gravely assured her that he had adhered to Hugh's beautiful idea of the 12 months. Polly had some reason for her discontent and grumbling. The weather had changed, and heavy summer rains seemed setting in, and Mildred's plan for her day did not savour of prudence. It suited Mildred's sombre thoughts better than sunshine. She went upstairs almost cheerfully, and took out a grey cloak that was Polly's favourite aversion on the score that it reminded her of a Sister of Charity cloak. Not that I do not love and honour sisters, she had added by way of excuse, but I should not like you to be one, Aunt Milly. And Mildred had hastened to assure her that she had never felt it to be her vocation. She remembered Polly's speech now as she shook out the creases, the straight, long folds. The unobtrusive colour somehow suited her. I think people who are not young ought always to dress in black or grey, she said to herself. Butterfly colours are only fit for girls. I should like nothing better than to be allowed to hide all this hair under a cap and Quaker's bonnet. And yet, as she said this, Mildred remembered with a sudden pang that Dr. Heriot had once observed in her hearing that she had beautiful hair. She went on bravely through the day. No work came amiss to her. After a time she ceased even to feel fatigue. Once the crowded schoolroom would have made her head ache after the first hour or so, but now she sat quite passive, with the girls sewing round her, and the boys spelling out their tasks with incessant buzz and movement. The old women in the workhouse did not tire her with their complaints. She sat for a long time by the side of one old creature who was bedridden and palsied. The idiot girl, alas, she was 40 years old, blinked at her with small dazed eyes as she showed her the gaily coloured picture she had pasted on rag for her amusement, and followed her contentedly up and down the long whitewashed wards. In the cottages she was as warmly welcomed as ever. One sick child whom she had often visited held out his little arms and ceased crying with pain when he saw her. Mildred laid aside her damp cloak and walked up and down the flagged kitchen for a long time, with the boy's head on her shoulder, singing to him with her low, sweet voice. "Ay, but he's terrible fond of you, poor thing," exclaimed the mother gratefully. She was an invalid too, and lay on a board beside the empty fireplace, looking out of the low latticed window crowded with flower pots. The other children gathered round her, plucking her skirt shyly and listening to Mildred's cooing voice. The little fellow's blue eyes seemed closing drowsily. One small blackened hand stole very near Mildred's neck. "There's a home for little children above the bright blue sky," sang Mildred. "Ay, Jock, but thou ill varmint, thou'll niver gang oop if thou be'st like a bargist," whispered the woman to a white-headed urchin beside her, who seemed disposed for a roar. "A cares lil nay, I don't," muttered Jock contumaciously to Jock's unregenerated mind. The white robes and the palms seemed less tempting than the shouts of his little companions outside. "There's ill Geordie, And Dawson Sue, he grumbled, rubbing his eyes with his dirty fists. Gang thee thy ways, or I'll fetch thee a skelp with my stick, returned the poor mother, weary of the discussion, and Jock scampered off, nothing loath. Mildred sang her little hymn all through as the boy's head drooped heavily on her shoulder as she walked up and down. Her dreamy eyes had a far-off look in them, and yet nothing escaped her notice. She saw the long rafter over her head, with the Sunday boots and shoes neatly arranged on it, with bunches of faint-smelling herbs hanging below them. The adjoining door was open. The large bare room, with its round table and bedstead and heaped-up coals on the floor, was plainly visible to her, as well as its lonely occupant, darning black stockings in the window. After all, where she is lonely, she thought, as Bet Hutchinson, who lived by herself with only a tabby cat for company and kept her coal cellar in her bedroom, and yet though Bet had weak eyes and weak nerves and was clean out of her wits on the subject of the Boggle family, from the Boggle with Tway Heads down to Jock's Barkeist a hint, the Yat stew. Bet's superstition was a household word with her neighbours, daft Bet and her Boggles affording a mine of entertainment to the gossips of Nateby. Mildred and latterly Hugh Marston had endeavoured to reason Bet out of her fancies, but it was no use. I saw summat, nay, I saw summat, she always persisted. I was the most daft. 'Twas to boggle, and naught else, she murmured. Mildred was no weak girl to go mourning about the world because her heart must be emptied of its chief treasure. Bet's penurious loneliness read her a salutary lesson. Her own life, saddened as it was, grew rich by comparison. If in mercy thou wilt spare joys that yet are mine, she whispered, as she laid the sleeping child down in the wooden cot and spread the patched quilt lovingly over him. Jock grinned at her from behind an oyster shell and mud erection. Little Geordie and Dawson Sue were with him. "I've just Jan Halfpenny left," she heard him say as she passed. Mildred had finished the hardest day's work that she had ever done in her life, but she knew that it was not yet over. Dr. Heriot was not one to linger over a generous impulse. If it is worth doing at all, one should do it at once, was a favourite maxim of his. Mildred knew well what she had to expect. She was only thankful that the summer's dusk allowed her to slip past the long French window that always stood open. They were lighting the lamp already. Someone, probably Olive, had asked for it. A voice that struck Mildred cold with a sudden anguish railed playfully against bookworms who could not afford a blind man's holiday. "He is here, of course. I knew how it would be," she murmured as she groped her way a little feebly up the stairs. She would have given much for a quiet half-hour in her room, but it was not to be. The tapping sound she dreaded already struck upon her ear, the crisp rustle of garments in the passage, then the faint knock and timid entrance. "I knew it was Polly. Come in. Do you want me, my dear?" The tired voice striving bravely after cheerfulness. "Aunt Milly, oh, Aunt Milly, I thought you would never come." And in the dark, two soft little hands clasped her tight, and a burning face hid itself in her neck. "Oh," with a sort of gasp, "I have wanted my Aunt Milly so badly." Then the noble womanly heart opened with a great rush of tenderness, and took in the girl who had so unconsciously become a rival. "What is this, my pet? Not tears, surely?" For Polly had laid her head down, and was sobbing hysterically with excitement and relief. "I cannot help it. I was longing all the time for Papa to know. And then it was all so strange, and I thought you would never come. I shall be more comfortable now," sobbed Polly, with a girlish abandon of mingled happiness and grief. "Directly I heard your step outside the window, I made an excuse to get away to you. I ought not to have left you. It was wrong, but no, it could not be helped," returned Mildred in a low voice. She pressed the girl to her and stroked the soft hair with cold, trembling fingers. "Are those happy tears, my pet? Hush, you must not cry any more now." "They do me good. I felt as though I were someone else downstairs, not Polly at all. Oh, Aunt Milly, can you believe it? Do you think it is all real?" "What is real? You have told me nothing yet, remember. Shall I guess, Polly? Is it a great secret, a very great secret, my darling?" "Aunt Milly, as though you did not know, when he told me that you and he had had a long talk about it yesterday." "He, Dr. Heriot, I suppose you mean?" "He says I must call him something else now," returned the girl in a whisper. "But I have told him I never shall. He will always be Dr. Heriot to me, always. I don't like his other name, Aunt Milly. No one does." "John? I think it beautiful," with a certain sharp pain in her voice. She remembered how he had once owned to her that no one had called him by this name since he was a boy. He had been christened John Harriet, Harriet, and his wife had always called him Harriet. Only my mother ever called me John, he had said in a regretful tone, and Mildred had softly repeated the name after him. It has always been my favorite name, she had owned, with that simplicity that was natural to her, and his eyes had glistened as though he were well pleased. It is beautiful. It reminds one of St. John. I've always liked it, she said a little quickly. His wife called him Harriet. Yes, I know, he told me, but I'm so young, and he is not exactly old, Aunt Millie, but— Do you love him, Polly? Child, do you really love him? And for a moment Mildred put the girl from her with a sort of impatience and irritation of suspense. Polly's pretty face was suffused with hot blushes when she came back to her place again. He asked me that question. I told him yes. How can one help it? And he's so good. Aunt Millie, you have no idea how kind and gentle he was when he saw he frightened me. Frightened you, my child? The strangeness of it all, I mean. I could not understand him for a long time. He talked quite in his old way, and yet somehow he was different, and all at once I found out what he meant. Well, and then I got frightened, I suppose. I thought, how could I satisfy him? And he's so much older and cleverer. He is so immeasurably above all my girlish silliness, and so I could not help crying a little. Poor little Polly! But he comforted you? Oh, yes, with more blushes. He talked to me so beautifully that I could not be afraid any more. He said that for years this had been in his mind, that he had never forgotten how I had wanted to live with him and take care of him, and how he had always called me his sweet little Aarcee ever since. Oh, Aunt Millie, I know he wants me. It was so sad to hear him talk about his loneliness. You will not let him be lonely any longer? I've lost my Polly, I see. No, you must not say so, throwing her arm round her, only with a sort of bashful pride, very new in Polly. He has no one to take care of him but me. Then he shall have our sunbeam, God bless her. And Mildred kissed her proudly. I hope you did not tell him he was old, Polly. He asked me if I thought him so, and of course I said it was only I who was too young. And what did he say to that? He laughed and said it was a fault that I should soon mend, but that he meant to be very proud as well as fond of his child wife. Do you know he actually thinks me pretty, Aunt Millie? He is right. You are pretty, very pretty, Polly, she repeated absently. She was saying in her own heart, Dr. Harriet's wife, John Harriet's child wife, over and over again. Roy never would tell me so because he said it would make me vain. Roy will be glad about this, will he not, Aunt Millie? I do not know. Nay, I hope so, my darling. And Richard and all of them, they are so fond of Dr. Harriet. Do you remember how often they have joked him about Harriet's choice? Yes, I remember. A sudden spasm crossed Mildred's gentle face, but she soon controlled herself. She must get used to these sharp pangs, these recollections of the happy, innocent past. She had misunderstood her friend, that was all. Dear Aunt Millie, make me worthier of his love, whispered the girl with tears in her eyes. He is so noble, my benefactor, my almost father, and now he's going to make me his wife, and I'm so young and childish. And she clung to Mildred, quivering with vague, irrepressible emotion. Hush, you will be his sunbeam as you have been ours. What did he call you? His Aarcee? You must keep that name, my pet. But you will teach me. He thinks so much of you. He says you are the gentlest and the wisest, and the dearest friend he has ever had. Where are you going, Aunt Millie? For Mildred had gently disengaged herself from the girl's embrace. Hush, we ought to go down. You must not keep me any longer, dear Polly. He will expect it is my duty to see him. Mildred was adjusting her hair and dress with cold, shaking fingers, while Polly stood by and shyly helped her. It does not matter how you look, the girl had said, with innocent, unconscious sarcasm. You are so tired. The tumble gray alpaca will do for tonight. No, it does not matter how I look, replied Mildred calmly. A colorless, weary face and eyes, with an odd shine and light in them, were reflected between the dimly burning candles. Polly stood beside her, slim and conscious. She had dried her tears, and a sweet, honest blush mantled her young cheeks. The little foot tapped half impatiently on the floor. You have no ribbons or flowers, but perhaps after all it will not be noticed, she said with pardonable egotism. No, he will have only eyes for you tonight. Come, Polly, I'm ready. And as the girl turned coy and seemed disposed to linger, Mildred quietly turned to the door. I thought it was to be dismissed without your saying good night to me, was Dr. Harriet's greeting as he advanced to meet them. He was holding Mildred's cold hand tightly, but his eyes rested on Polly's downcast face as he spoke. We ought to have come before, but I knew you would understand. Yes, I understand, he returned with an expression of proud tenderness. You will give your child to me, Miss Lambert. She has always seemed to belong to you more than to me. And then she looked up at him for a moment with her old beautiful smile. I need not ask you to be good to her. You are good to everyone, but she is so young, little more than a child. You may trust me, he returned, putting his arm gently round the young girl's shoulders. There shall not a hair of her head suffer harm if I can prevent it. Polly is not afraid of me, is she? No, replied Polly shyly, but the bright eyes lifted themselves with difficulty. She looked after him with a sort of perplexed pride, half conscious, half confused, as he released her and bade them all good night. When he was gone, she hovered round Mildred in the old childish way, and seemed unwilling to leave her. I've done the right thing. Bless her sweet face. I know I shall make her happy, thought Dr. Heriot, as he walked with rapid strides across the marketplace. A man cannot love twice in his life, as I love my Margaret, but the peaceful affection, such as I can give my darling, will satisfy her, I know. If only Philip could see into my heart tonight, I think he would be comforted for his motherless child. And then again, how sweetly Mildred Lambert looked at me tonight. She is a good woman. There are few like her. Her face reminded me of some Madonna I've seen in a foreign gallery as she stood with a girl clinging to her. I wonder she is never married. These ministering women lead lonely lives sometimes. Sometimes I've fancied she knew what it is to love, and suffered. I thought so yesterday and again today. There was such a ring of sadness in her voice. Perhaps he died, but one cannot tell. Women never reveal these things. And so the benevolent heart sunned itself in pleasant dreams. The future looked fair and peaceful. No brooding complications. No murky clouds threatened the atmosphere. Passion lay dormant. Rest was the chief good to be desired. Could benevolence play him false? Could affection be misplaced? Would he ever come to own to himself that delusion had cheated him, that husk and not bread had been given him to eat, that his honest, yearning heart had again betrayed him, that a kindly impulse, a protecting tenderness, had blinded him to his true happiness? How good he is, thought the young girl as she laid her head on the pillow. How dearly I must love him, ought to love him. I never imagined anyone could be half so gentle. I wonder if Roy will be glad when I tell him. Oh yes, I wonder if Roy will be glad. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 23, and maidens call it love-in-idleness. Is there within thy heart a need that mine cannot fulfill, one chord that any other hand could better wake or still? Speak now, lest at some future day my whole life wither and decay. Adelaide Ann Proctor. The news of Dr. Heriot's engagement soon spread fast. He was amused, and Polly half frightened by the congratulations that poured upon them. Mr. Trelawney, restored to something like good humour by the unexpected tidings, made surly overtures of peace, which were received on Dr. Heriot's part with his usual urbanity. The squire imparted the news to his daughter after his own ungracious fashion. "Do you hear? Harriet's gone and made a fool of himself," he said, as he sat facing her at table. "He has engaged himself to that ward of his. Why, he is 20 years older than the girl, if he is a day." "Papa, do you know what you are saying?" expostulated Ethel. The audacity of the statement bewildered her. She would have scorned herself for her credulity if she had believed him. Dr. Heriot, their Dr. Heriot? No, she would not so malign his wisdom. The quiet skepticism of her manner excited Mr. Trelawney's wrath. "You women all set such store by Heriot," he returned sneeringly. "Everything he did was right in your eyes. You can't believe he would be caught, like other men, by a pretty face, eh?" "No, I cannot believe it," she returned, still firmly. "Then you may go into the town and hear it for yourself," he continued, taking up his paper with a pretense of indifference, but his keen eyes still watched her from beneath it. Was it only her usual obstinacy, or was she really incredulous of his tidings? I had it from Davidson, who had congratulated the doctor himself that morning. He continued sullenly. He said he never saw him look better in his life. The girl was with him. But not Polly. You cannot mean Polly Ellison. And now Ethel turned strangely white. Papa, there must be some mistake about it all. I will go and see Mildred. You may spare yourself that trouble, returned Mr. Trelawney gloomily. Ethel's changing colour, her evident pain, were not lost upon him. There may be a chance for Cathcart still, was his next thought. Women's hearts, as well as men, are often caught at the rebound. She'll have him out of pique, who knows? And softened by this latter reflection, he threw down his paper and continued almost graciously, Yes, you may spare yourself that trouble, for I met Miss Lambert myself this afternoon. And you spoke to her? Demanded Ethel, with almost trembling eagerness. I spoke to her, of course. We had quite a long talk, till she said the sun was in her eyes, and walked on. She seemed surprised that I had heard the news already, said it was so like Kirby Stephen gossip, but corroborated it by owning that they were all as much in the dark as we were. But Miss Ellison being such a child, no one had thought of such a thing. Was that all she said? Did she look as well as usual? I've not seen her for nearly a fortnight, you know, answered Ethel apologetically. I can't say I noticed. Miss Lambert would be a nice-looking woman if she did not dress so dowdily, but she looked worse than ever this morning, grumbled the squire, who was a connoisseur in women's dress, and had eyed Mildred's brown hat and grey gingham with marked disfavour. She said the sun made her feel a little faint, and then she sent her love to you, and moved away. I think we might as well do the civil, and call at the vicarage this afternoon. We shall see the bride-elect herself then, and Ethel, who dared not refuse, agreed very unwillingly. The visit was a trying ordeal for everyone concerned. Polly indeed looked her prettiest, and blushed very becomingly over the squire's laboured compliments, though to do him justice they were less hollow than usual. He was too well pleased at the match not to relapse a little from his frigidity. You must convince my daughter. She has chosen to be very sceptical, he said, with a sidelong look at Ethel, who just moved her lips and coloured slightly. She had kissed Polly in her ordinary manner, with no special effusion, and added a quiet word or two, and then she had sat down by Mildred. Polly looks very pretty and very happy, does she not? Asked Mildred after a time, lifting her quiet eyes to Ethel. I beg your pardon. Yes, she looks very nice, returned Ethel absently. I suppose I ought to say I'm glad about this, she continued with some abruptness, as Mildred took up her work again and sewed with quick, even stitches. But I cannot. I'm sorry, desperately sorry. She is a dear little soul, I know, but all the same, I think Dr. Heriot has acted foolishly. My dear Ethel, hush, they will hear you. The busy fingers trembled a little, but Mildred did not again raise her eyes. I do not care who hears me. He is just like other men. I'm disappointed in him. I will have no mentor now but you, Mildred. Dr. Heriot has done nothing to deserve your scorn, returned Mildred, but her cheek flushed a little. Did she know that instinctively Ethel had guessed her secret, that her generous heart throbbed with sympathy for a pain which, hidden as it was plainly legible to her clear-sightedness? We ought all to be glad that he has found comfort at last, she said a little unsteadily. Ethel darted a singular look at her, admiring, yet full of pain. I'm not so short-sighted as you. I'm sorry for a good man's mistake, for it is a mistake, whatever you may say, Mildred. Polly is pretty and good, but she is not good enough for him, and then he is more than double her age. I thought that would be an additional virtue in your eyes, returned Mildred pointedly. She was sufficiently mistress of herself, and secure enough in her quiet strength to be able to retaliate in a gentle, womanly way. Ethel coloured and changed her ground. They have nothing in common. She is nice, but then she is not clever. You know yourself that her abilities are not above the average, Mildred. Dr. Heriot does not like clever women. He has often said so. Olive would not suit him at all. I never thought of Olive, in a piqued voice. Ethel was losing her temper over Mildred's calmness. I'm aware plain people are not to his taste. No, Polly pleases him there, and then she is so sweet. I should have thought him the last man to care for insipid sweetness, began Ethel stormily, but Mildred stopped her with unusual warmth. You are wrong there. There is nothing insipid about Polly. She is bright and good and true-hearted. You undervalue his choice when you say such things, Ethel. Polly's extreme youthfulness and gaiety of spirits have misled you. How lovingly you defend your favourite, Mildred. You shall not hear another word in her disparagement. What does he call her? Mary? No, Polly, but I believe he has plenty of pet names for her. Yes, he will pet her. Ah, I understand, and I'm not to scorn him. I'm not to call him foolish, Mildred. Of course not. Why should you? Ah, why should I? Papa, it is time for us to be going. You have talked to Miss Ellison long enough. My pretty bird, as Polly stole shyly up to them, I've not wished you joy yet, but it is not always to be had for the wishing. I wish everyone would not be so kind, stammered Polly. Mr. Trelawney's condescension and elaborate compliments had almost overwhelmed the poor little thing. How the child blushes. I wonder you are not afraid of such a grave mentor, Polly. Oh, no, he is too kind for that, is he not, Aunt Milly? I hope you do not make Mildred the umpire, replied Ethel, watching them both. Oh, these men, she thought to herself as she dropped the girl's hand. Her eyes grew suddenly dim as she stooped and kissed Mildred's pale cheek. Good, there is no one worthy of you, she said to herself. He is not, he never will be now. People are almost too kind. I wish they would not come and talk to me so, Polly said, with one of her pretty pouts as she walked with Dr. Harriet that evening. He was a little shy of courting in public, and loved better to have her with him in one of their quiet walks. This evening he had come again to fetch her, and Mildred had given him some instruction as to the length and duration of their walk. Had you not better come with us, he had said to her, as though he meant it, but Mildred shook her head with a slight smile. We shall all meet you at Ewbank Scar. It is better for you to have the child to yourself for a little, she had replied. Polly wished that Aunt Milly had come with them after all. Dearly as she loved her kind guardian and friend, she was still a little shy of him. A consciousness of girlish incompleteness, of undeveloped youth, haunted her perpetually. Polly was sufficiently quick-witted to feel her own deficiencies. How should she ever be able to satisfy him, she thought. Aunt Milly could talk so beautifully to him, and even Olive had brief spasms of eloquence. Polly felt sometimes as she listened to them, as though she were craning her neck to look over a wall at some unknown territory, with strange elevations and giddy depths, and wide bridgeless rivers meandering through it. Suppositions, vague imaginations oppressed her. Polly could talk sensibly in a grave, matter-of-fact way, and at times she had a pretty piquant language of her own, but Chris's erudition and Olive's philosophy, and even Mildred's gentle sermonizing, were wearying to her. I can talk about what I have seen and what I have heard and read, she said once, but I cannot play at talk, make-believe, as you grown-up children do. I think it is hard, continued practical Polly, that Aunt Milly, who has seen nothing and has been shut up in a sick-room all the best years of her life, can spin yarns of talk where I cannot say a word. But Dr. Harriet found no fault with his young companion. On the contrary, Polly's naivete and freshness were infinitely refreshing to the weary man, who, as he told himself, had lived out the best years of his life. He looked at her now as she uttered her childish complaint. One little gloved hand rested on his arm. The other held up the long skirts daintily under the broad-brimmed hat. A pretty oval face dimpled and blushed with every word. If people would only not be so kind, if they would let me alone, she grumbled. That is a singular grievance, Polly, returned Dr. Harriet, smiling. Happiness ought not to make us selfish. That is what Aunt Milly says. Ah, how good she is, sighed the girl enviously. Almost a saint. I wish I were more like her. I'm satisfied with Polly as she is, though she is no saint. No, are you really? Looking up at him brightly. Do you know? I've been thinking a great deal since, you know when, her color giving emphasis to her unfinished sentence. Indeed? I should like to know some of those thoughts, with a playful glance at her downcast face. I must positively hear them, Polly. How sweet and still it is this evening. Suppose we sit and rest ourselves for a little while, and you shall tell me all about them. Polly shook her head. They are not so easy to tell, she said, looking very shy. All at once, Dr. Harriet had placed her on a stile at the head of the little lane that skirted Podgel. The broad, sunny meadow lay before them, gemmed with trefoil and Polly's favourite eyebright. Blue gentian and pink and white yarrow and yellow ragwort wove straggling colours in the tangled hedgerows. The graceful campanula, with its bell-like blossoms, gleamed here and there, towering above the lowlier rose campion, while meadow-sweet and trails of honeysuckle scented the air. Dr. Harriet leant against the fence with folded arms. His mood was sunny and benignant. In his grey suit and straw hat he looked young, almost handsome, under the dark moustache, his lip curled with an amused, undefinable smile. I see you will want my help, he said with a sort of compassion and amusement at her shyness, whatever she might own. His little fearless Polly was certainly afraid of him. I've tangled them dreadfully, blushed Polly. The thoughts, I mean. Every night when I go to bed I wish I wish I were as wise as Aunt Millie, and then perhaps I should satisfy you." "My dear child," and then he stopped a little, amazed and perplexed. Why was Mildred Lambert's goodness to be ever thrust on him, he thought with a man's natural impatience. He had not bent his neck to her mild sway. Her friendship was very precious to him, one of the good things for which he daily thanked God. But this innocent harping on her name fretted him with a vague sense of injury. "Polly, who has put this in your head?" he said, and there was a shadow of displeasure in his tone, quiet as it was. "No one," she returned in surprise. "The thought has often come to me." "Are you never afraid?" she continued timidly, but her young face grew all at once sweet and earnest. "Are you not afraid that you will be tired, dreadfully tired, when you have only me to whom to talk?" Then his gravity relaxed. The speech was so like Polly, so like his honest, simple-minded girl. "And what if I were?" he repeated, playing with her fears. "I should be so sorry," she returned seriously. "No, I should be more than sorry. I think it would make me unhappy. I should always be trying to get older and wiser for your sake, and if I did not succeed I should be ready to break my heart. No, do not smile," as she caught a glimpse of his amused face. "I was never more serious in my life." "Why, Mary, my little darling, what is this?" he said, lifting the little hand to his lips, for the bright eyes were full of tears now. "No, call me Polly. I like that best," she returned hurriedly. "Only my father called me Mary. And from you?" "Well, what of me, little one?" "I do not know. It sounds so strange from your lips. It makes me feel afraid somehow, as though I were grown up and quite old. I like the childish Polly best." "You shall be obeyed, dear. Literally and entirely, I mean," for he saw her agitation needed soothing. "But Polly is not quite herself tonight. These fears and scruples are not like her. Let me hear all these troublesome thoughts, dearest. You know I am a safe confidant." And encouraged by the gentleness of his tone, Polly crept close into the shelter of the kind arm that had been thrown round her. "I don't think it hurts one to have fears," she said in her simple way. "They seem to grow out of one's very happiness. You must not mind if I am afraid at times that I shall not always please you. It will only be because I want to do it so much." "There you wound and heal in one breath," he replied, half laughing and half touched. "It has come into my mind more than once. Then when we are alone together, when I come to take care of you, you know what I mean. When you are my own sweet wife, I understand, Polly." And now nothing could exceed the grave tenderness of his voice. "Yes, when you bring me home to the fireside which you say has been so lonely," she returned with touching frankness, at once childlike and womanly. "When you have no one but me to comfort you. What if you find out too late that I am so young, so very young, that I have not all you want?" "Polly, my own Polly." "Ah, you may call me that, and yet the disappointment may be bitter. You have been so good to me, I love you so dearly, that I could not bear to see a shade on your face, young as I am. I do not feel like a child about this." "No, you are not a child," he returned, looking at her with new reverence in his eyes. In her earnestness she had forgotten her girlish shyness. Her hands were clasped fearlessly on his arm. Truth was written on her guileless face. Her words rang in his ear with mingled pathos and purity. "No, you are not a child," he repeated, and then he stopped all of a sudden. His wooing had grown difficult to him. He had never liked her so well. He had never regarded her with such proud fondness as now, when she pleaded with him for toleration of her undeveloped youth. For one swift instant a consciousness of the truth of her words struck home to him with a keen sense of pain, marring the pleasant harmony of his dream. But when he looked at her again, it was gone. And yet, how was he to answer her? It was not petting fondness she wanted, not even ordinary love speeches, only rest from an uneasy fear that harassed her repose, an assurance, mute or otherwise, that she was sufficient for his peace. If he understood her aright, this was what she wanted. "Polly, I do not think you need to be afraid," he said at last, hesitating strangely over his words. "I understand you, my darling. I know what you mean, but I do not think you need to be afraid." "Ah, if I could only feel that," she whispered. "I will make you feel it. Listen to me, dear. We men are odd, unaccountable beings. We have moods. Our work worries us. We have tired fits now and then. Nothing is right. All is vanity of vanity. Disgust, want of success, blurred outlines, opaque mist everywhere. Then it is I shall want my little comforter. You will be my veritable sunbeam then. But if I fail you?" Hush, you will never fail me. What heresy, what disbelief in a wife's first duty. Do you know, Polly, it is just 3 years since I first dreamt of the beneficent fairy who was to rise up beside my heart. You thought of me 3 years ago? Thought of you? No, dreamt of you, fairy. You know you came to me first in a ladder of motes and beams. Don't you remember Dad Fabian's attic, and the picture of Cain, and the strange guardian coming in through the low doorway? Yes, I remember. You startled me. Polly is 100 times prettier now, but I can recognize still in you the slim creature in the rusty black frock, with thin arms and large dark eyes, drinking in the sunlight. It was such a forlorn Polly then. And then you were good to me. I'm afraid I must have seemed stern to you, poor child, repelling your young impulse in such a manner. I remember, while you were pleading in your innocent fashion, and Miss Lambert was smiling at you, that a curious fancy came into my head. Something hardly human seemed to whisper to me, John Heriot, after all, you may have found a little comforter. I'm so glad. I mean that you have thought of me for such a time. Polly was dimpling again. The old happy light had come back to her eyes. You see, it is no new idea. I've watched my Polly growing sweeter and brighter day by day. How often you have confided in me. How often I have shared your innocent thoughts. You were not afraid to show me affection then. I am not now, she stammered. Perhaps not now, my bright-eyed bird. You have borrowed courage and eloquence for the occasion, inciting me to all manner of lover-like and foolish speeches. What do you say, little one? Do you think I play the lover so badly after all? Yes. No, it does not suit you somehow, faltered Polly, truthful still. What, am I too old? But Dr. Heriot's tone was piqued in spite of its assumed raillery. No, you are not. But I like the old ways and manners best. When you talk like this, I get shy and stupid, and do not feel like Polly at all. You are the dearest and sweetest Polly in the world, he returned, with a low, satisfied laugh, the most delightful combination of quaintness and simplicity. I wonder what wise Aunt Milly would say if she heard you. That reminds me that she will be expecting us, returned Polly, springing off the stile without waiting for his hand. She had shaken off her serious mood, and chatted gaily as they hurried along the upper woodland path. Her hands were full of roses and great clusters of campanula by the time they reached Mildred, who was sitting on a little knoll that overlooked the scar. In winter time, the beck rushed noisily down the high rocky face of the cliff, but now the long drought had dried up its sources, and with the exception of a few still pools, the river bed was dry. Mildred sat with her elbow on her knee, looking dreamily at the grey, scarped rock and overhanging vegetation, while Olive and Chris scrambled over the slippery boulders in search of ferns. Behind the dark woods the sunset clouds were flaming with breadths of crimson and yellow glory. Over the barren rocks a tiny crescent moon was rising. Mildred's eyes were riveted on it. We have found some butterwort and kingcups. Dr. Heriot declares it is the same that Shakespeare calls winking Marybuds. You must add it to your wildflower collection, Aunt Milly. Are you tired of waiting for us, Miss Lambert? Polly has been giving me some trouble, and I've had to lecture her. Not very severely, I expect, returned Mildred. She looked anxiously from one to another, but Polly's gaiety reassured her as she flung a handful of flowers into her lap and then proceeded to sort and arrange them. You might give us Perdita's pretty speech, Polly, said Dr. Heriot, who leant against a young thorn, watching her. Polly gave a mischievous little laugh. She remembered the quotation. Roy had so often repeated it. He would spout pages of Shakespeare as they walked through the wintry woods. You have brought it upon yourself, she cried, holding up to him a long festoon of gaudy weeds, and repeating the lines in her fresh young voice. Here's flowers for you, hot lavender, mint, savory marjoram, the marigold that goes to bed with the sun, and with him rises weeping. These are flowers of middle summer, and I think they are given to men of middle age. You are very welcome. Oh, Polly, fie. Little heart's ease, do you know what you deserve? But Dr. Heriot evidently enjoyed the mischief. After all, I brought it on myself. I believe I was thinking of the crazy Danish maid Ophelia all the time. You have had your turn, answered Polly with her prettiest pout. My next shall be for Aunt Milly. I'm afraid I don't look much like Ophelia, though. There, Aunt Millie, there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray you love remember. And there's pansies. That's for thoughts. Make them as gay as your own. Heart's ease, then. Hush, don't interrupt me. I'm making Aunt Millie shiver. There's fennel for you, and columbines. There's rue for you, and here's some for me. We may call it herb of grace o' Sundays. You may wear your rue with a difference. You are offering me a sorry garland, and Mildred forced a smile over the girl's quaint conceit. Mince, savory, marjoram, all the homeliest herbs you could find in your garden. I shall not forget the compliment to my middle age, grumbled Dr. Harriet, who was unusually tickled at the goodness of the repartee. Polly was never so thoroughly at her ease as when she was under Aunt Millie's wing. Just then Mildred rose to recall Olive and Chris as she went down the woody hillock. A quick contraction of pain furrowed her brow. There's rue for you, she said to herself. Ah, and rosemary, that's for remembrance. Oh, Polly, I felt tempted to use old Polonius's words and say, there's a method in madness. How little you know the true words spoken in jest. Never mind. If I can only take it as my herb of grace o' Sundays, it will be well yet. Mildred found herself monopolized by Chris during their homeward walk. Polly and Dr. Harriet were in front, and Olive, as was often her custom, lingered far behind. Let them go on, Aunt Millie, whispered Chris. Lovers are dreadfully poor company to everyone but themselves. Polly would be no good at all now she is engaged. What do you know about lovers, a little girl like you, returned Mildred, amused in spite of herself. I'm not a little girl. I'm nearly 16, replied Chris indignantly. Romeo and Juliet were all very well, and so were Ferdinand and Miranda, but in real life it is so stupid. I've made up my mind that I shall never marry. Wait until you are asked, puss. And as to that, returned the young philosopher calmly, as Dr. John says, it takes all sorts of people to make up a world, and I dare say someone will be found who does not object to eyeglasses. Or to blue stockings, observed Mildred rather slyly. You forget we live in enlightened days, remarked Chris sententiously. This sort of ideas belong to the Dark Ages. Minds are not buried alive now because they happen to be born in the feminine gender, continued Chris, with a slight confusion of metaphor. Mildred smiled. Chris's odd talk distracted her from sad thoughts. The winding path had already hidden the lovers from her. Unconsciously she slackened her pace. I should not mind a nice grey professor, perhaps, if he knew lots of languages and didn't take snuff, but they all do. It clears the brain and is a salutary irritant, went on Chris, who had only seen one professor in her life, and that one a very dingy specimen. I should like my professor to be old and sensible, and not young and silly, and he must not care about eating and drinking, or expect me to sew on his buttons or mend his gloves. Someone ought to invent a mending machine. I'm sure these things take away half the pleasure of living. My little Chris, do you mean to be head without hands? You would be a very imperfect woman, I'm afraid, and I hope in that case you will not find your professor. I would rather be without him, after all, replied Chris discontentedly. Men are so stupid, they want their own way, and everyone has to give in to them. I would rather live in lodgings like Roy, somewhere near the British Museum, where I could go and read every day, and in the evening I would go to lectures and concerts, or stop at home and play with Fritter my wig. That is just the sort of life I should like, Aunt Millie. What is to become of your father and me? Perhaps Olive may marry. Olive? Not a bit of it. She always says nothing would induce her to leave Papa. You don't want me to stop all my life in this little corner of the world, where everything is behind the times, and there is not a creature to whom one cares to speak. Chris, what a radical you are, returned Mildred. She was a little weary of Chris's childish chatter. They were in the deep lane skirting Podgel now. Just beyond the footbridge, Polly and Dr. Harriet were standing, waiting for them. Is the tangle all gone? He asked presently. Are you quite happy again, Heart's ease? Yes, very happy, she assured him with a bright smile, and he felt the pressure of the hand that rested on his arm. What a darling she is, he thought to himself somewhat later that night, as he walked across the marketplace, now shining in the moonlight. Little witch, how prettily she acted that speech of Perdita, her eyes imploring forgiveness all the time for her mischief. The child has deep feelings too. Once or twice she made me feel oddly, but I need not fear. She will make a sweet wife, I know, my innocent Polly. But the little scene haunted his fancy, and he had an odd dream about it that night. He thought they were in the grassy knoll, again looking over the scar, and that someone pushed some withered herbs into his hands. Here's rue for you, and there's some for me. You may wear your rue with a difference, said a voice. Unkind Polly, he returned, dropping them, and stretched out his arms to imprison the culprit, but Polly was not there. Only Mildred Lambert was there, with her elbow on her knee, looking sadly over the scar. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 24. The Deserted Cotton Mill in HILBECK Glen. Hey, the green ribbon, we kneeled beside it. We parted the grasses dewy and sheen. Drop over drop, there filtered and slided a tiny bright beck that trickled between. Tinkle, tinkle, sweetly it sung to us. Light was our talk as of fairy bells, fairy wedding bells, faintly rung to us, down in their fortunate parallels. Jean Ingelow. Richard came home for a few days towards the end of the long vacation. He was looking pale and thin, in spite of his enforced cheerfulness, and it was easy to see that the inaction of the last few weeks had only induced restlessness and a strong desire for hard, grinding work as a sedative for mental unrest. His brotherly congratulations to Polly were mixed with secret amusement. "So you are Harriet's choice, are you, Polly?" he said, taking her hand kindly and looking at the happy, blushing face. "Are you glad, Richard?" she whispered shyly. "I can hardly tell," he returned, with a curiously perplexed expression. "I believe overwhelming surprise was my first sensation on hearing the wonderful intelligence. I gave such an exclamation that Roy turned quite pale and thought something had happened at home, and then he got in a temper and carried off the letter to read by himself. He would have it I was chaffing him." Polly pouted half seriously. "You're not a bit nice to me, Richard, or Roy either. Why has he never written to me himself? He must have got my 2 letters. You forget I've never seen anything of him for the last 6 weeks. Fancy my finding him off on the tramp when I returned that night, prosecuting one of his art pilgrimages, as he calls them, to some shrine of beauty or other. He had not even the grace to apologize for his base desertion till a week afterwards. However, Frognal without Rex was not to be borne, so I started off to Cornwall in search of our reading party, and then got inveigled by Oxenham, who carried me off to Ilfracombe." "It was very wrong of Rex to leave you. He is not generally so thoughtless," returned Polly, who had been secretly chagrined by this neglect on the part of her old favourite. "Is there no letter from Rex?" had been a daily question for weeks. "Rex is a regular bohemian since he took to wearing a moustache and a velvet coat. All the Hampstead young ladies are breaking their hearts over him. He looks so handsome and picturesque. If he would only cut his hair shorter and open his sleepy eyes, I should admire him myself." Polly sighed. "I wish he would come home, dear old fellow. I long to see him, but I am dreadfully angry with him. All the same, he ought to have written to Dr. Harriet, if not to me. It is disrespectful, unkind, not like Rex at all." And Polly's bright eyes swam with tears of genuine resentment. "I shall tell Roy how you take his unkindness to heart." She shook her head. "It is very ungrateful of him, to say the least of it. You have spoiled him, Polly." "No," she returned very gravely. "Rex is too good to be spoiled. He must have some reason for his silence. If he had told me he was going to be married to any of those young ladies you mention, I would have gone to London to see his wife. I know," she continued softly, "Rex was fonder of me than he was of Olive and Chris. I was just like a favourite sister, and I always felt as though he were my own brother. Why, there is nothing that I would not do for Rex." "Dear Polly, we all know that. You have been the truest little sister to him, and to us all." "Yes, and then for him to treat me like this, to be silent 6 whole weeks. Perhaps he did not like Aunt Milly writing. Perhaps he thought I ought to have written to him myself, and I have, since, 2 long letters. Dr. Harriet will be angry with Rex if he sees you fretting." "I'm not fretting. I never fret," she returned indignantly, as though that foolish boy deserved it. "I'm happier than I can tell you. Oh, Richard, is he not good?" And there was no mistaking the sweet earnestness with which she spoke of her future husband. "Ah, that he is? How grave you look, Richard. Are you really glad? Really and truly, I mean? Why, Polly, what a little Jesuit you are, diving into people's secret thoughts in this way." And there was a shadow of embarrassment in Richard's cordial manner. "Of course I'm glad that you should be happy, dear, and not less so that Dr. John's solitary days are over." "Yes, but you don't think me worthy of him?" she returned plaintively and yet shrewdly. "I don't think you really grown up, you mean. You wear long dresses. You are quite a fashionable young lady now, but to me you always seem little Polly." "Rude boy," she returned with a charming pout. "One would think you had gray hairs to listen to you. I can't be so very young, or so very silly, or he would not have chosen me, you know." "I suppose you have bewitched him," returned Richard, smiling, but Polly refused to hear any more and ran away laughing. Richard's face clouded over his thoughts when he was left alone. Whatever they were, he kept them locked in his own breast. During the few days he remained at home, he was observant of all that passed under his eyes, and there was a deferential tenderness in his manner to Mildred that somewhat surprised her, but neither to her nor to any other person did he hint that he was disappointed by Dr. Heriot's choice. During the first day there had been no mention of Kirkleatham or Ethel Trelawney, but on the second day Richard had himself broken the ice by suggesting that Mildred should contrive some errand that should take her thither, and that in the course of her visit she should mention his arrival at the vicarage. "I must think of her, Aunt Milly. We are neither of us ready to undergo the awkwardness of a first meeting. Perhaps in a few months things may go on much as usual. I always meant to write to her before my ordination. Tell her that I shall only be here for a few days, that Polly wants me to wait over her birthday, but that I have no intention of intruding on her." "Are you so sure she will regard it as an intrusion?" asked Mildred quietly. "There is no need to debate the question," was the somewhat hasty reply. "I must not deviate from the rule I've laid down for myself, to see as little as possible of her until after my ordination." "And that will be at Whitsuntide?" "Yes," he returned with an involuntary sigh. "So, Aunt Milly, you will promise to go after dinner?" Mildred promised, but fate was against her. Olive and Polly had driven over to Appleby with Dr. Heriot, and relays of callers detained her unwillingly all the afternoon. She saw Richard was secretly chafing as he helped her to entertain them with the small talk usual on such occasions. He was just bidding a cheerful good-bye to Mrs. Heath and her sister when horses' hoofs rung on the beck gravel of the courtyard, and Ethel rode up to the door, followed by her groom. Mildred grew pale from sympathy when she saw Richard's face, but there was no help for it now. She saw Ethel start and flush, and then quietly put aside his assistance and spring lightly to the ground. But she looked almost as white as Richard himself when she came into the room, and not all her dignity could hide that she was trembling. "I did not know. I thought you were alone," she faltered as Mildred kissed her, but Richard caught the whisper. "You shall be alone if you wish it," he returned, trying to speak in his ordinary manner, but failing miserably. Poor lad, this unexpected meeting with his idol was too much even for his endurance. "I was not prepared for it," as he said afterwards. He thought she looked sweeter than ever under the influence of that girlish embarrassment. He watched her anxiously as she stood still holding Mildred's hand. "You shall not be made uncomfortable, Miss Trelawney. It is my fault, not yours, that I am here. I told Aunt Milly to prevent this awkwardness. I will go, and then you two will be alone together." And he was turning to the door, but Ethel's good heart prompted her to speak and prevented months of estrangement. "Why should you go, Richard? This is your home, not mine. Mildred, ask him not to do anything so strange, so unkind." "But if my presence embarrasses you," he returned with an impetuous COEUR-DE-LION look that made Ethel blush. She could not answer. "It will not do so if you sit down and be like yourself," said Mildred pleadingly. She looked at the two young creatures with half-pitying, half-amused eyes. Richard's outraged boyish dignity and Ethel's yearning overture of peace to her old favorite. It was beautiful, and yet sad to watch them, she thought. "Richard, will you ring that bell, please?" continued the wary woman. "Ethel has come for her afternoon cup of tea, and she does not like to be kept waiting. Tell Etta to be quick and fetch some of her favorite sea cake from the dining-room sideboard." Mildred's common sense was rarely at fault. To be matter-of-fact at such a crisis was invaluable. It restored Richard's calmness, as nothing else could have done. It gave him 5 minutes' grace, during which he hunted for the cake and his mislaid coolness together. That neither could be found at once mattered little. Richard's overcharged feelings had safe vent in scolding Etta and creating commotion and hubbub in the kitchen, where the young master's behests were laws fashioned after the Mede and Persian type. When he re-entered the room, Mildred knew she could trust him. He found Ethel sitting by the open window with her hat and gauntlets off, enjoying the tea Mildred had provided. He carried the cake gravely to her, as though it were a mission of importance, and Ethel, who could not have swallowed a mouthful to save her life, thanked him with a sweet smile and crumbled the fragments on her plate. By and by Mildred was called away on business. She obeyed reluctantly when she saw Ethel's appealing look. "I shall only be away a few minutes. Give her some more tea, Richard," she said as she closed the door. Richard did as he was bid, but either his hand shook or Ethel's, though neither owned to the impeachment, and the cup slipped, and some of the hot liquid was spilt on the blue cloth habit. The laugh that followed was a very healing one. Richard was on his knees, trying to undo the mischief, and blaming himself in no measured terms for his awkwardness. When he saw the sparkle in Ethel's eye, his brow cleared like magic. "You are not angry with me, then?" "Angry with you? What an idea, Richard! Such a trifling accident as that? Why, it has not even hurt the cloth." "No, but it has scalded your hand. Let me look." And as Ethel tried to hide it, he held it firmly in his own. "You see it is nothing, hardly a red spot." But he did not let it go. "Ethel, will you promise me one thing?" "No, don't draw your hand away. I shall say nothing to frighten you. I was a fool just now, but then one is a fool sometimes when one comes suddenly upon the woman one loves. But will you promise not to shun me again? Not as though you hated me, I mean." "Hated you? For shame, Richard." "Well, then, as though you were afraid of me. You disdained my assistance just now. You would not let me lift you from your horse. How often have I done so before, and you never repulsed me?" "You ought not to have noticed it. You ought to have understood," returned Ethel, with quivering lips. It was very sweet to be talking to him again, if only he would not encroach on his privilege. "Then let things be between us as they always have been," he pleaded. "I've done nothing to forfeit your friendship, have I? I've humbled myself, not you," with a flavor of bitterness, which she could not find it in her heart to resent. "Let me see you sitting here sometimes in my father's house. Such a sight will go far to soothe me. Shall it be so, Ethel?" "Yes, if you wish it," she returned almost humbly. Her only thought was how she should comfort him. Her womanly eyes read signs of conflict and suffering in the pale, wan face. When she had assented, he relinquished her hand with a mute clasp of thanks. He looked almost himself when Mildred came back, apologizing for her long delay. Had she really been gone half an hour? Neither of them knew it. Ethel looked soothed, tranquilized, almost happy, and Richard not graver than his wont. Mildred was relieved to find things on this agreeable footing, but she was not a little surprised when 2 days afterwards Richard announced his intention of going up to Kirkleatham, and begged her to accompany him. "I will promise not to make a fool of myself again. You shall see how well I shall behave," he said, anticipating her remonstrance. "Don't raise any objection, please, Aunt Milly. I've thought it all over, and I believe I am acting for the best, and of course Richard had his way." Ethel's varying colour, when she met them, testified to her surprise, and for a little while her manner was painfully constrained, but it could not long remain so. Richard seemed determined that she should be at her ease with him. He talked well and freely, only avoiding with the nicest tact any subject that might recall the conversation in the kitchen garden. Mildred sat by in secret admiration and wonder. The simple woman could make nothing of the young diplomatist. That Richard could talk well on grave subjects was no novelty to her, but never had he proved himself so eloquent. Rather terse than fluent, addicted more to correctness than wit, he now ranged lightly over a breadth of subjects, touching gracefully on points on which he knew them to be both interested, with an admirable choice of words that pleased even Ethel's fastidiousness. Mildred saw that her attention was first attracted, and then that she was insensibly drawn to answer him. She seemed less embarrassed. The old enthusiasm woke. She contradicted him once in her old way. He maintained his opinion with warm persistence. They disagreed. They were still in the height of the argument when Mildred looked at her watch and said they must be going. It was Ethel's turn now to proffer hospitality, but to her surprise, Richard quietly refused it. He would come again and bid her good-bye, he said gravely, holding her hand. He hoped then that Mr. Trelawney would be at home. His manner seemed to trouble Ethel. She had stretched out her hand for her garden hat. It had always been a custom with her to walk down the croft with Mildred, but now she apparently changed her mind, for she replaced it on the peg. "You are right," said Richard quietly as he watched this little by-play. "It is far too hot in the crofts, and today Aunt Milly has my escort. Old customs are sometimes a bore, even to a thorough conservative such as you, Miss Trelawney." "I will show you that you are wrong," returned Ethel, with unusual warmth, as the broad-brimmed hat was in her hand again. There was a pin-point of sarcasm under Richard's smooth speech that grazed her susceptibility. Perhaps Richard had gained his end, for an odd smile played round his mouth as he walked beside her. He did not seem to notice that she did not address him again, but confined her attention to Mildred. Her cheeks were very pink, possibly from the heat, when she parted from them at the gate, and Richard got only a very fleeting pressure of the hand. "Richard, I do not know whether to admire or to be afraid of you," said Mildred, half in jest, as they crossed the road. A flash of intelligence answered her. "Did I behave well? It is weary work, Aunt Milly. It will make an old man of me before my time, but she shall reverence me yet," and his mouth closed with the old determined look she knew so well. Dr. Harriot had planned a picnic to Hilbeck in honor of Polly's 18th birthday, the vicarage party and Mr. Marsden being the only guests. Hilbeck Wood was a very favorite place of resort on hot summer days. Today's dinner was to be spread in the deep little glen, lying behind an old disused cotton mill, a large dilapidated building that Polly always declared must be haunted, and to please this fancy of hers, Dr. Harriot had once fabricated a weird plot of a story which was so charmingly terrible, as Chris phrased it, that the girls declared nothing would induce them to remain in the glen after sundown. There was certainly something weird and awesome in the very silence and neglect of the place, but the glen behind it was a lovely spot. The hillsides were thickly wooded. Through the bottom of the glen ran a sparkling little beck, the rich colors of the foliage, wearing now the golden and red livery of autumn, were warm and harmonious, while a cloudless sky and a soft September air brightened the scene of enjoyment. Mildred, who, as usual, on such occasions was doomed to rest and inaction, amused herself with collecting a specimen of Ruta Muaria for her fernery, while Polly and Chris washed salad in the running stream, and Richard and Hugh Marsden unpacked the hampers, and Olive spread the tempting contents on dishes tastefully adorned with leaves and flowers under Dr. Harriot's supervision, while Mr. Lambert sat by, an amused spectator of the whole. There was plenty of innocent gaiety over the little feast. Hugh Marsden's blunders and large-handed awkwardness were always provocative of mirth, and he took all in such good part. Polly and Chris waited on everybody, and even washed the plates in the beck, Polly tucking up her fresh blue cambric and showing her little high-heeled shoes as she tripped over the grass. When the meal was over, the gentlemen seemed inclined to linger in the pleasant shade. Chris was coaxing Dr. Harriot for a story, but he was too lazy to comply, and only roused himself to listen to Richard and Hugh Marsden, who had got on the subject of clerical work and the difficulty of contesting northern prejudice. "Their ignorance and hard-headedness are lamentable," groaned Hugh. "Dissent has a terrible hold over their mind, but to judge from a few of the stories Mr. Delaware tells us, things are better than they were." "My father met with a curious instance of this crass ignorance on the part of one of his parishioners about 15 years ago," returned Richard. "I've heard him relate it so often. You remember old W, father?" I'm not likely to forget him, replied Mr. Lambert, smiling. It was a very pitiful case to my mind, though one cannot forbear a smile at the quaintness of his notion. Harriet has often heard me refer to it. We must have it for Marston's benefit, then. I think Richard was right in saying that it was about 15 years ago that I was called to minister to an old man in his 86th year, who had been blind from his birth, I believe, and was then on his deathbed. I read to him, prayed for him, and talked to him, but though his lips moved, I did not seem to gain his attention. At last, in despair, I said good afternoon, and rose to go, but he suddenly caught hold of me. Stop ye, parson, he said, stop ye a bit, and just hear me say my prayers, will ye? I thought it a singular request, but I remained, and he began, repeating the Lord's Prayer, the Creed, the Collect, Lighten our darkness, and finished up with the quaint old couplet beginning, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. And after he had finished, he said triumphantly, Who do you think I've dien? I said, M.K. Wheel, do you think I'll pass? Of course, I said something appropriate in reply, but his attention seemed wholly fixed on the fact that he could say his prayers correctly, as he had been probably taught in his early childhood, and when I had noticed his lips moving, he had been conning the prayers over to himself before repeating them for my judgment. A lugubrious shake of the head was Hugh's only answer. I grant you such a state of things seems almost incredible in our enlightened 19th century, continued Mr. Lambert, but many of my older brethren have curious stories to tell of their parishioners, all of them rather amusing than otherwise. Your predecessor, Dr. Bailey, had a rare stock of racy anecdotes with which he used to entertain us on winter evenings over a glass of hot whiskey toddy, to which he was slightly too much addicted, observed Dr. Harriet. Well, we all have our faults, replied the vicar charitably. We will not speak against poor Bailey, who was in the main a downright honest fellow, though he was not without his weakness. Betha used to remonstrate with him sometimes, but it was no use. He said he was too old to break off a habit. I don't think, Harriet, he ever went to great lengths. Possibly not, was the somewhat dry reply, but we are willing to be amused by the old doctor's reminiscences. You know the old Westmoreland custom for giving names. Well, some 40 years ago, George Bailey, then a young doctor new to practice, was sent for to visit a man named John Atkinson, who lived in a house at the head of Swale Dale. Having reached the place, he knocked at the door and asked if John Atkinson lived there. Nay, says the woman, we've naebody of that name hereabouts. What, says Bailey, nobody of the name in the Dale? Naya, was the reply, made with the usual phlegm and curtness of the genuine daleswoman. There's naebody of that yam. Well, it is very odd, returned Bailey in great perplexity. This looks like the house to which I was directed. Is there any one ill in the Dale? Bless me, bairn, exclaimed the woman. Ye'll mean lil Geordie John. He's my man, and's liggin and theer, pointing to an inner room, vera badly. Ye'll be ta doctor, I warrant. Come your ways in and see him. New, I think, on his reet name is John Atkinson. Bite Tiala's guess by Lyle Geordie John. His father was Geordie, ye canna, and nobit a vera lil chap. Capital, observed Dr. Harriet as he chuckled and rubbed his hands over this story. Bailey told it with spirit, I'll be bound. How well you have mastered the dialect, Mr. Lambert. I made it my study when I first came here. Beth and I found a fund of amusement in it. Have you ever noticed, Harriet, there is a dry, heavy sort of wit, a certain richness and appropriateness of language employed by some of these dalesmen, if one severs the grain from the rough husk? They are not wanting in character or originality, certainly, though they are often as rugged as their own hills. I fancy Bailey had lived among them till he had grown to regard them as the finest people and the best society in the world. I should not wonder. I remember he told me once that he was called to a place in Orton to see an elderly man who was sick. Well, Betty, he said to the wife, how's Willie? Why, says Betty, I'm not. He's been grumbling for a few days back, and yesterday he took his bed. I thought I'd send for ye. He maybe get it and oot heat or summit. Bite gang ye in and see him. The doctor, having made the necessary examination, came out of the sick room, and Betty followed him. New doctor, who div ye find him? Well, Betty, he's very bad. Ye do not say he's gangin to dee? Well, returned Bailey reluctantly, I think it is not unlikely. To my thinking he cannot pull through. Oh, dear me, sighed Betty, poor old man. He's been a very good man to me, and I'll be way to lose him, but we mun all gang when our time comes. Ye'll come again, doctor, and deeth what ye can for him. We been lying together, Willie and me, that have we. Well, Bailey continued his visits every alternate day, giving no hope, and on one Monday apprising her that he thought Willie could not last long. Tuesday was market day at Penrith, and Betty, who thought she would have everything ready, sent to buy meat for the funeral dinner. On Wednesday, Bailey pronounced Willie rather fresher, but noticed that Betty seemed by no means glad, and this went on for 2 or 3 visits until Betty's patience was quite exhausted. In an answer to the doctor's opinion that he was fresher than he expected to have seen him, and might live a few days longer, she exclaimed, "Hang lead on him! He allus was maist perverse man I ever knew, and wad nobbut do as he wad. Me'll all be spoilt his head weather." "Never mind," said Bailey soothingly, "you can buy some more." "Buy mair, say ye," she returned indignantly. "I'll do naught o' Mac. He mud hat deed when he shapped on that muddy, and had a dinner like other folk, but noo I'll just put him by wi' a bit o' bread and cheese." As a matter of fact, the meat was spoilt and had to be buried a day or 2 before the old man died. Hugh Marsden's look of horror at the conclusion of the vicar's anecdote was so comical that Dr. Harriot could not conceal his amusement, but at this moment a singular incident put a check to the conversation. For the last few minutes Polly had seemed unusually restless, and directly Mr. Lambert had finished, she communicated in an awe-stricken whisper that she had distinctly seen the tall shadow of a man lurking behind the wall of the old cotton mill, as though watching their party. "I'm sure he is after no good," continued Polly. "He looks almost as tall and shadowy as Leonard in Dr. Harriot's story, and he was crouching just as Leonard did when the phantom of the headless maiden came up the glen." Of course the little sally was received with shouts of laughter, but as Polly still persisted in her incredible story, the young men declared their intention of searching for the mysterious stranger, and as the girls wished to accompany them, the little party dispersed across the glen. Mildred, who was busy with one of the maids in clearing the remnants of the feast and choosing a place where they should boil their gypsy kettle, heard every now and then ringing peals of laughter mixed with odd braying sounds. Chris was the first to reappear. "Oh, Aunt Millie," she exclaimed breathlessly, "what do you think Polly's mysterious Leonard has turned out to be? Nothing more or less than an old donkey browsing at the head of the glen. Polly will never hear the last of it." "Leonard do bray in a bed of thistles," observed Richard mischievously. "Oh, Polly, what a mare's nest you have made of it." Polly looked hot and discomposed. The laugh was against her, and to put a stop to their teasing, Mildred proposed that they should all go up to the Fox Tower, as they had planned, while she stayed behind with her brother. "We will bring you back some of the shield and bladder fern," was Chris's parting promise. Mildred watched them climbing up the wooded side of the glen, Dr. Harriot and Polly first, hand in hand, and Olive following more slowly with Richard and Hugh Marsden, and then she went and sat by her brother, and they had one of their long, quiet talks, till he proposed strolling in the direction of the Fox Tower, and left her to enjoy a solitary half-hour. The little fire was burning now. Etta, in her picturesque red petticoat and blue serge dress, was gathering sticks in the thicket. The beck flowed like a silver thread over the smooth grey stones. The sunset clouds streaked the sky with amber and violet. The old cotton mill stood out grey and silent. Mildred, who felt strangely restless, had strolled to the mill, and was trying to detach a delicate spray of ivy frond that was strongly rooted in the wall, when a footstep behind her made her start, and in another moment a shadow drew from a projecting angle of the mill itself. Mildred rose to her feet with a smothered exclamation, half of terror and surprise, and then turned pale with a vague presentiment of trouble. The figure behind her had a velvet coat and fair moustache, but could the white haggard face and bloodshot eyes belong to Roy? "Rex, my dear Roy, were you hiding from us?" "Hush, Aunt Millie, I don't want them to see me. I only want you." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Harriot's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Desiree U. Angeles. Harriot's Choice, a tale by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 25. Royal. This would plant sore trouble in that breast now clear, and with meaning shadows mar that sun-bright face. See that no earth's poison to thy soul come near. Watch, for like a serpent glides that heart disgrace. Philip Stanhope Worsley. My dear boy, were you hiding from us? Mildred had recovered from her brief shock of surprise, but her heart was heavy with all manner of foreboding as she noted Royal's haggard and careworn looks, but she disguised her anxiety under a pretense of playfulness. Have you been masquerading under the title of Leonard Dubray, my dear? She continued, with a little forced laugh, holding his hot hands between her own, for Rex was still Aunt Millie's darling, but he drew them irritably, almost sullenly, away. There was a lowering look on the bright face, an expression of restless misery in the blue eyes that went to Mildred's heart. I am in no mood for jest, he returned, bitterly. Do I look as though I were Aunt Millie? Come a little further with me behind this wall, where no one else will spy upon us. They have all gone to the Fox Tower. They will not be back for an hour yet. Look, the glen is quite empty. Even Etta has disappeared. Come and let me make you some tea. You look worn out, ill, and your hands are burning. Come, my dear, come. But Roy resisted. Let me alone, he returned, freeing himself angrily from her soft grasp. I am not going to make one of the birthday party, not even to please the queen of the feast. Are you coming, Aunt Millie, or shall I go back the same way I came? Roy spoke suddenly, rudely, almost savagely, and there was a sneer on the handsome face. Yes, I will follow you, Rex, returned Mildred, quietly. What will happen to their boy, to their Benjamin? She walked by his side without a word, till he had found a place that suited him, a rough hillock behind the dark angle of the wall. The cotton mill was between them and the glen. This will do, he said, throwing himself down on the grass, while Mildred sat down beside him. I had to make a run for it before. Dick nearly found me out, though. I meant to have gone away without speaking to one of you, but I thought you saw me. Rex, dear, have you got into trouble? She asked, gently. No, do not turn away from me. Do not refuse to answer me. There must be some reason for this strange behavior, or you would not shun your best friends. He shook his head but did not answer. It cannot be anything very wrong, but we must look it in the face, Roy, whatever it is. Perhaps your father or Richard could help better than I could, or even, she hesitated slightly, Dr. Harriet. Roy started convulsively. He? Please don't mention his name. I hate him. Clenching his hand, his white artist hand, as he spoke. Mildred recoiled. Was he sane? Had he been ill and they had not known it? His fevered aspect, the restless brilliancy of his eyes, his incoherence, filled her with dismay. Roy, you frighten me, she said faintly. I believe you are ill, dear, that you do not know what you are saying. But he laughed a strange, bitter laugh. Ill? I wish I were. I vow I should be glad to have done with it. The life I have been leading for the last 6 weeks has been almost unbearable. Do you recollect you once told me that I should take trouble badly, that I was a moral coward, and should give in sooner than other men? Well, you were a true prophet, Aunt Millie. Dear Roy, I am trying to be patient, but do you know you are torturing me with this suspense? He laughed again, and patted her hand half kindly, half carelessly. You need not look so alarmed, Mother Millie, his pet name for her. I have not forged a check, or put my name to a bill, or got into any youthful scrape. The trouble is none of my making. I am only a coward, and can face it as Dick would if he were in my place. So I thought I would come and have a look at you all before I went away for a long, long time. I was pretty near you all the time you were at dinner and heard all Dad's stories. It is laughable, isn't it, Aunt Millie? But the poor lad's face contracted with a look of hopeless misery as he spoke. My dear, I am so glad, returned Mildred in a reassured tone. Never mind the trouble. Trouble can be borne, so that you have done nothing wrong. But I feared I hardly know what you looked and spoke so mysteriously. And then remember, we have heard nothing about you for such a long time. Even Polly's letters have been unanswered. Did you say so? Did she mind it? What does she think, Aunt Millie? She has not complained, at least to me, but she has looked very wistful. I noticed a post time. Once or twice I fancied your silence a little damped her happiness. She is happy then? What an ass I was to doubt it, he groaned, as though she could be proof against the fascinations of a man like Dr. Heriot. But oh, Polly, I never could have believed he would have thrown me over like this. And Roy buried his face in his hands with a hoarse sob as he spoke. Mildred sat motionless with surprise. Strange to say, she had not in the least realized the truth. Perhaps her own trouble had a little deadened her quick instinct of sympathy, or Roy's apparently brotherly affection had deceived her, but she had never guessed the secret of his silence. He had seemed such a boy too, so light-hearted, that she could hardly even know or now believe him the victim of a secret and hopeless attachment. And then the complication. Mildred smiled again, a little smile. There was something almost ludicrous, she thought, in the present aspect of affairs. Was it predestined that in the Lambert family the course of true love would not run smooth? Richard refused by the woman he had loved from childhood, she herself innocent but self-betrayed, wasting strangely under the daily torture she bore with such outward patience, and now Roy, breaking his heart for the girl he had never really wooed. Rex, dear, I have been very stupid, but I never guessed this. Waking up from her bitter reverie as another and another hoarse sob smote upon her ear. Poor lad, he had been right in asserting himself morally unfit to cope with any great trouble. Weak and yet sensitive, he had succumbed at once to the blow that had shattered his happiness. Hush! You must hear this like a man for her sake. For Polly's sake, she whispered, bending over him and trying to unclench his fingers. Rex, there is more than yourself to think about. Is that all you have to say to me? He returned, starting up. Is that how you comfort people whose hearts are broken, Aunt Millie? How do you know what I feel, what I suffer, or how I hate him who has robbed me of my Polly? For she is mine. She is. She ought to be, by every law, human and divine, he continued, in the same frenzied voice. Hush! This is wrong. You must not talk so, replied Mildred, in the firm, soothing voice with which she would have controlled a passionate child. Sit down by me again, Rex, and we will talk about this. But he still continued his restless strides without heeding her. Who says she loves him? Let him give me my fair chance and see which she will choose. It will not be he, I warrant you. Polly's heart is here, striking himself on the breast, but she is too young to know it, and he has taken a mean advantage of her ignorance. You have all been against me, every one of you, continued the poor boy in a tone so sullen and despairing that it wrung Mildred's heart. You knew I loved her, that I always loved her, and yet you never gave me a hint of this. You have been worse than any enemy to me. It was cruel, cruel. For shame, Rex! How dare you speak to Aunt Millie so? And Richard suddenly turned the angle of the wall and confronted his brother. I heard your voice and the last sentence, and I guessed the rest, Rex. And Richard's wrathful voice softened, and he laid his hand on Roy's shoulder. The other looked at him piteously. Are they all with you? Have you brought them to gloat over my misery? Speak out like a man, Dick. Is Dr. Heriot behind that wall? I warn you, I am in a dangerous mood." "No one is with me," returned Richard in a tone of forced composure. "They are in the woods a long way off still. I came back to see what had become of Aunt Millie. You are playing us a sorry trick, Rex, to be hiding away like this. It is childish, unmanly to the last degree. Ah, you nearly found me out once before, Dick. Polly was with you. I had a good sight of her sweet face, and the little traitor! I saw the diamonds in her finger. You little knew who Leonard was. Aha!" And Roy wrenched himself from his brother's grasp, as he had done from Mildred's, and resumed his restless walk. "We must get him away," whispered Mildred. Richard nodded, and then he went up and spoke very gently to Roy. "I know all about it, Rex. We must think what must be done. But we cannot talk here. Someone else will be sure to find us out, and you are not in a fit state of any discussion. You have come home with me at once." "Why so?" Richard hesitated and colored as though with shame. Rex burst again into noisy laughter. "You think I am not myself, huh? That I have had a little of the devil's liquor?" But Richard's grave, pitying glance subdued him. "Don't be hard on me, Dick. It was the first time I was so horribly weak and had dragged myself for miles, and I wanted strength to see her again. I hated it even as I took it, but it has answered its purpose." "Richard! Oh, Richard!" And at Mildred's tone of anguish, Richard went up to her and put his arms around her. "You must leave him to me, Aunt Millie. I must take him home. He has excited himself and taken what is not good for him, and so he cannot control himself as well as usual. Of course it is wrong, but he did not mean it. I am sure, poor Rex, he will repent of it bitterly tomorrow, if I can only persuade him to leave this place." But Mildred's tears had already sobered Roy. His manner, as he stood looking at them, was half ashamed and half resentful. "Why are you both so hard on me?" he burst out at last. "When a fellow's heart is broken, he is not always as careful as he should be. I felt so deadly faint climbing the hill in the sun that I took too much of what they offered as a restorative. Only Dick is such a saint that he can't make allowances for people." "I will make every allowance if you will only come home with me now," pleaded his brother. "Where? Home? Oh, Dick, you should not ask it," returned Roy, turning very pale. "I cannot. I must not go home while she is there. I should betray myself. It would be worse than madness." "He is right," assented Mildred. "He must go back to London, but you cannot leave him, Richard. Yes, back to London, Jericho, if you will. It is all one and the same to me since I have lost my Polly. I left my traps in an inn 5 miles from here where I slept, or rather woke last night. I shouldn't wonder if you have to carry me on your back, Dick, or leave me lying on the roadside if that faintness comes on again." "I must get out the wagonette," continued Richard in a sorely perplexed voice. "There is no help for it. Listen to me, Rex. You do not wish to bring unhappiness to 2 people besides yourself. You are too good-hearted to injure anyone. Is not that what I am hiding?" was the irritable answer. "Only first Aunt Millie, and then you come spying on me. If I could have got away, I should have done it in an hour ago, but as ill luck would have it, I fell over a stone and hurt my foot." "Thank heaven that we are all of the same mind. That was spoken like yourself, Rex. Now we have not a moment to lose. They cannot be much longer. I must get out the horses myself, as Thomas will be at his sister's, and it will be better for him to know nothing. Follow me to the farm as quickly as you can, while Aunt Millie goes back to the glen." Roy nodded. His violence had ebbed away, and he was far too miserable and subdued to dispute his brother's will. When Richard left them, he lingered a moment by Mildred's side. "I was a brute to you just now, Aunt Millie, but I know you will forgive me. It was not you, my dear, it was your misery that spoke." And as a faint gleam woke in his eyes, as though for kindness touched him, she continued earnestly, "Be brave, Rex, For all our sakes, think of your mother, and how she would counsel you to bear this trouble." They were standing side by side as Mildred spoke, and she had her hand on his shoulder, but a rustling in the steep, wooded bank above them arrested all further speech. Her fingers closed nervously on his coat sleeve. "Hush! What was that? Not Richard?" Roy shook his head, but there was no time to answer or to draw back into the shelter of the old wall. There were even now perceived light footsteps crunch over the dead leaves. There was the shimmer of a blue dress. A bright face peeped at them between the branches, and then, with a low cry of astonishment, Polly sprang down the bank. "Be brave, Rex, and think only of her." Mildred had no time to whisper more, as the girl ran up to them and caught hold of Roy's two hands with an exclamation of pleasure. "Dear Roy, this is so good of you, and on my birthday too. Was Aunt Millie in your secret? Did she contrive this delightful surprise? I shall scold you both presently, but not now. Come, they are all waiting. How they will enjoy the fun." And she was actually trying to drag him with gentle force, but the poor lad resisted her efforts. "I can't. Don't ask me, Polly. Please let me go. There, I did not mean to hurt your soft, pretty hand, but you must not detain me. Aunt Millie will tell you. At least there is nothing to tell. Only I must go away again," finished Roy, turning away, not daring to look at her, the muscles of his face quivering with uncomfortable emotion. Polly gave a terrified glance at both. Even Aunt Millie looked strangely guilty, he thought. "Yes, let him go, Polly," pleaded Mildred. "What does it all mean, Aunt Millie? Is he ill, or has something happened? Why does he not look at me?" cried the girl in a pained voice. Roy cast an appealing glance at Mildred to help him. The poor fellow's strength was failing under the unexpected ordeal, but Mildred's urgent whisper, "Go by all means, leave her to me," reached Polly's quick ear. "Why do you tell him to go?" she returned resentfully, interposing herself between them. "You shall not go, Roy, till you have looked at me and told me what was happened. Why, his hand is cold and shaking, just as yours did that hot night, Aunt Millie." And Polly held it in both hers, in her simple, affectionate way. "Have you been ill, Roy? No one has told us." But her lips quivered as though she had found him greatly changed. "Yes, no, I believe I must be ill." But Mildred, truthful woman, interposed. "He has not been ill, Polly, but something has occurred to vex him, and he is not quite himself just now. He has told Richard and me, and we think the best thing will be for him to go away a little while, until the difficulty lessens." Mildred was approaching dangerously near the truth, but she knew how hard it would be for Polly's childish mind to grasp it, unless Roy were weak enough to betray himself. His working features, his strange incoherence, had already terrified the girl beyond measure. "What difficulty, Aunt Millie? If Roy is in trouble, we must help him to bear it. It was wrong of you and Richard to tell him to go away. He looks ill enough for us to nurse and take care of him. Rex, dear, you will come home with us, will you not?" "No, she says right. I must go," he returned, hoarsely. "I was wrong to come here at all, but I could not help myself, dear Polly. Indeed, I must. Dick is waiting for me. And when will you come again?" "I cannot tell you yet." "And you will go away? You will leave me on my birthday without any kind of word, without wishing me joy? And you never even wrote to me?" And now the tears seemed ready to come. "This is past man's endurance," groaned Roy. "Polly, if you cared for me, you would not torture me like this." And he turned so deadly pale that even Mildred grew alarmed. "I will say anything you like if you will only let me go. Tell me you are glad. that you are pleased. You know what I mean," stammered Polly. She had hung her head, and the strange paleness and excitement were lost on her, as well as the fierce light that had come in Roy's eyes. "For shame, Polly! After all, you're just like other women. I believe you like to test your power, so I am to wish you joy for your John Harriet?" "Yes, Rex, I have so missed your congratulations." "Well, you shall have it now. How do people wish each other joy on these auspicious occasions? We are not sister and brother, not even cousins. I have never kissed you in my life, Polly, never once, but now I suppose I may." He snatched her to him as he spoke with an impetuous, almost violent movement, but as he stooped his head over her, he suddenly drew back. "No, you are Harriet's now, Polly. We will shake hands." And as she looked up at him, scared and sorely perplexed, his lips touched her bright hair, softly, reverently. "There, he'll not object to that. Bless you, Polly. Don't forget me. Don't forget your old friend Roy. Now I must go, dear." And as she still held him half unconsciously, he quickly disengaged himself and limped painfully away. Mildred watched till he had disappeared, and then she came up to the girl, who was standing looking after him with blank, wide-open eyes. "Come, Polly, they'll be waiting for us, you know." But there was no sign of response. "They'll be seeking us everywhere," continued Mildred. "The sun has set, and my brother will be faint and tired with his long day. Come, Polly, rouse yourself. We shall have need of all your wits." What did he mean? "I do not understand, Aunt Milly. Why was it wrong for him to kiss me? Richard did. What made him so strange? He frightened me. He was not like Roy at all." "People are not like themselves when something is troubling them. I know all about Roy's difficulty. It will not always harass him. Perhaps he will write to us, and then we shall feel happier." "Why did he not tell me himself?" returned the girl plaintively. "No one has ever come between us before. Roy tells me everything. I know all his fancies, only they never come to anything. It is very hard that I am to be less to him now." "It is the way of the world, little one," returned Mildred gravely. "Roy cannot expect to monopolize you, now that another has a claim on your time and thought. But Dr. Harriet would not mind. You do not know him, Aunt Milly. He is so good, so above all that sort of thing. He always said that he thought our friendship for each other so unique and beautiful. He understood me so well when I said Roy was just like my own brother. Dear Polly, you must not fret if Roy does not see it in quite the same light at first," continued Mildred, hesitating. "He may feel, I do not know how to say, but he does, as though he has lost a friend." "I will write and undeceive him," she returned eagerly. "She'll not think that for a moment, but no, that will not explain all his sorrowful looks and strangeness. He seemed as though he wanted to speak, and yet he shunned me. Oh, Aunt Milly, what shall I do? How can I be happy and at ease now I know Roy is in trouble?" "Polly, you must listen to me," returned Mildred, taking her hand firmly, but secretly at her wits' end. Even now she could hear voices calling to them from the further side of the glen. This little complication, this difficulty of Roy's, demands all her tact. "No, are you sure of that, Aunt Milly?" fixing her large dark eyes on Mildred. "Quite sure. He told me so himself, so we must guard his confidence. You and I must make some excuse for Richard, who will be back presently, and you must help me to amuse the others and make time pass till he comes back. Will he be long gone? What is he doing with Roy?" Pushing back her hair with strangely restless fingers, a trick of Polly's when in trouble or perplexity, but Mildred smoothed the thick wild locks reprovingly. He will drive him for a mile or two until they meet some vehicle. He'll not be longer than he can help. Roy has hurt his foot and cannot walk well and is tired besides. Tired? He looks worn out, but perhaps he had better not talk any more now. Aunt Millie, continued Polly, brushing some furtive tears from her eyes, there is Dr. Harriet coming to find us. We were just going to scour the woods for you, too, he observed, eyeing the discomposed faces, half comically and half anxiously. We're still looking for Leonard Dubray? But as Polly faltered and turned crimson under his scrutinizing glance, Mildred answered for her. Polly was looking for me, I believe. We have been sad once, I know, and shall be punished by a cold tea. And Richard, have you not seen Richard? He demanded in surprise. Yes, but he left me before Polly made her appearance. He has gone farther on, and will be back presently. Polly is dreadfully tired. I am afraid, she continued, as she saw how anxiously he was eyeing the girl's varying color, but Polly, weary and over-anxious, answered with unwonted irritability, Everyone is tired, more or less. These days are apt to become stupid in the end. Well, well, he returned kindly. You and Aunt Millie shall rest and have your tea, and I will walk up to the farm and order the wagonette. It is time for us to be going. No, no, exclaimed Polly, in sudden fright at the mistake she had made. Have you forgotten your promise to show us the glen in the moonlight? But, my child, you are so tired. But she interrupted him. I am not tired at all, she said, contradicting herself. Aunt Millie made him keep his promise. One can only have one birthday in a year, and I must have my own way in this. I shall take care you have it very seldom, he returned fondly, but she only shivered and averted her face in reply. During the hour that followed, while they waited in suspense for Richard, Polly continued in the same variable mood. She laughed and talked feverishly. A moment's interval in the conversation seemed to oppress her, when in the twilight Dr. Harriet's hand approached hers with a caressing movement. She drew herself away almost petulantly, and then went on with her nonsense. Mildred's brow furrowed with anxiety as she watched them. She could see Dr. Harriet was perplexed, as well as pained by the girl's fitful mood, though he bore it with his usual gentleness. After her childish repulse, he had been a little silent, but no one but Mildred had noticed it. The others were talking merrily among themselves. Olive and Mr. Marston were discussing the merits and demerits of various Christian names, which, according to their ideas, were more or less euphonious. The subject seemed to interest Dr. Harriet, and during a pause he turned to Polly and said, in a half-laughing, half-serious tone, Polly, when we are married, do you always mean to call me Dr. Harriet? For a moment she looked up at him with almost a scared expression. Yes, always, she returned at last, very quietly. But why so, my child? He replied, gravely, amusing himself at her expense. When John Harriet is my name. Because, oh, I don't know, was the somewhat distressed answer. Harriet is very pretty, but John, only Aunt Millie likes John. She says it is beautiful, her favorite name. It was only one of Polly's random speeches, and at any other time would have caused Mildred little embarrassment. But anxious, jaded, and weary as she was, her feelings were not so well under control, and as Dr. Harriet raised his eyes with a pleased expression as though to hear it corroborated by her own lips, a burning blush that seemed to scorch her suddenly rose to her face. Polly, how can you be so foolish? She began, with a trace of real annoyance in her clear tones, but then she stopped and corrected herself with quite good sense. I believe, after all, it is my favorite name. You know, it belonged to the beloved disciple. Thank you, was Dr. Harriet's low reply, and the subject dropped. But Mildred, sick at heart, wondered if her irritability had been noticed. The pain of that dreadful blush seemed to scorch her still. What would he think of her? Her fears were not quite groundless. Dr. Heriot had noticed her sudden embarrassment and had quickly changed the subject. But more than once that night he went over the brief conversation and questioned himself as to the meaning of that strange sudden flush on Mildred Lambert's face. Most of the party were growing weary of their enforced stay. When Richard at last made his appearance in the glen, the moon had risen. The heavy autumnal damps had already saturated the place. The gypsy fire had burnt down to its last ember, and Etta sat shivering beside it in her red cloak. Richard's apologies were ample and sounded sincere, but he offered no explanation of his strange desertion. The wagonette was waiting, he said, and they had better lose no time in packing up. He thought even Polly must have had enough of her beloved cotton mill. Polly made no answer. With Richard's reappearance, her forced spirits seemed to collapse. She stood by listlessly while the others lifted the hampers and wraps. When the little cavalcade started, she following with a step so slow and flagging that Dr. Heriot paused more than once. "Oh, Heartsease, how tired you are," he said pityingly, "and I have not a hand to give you. Wrap yourself in my plaid, darling. I have seen you shiver more than once." But she shook her head, and the plaid still trailed from her arm over the dewy grass. But Mildred noticed one thing. She saw when the wagonette had started along the dark country road that Dr. Heriot had taken the plaid and wrapped it around the weary girl. But she saw something else. She saw Polly steal timidly closer to the side of her betrothed husband, saw the kind arm open to receive her, and the little pale face suddenly lay itself down on it with a look of weariness and grief that went to her heart. End of chapter 25. Recorded by Desiree U. Angelis.
Chapter 26 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 26 is that letter from me, Aunt Millie. When dark days have come, and friendship worthless seemed, and life in vain, that bright friendly smile has sent me boldly to my task again. It has smiled on my successes, raised me when my hopes were low, and by turns has looked upon me with all the loving eyes I know. Adelaide Ann Proctor. There was a long, troubled talk between Mildred and Richard that night. Richard, who had borne his own disappointment so bravely, seemed utterly downcast on his brother's account. "I would rather have had this happen to any of us but Roy," he said, walking up and down Mildred's room that night. "Hush, Richard, she will hear us," returned Mildred anxiously, and then he came and rested his elbow on the sill beside her, and they talked in a low, subdued key, looking over the shadowy fells and the broad level of moonlight that lay beneath them. "You do not know Roy as well as I do. I believe he is physically as well as morally unfit to cope with a great sorrow. Where other men fight, he succumbs too readily. You have your trouble too, Carty. He should remember that." "I have not lost hope, Aunt Millie," he returned gravely. "I'm happier than Rex, far happier, for it is no wrong for me to love Ethel. I have a right to love her so long as no one else wins her. Roy will have it Polly has jilted him for Harriet." "Jilted him? That child?" "Yes, he maintains that she loves him best, only that she is unconscious of her own feelings. He declares that, to his belief, she has never really given her heart to Harriet. I'm afraid he is right in declaring the whole thing has been patched up too hastily. It has always seemed to me as though Polly were too young to know her own mind. Some girls are married at 18. Yes, but not Polly. Look what a child she is, and how quiet a life she has led for the last 3 years. She has seen no one but ourselves, Marsden and Harriet. Do you know, gentle as he is, she seems half afraid of him. That is only natural in her position. You think it does not augur want of love? Well, you may be right. I only profess to understand one girl, with a sigh, and I can read her like a book. But Roy, Aunt Milly, what must we do about Roy? Mildred shook her head dejectedly. He must not come here under the circumstances. It would not be possible or right. He has done mischief enough already. Surely he did not betray himself. In Richard's sternest voice, he assured me over and over again that he had not said a word which Dr. Heriot might not hear. No, he commanded himself wonderfully. He only forgot himself once, and then, poor lad, he recollected himself in time. But she must have noticed how badly it went with him. There was heartbreak in his face. I had sad work with him for the first 2 miles, returned Richard. I was half afraid of leaving him at all. He looked and spoke so wildly. Only my threat of telling my father brought him to reason. He begged, he implored me to keep his secret, and that no one but you and I should ever know of his madness. There would be nothing gained by telling my brother, returned Mildred. Certainly not. It would be perfectly useless, and fret him beyond measure. He would take Roy's trouble to heart, and have no pleasure in anything. How thankful I am, Aunt Milly, that I have already planned my London journey for the day after tomorrow. Yes, indeed, I shall feel easier when he is under your care. I must invent some excuse for being absent most of the day tomorrow. I cannot bear to think of him shut up in that wretched inn, and unable to stir out for fear of being recognized. He was very lame, I remember. I must find out if he has really injured his foot. Do you think I might go with you, Carty? For Mildred was secretly yearning to comfort her boy, but Richard instantly put a veto on her proposal. It would not be safe, Aunt Milly. It will excite less questioning if I go alone. You must be content to trust him to me. I will bring you a faithful report tomorrow evening. And as Mildred saw the wisdom of the reasoning, she resolved to abide by it. But she passed a miserable night. Roy's haggard face and Fear's reckless speeches haunted her. She dreaded to think of the time when Richard would be obliged to return to Oxford and leave Roy to battle alone with his misery. She wondered what Richard would think if she were to propose going up to him for a month or 2. She was becoming conscious herself of a need of change. A growing irritability of the nerves chafed her calm spirit. Daily suffering and suppression were wearing the brave heart sadly. Mildred, who ailed nothing ordinarily, had secret attacks of palpitation and faintness, which would have caused alarm if any one had guessed it, but she kept her own counsel. Once, indeed, Dr. Heriot had questioned her. You do not look as well as you used, Miss Lambert, but I suppose I am not to be consulted. And Mildred had shaken her head laughingly, but here was work for the ministering woman, to forget her own strange sorrow in caring for another. Roy needed her more than anyone. Olive could be safely left in charge of the others. Mildred fell asleep at last, planning long winter evenings in the young artist's studio. The next day seemed more than usually long. Polly, who looked as though she had not slept all night, spent her time in listlessly wandering about the house and garden, much to Olive's mild wonder. I do wish you would get something to do, Polly, she said more than once, looking up from her writing-table at the sound of the tapping heels. You have not practised those pieces Dr. John ordered from London. Olive is right. You should try and occupy yourself, my dear, observed Mildred, looking up from her marking. Piles of socks lay neatly beside her. Mr. Lambert's half-stitched wristband was in her lap. She looked with soft, reproving eyes at poor, restless Polly, her heart all the time very full of pity. How can you ask me to play? Returned Polly in a resentful tone. Play when Roy was ill, or in some dreadful trouble? Was that their love for him? When Mildred next looked up, the girl was no longer standing watching her with sad eyes. Across the beck, through the trees, she could see the shimmer of a blue dress. A forlorn young figure strolled aimlessly down the field path and paused by the weir. Of what was she thinking? Were her thoughts at all near the truth? "Don't forget me. Think of your old friend Roy," were those words said in the saddest voice she'd ever heard, still ringing in her ears. It was late in the evening when Richard returned, and he beckoned Mildred softly out of the room. Polly, who was sitting beside Dr. Heriot, followed them with wistful eyes, but neither of them noticed her. Richard gave a very unsatisfactory report. He found Roy looking ill in body as well as in mind, and suffering great pain from his foot, which was severely contused, though he obstinately refused to believe anything was really the matter, and had firmly declared his intention of accompanying his brother to London. His excitement had quite subsided, but the consequent depression was very great. Richard believed he had not slept from the pain of his foot, and mental worry, and being so near home, only made his desolation harder to bear. He had penciled a little line to Polly, which he had begged Richard to bring with his love, and at the same time declared he would never see her again when she was once Dr. Heriot's wife. And when Richard had remonstrated against the weakness and moral cowardice of adopting such a line of action, had flamed up into his old fierceness. She had made him an exile from his home, and all that he loved. He had no heart now for his profession. He knew his very hand had lost its cunning, but not for that could he love her the less or wish her ill. She is Polly, after all, he had finished piteously, the only girl I ever loved or cared to love, and now she is going near to spoil my whole life. It was useless to argue with him. Richard said everything like advice, seemed to irritate him, and no amount of sympathy could lull the intolerable pain. He found it answer better to remain silent, and let him talk out his trouble without trying to stem the bitter current. It went to Mildred's heart to hear how the poor lad, at the last, had broken down utterly at bidding his brother good-bye. "Don't leave me, Dick. I'm not fit to be left," he had said, and then he had thrown himself down on the miserable couch and had hidden his face in his arms. "And the note, Richard? Here it is. He said you might read it, that there was not a word in it that the whole world might not see. She could show it to Harriet if she liked." "All the same, I wish he had not written it," returned Mildred doubtfully, as she unfolded the slip of paper. "Dear Polly," it began, "I fear you must have thought me very strange and unkind last evening. Your reproachful eyes are haunting me now. I cannot bear you to misunderstand me. No one shall come between us." "Ah, I remember you said that. It was so like you, dear, so like my Polly. Now you must try not to think hardly of me. A great trouble has befallen me, as Aunt Milly and Richard know, and I must go away to bear it. No one can help me to bear it. Your little fingers cannot lighten it, Polly. Your sympathy could not avail me. It is my own burden, and I must bear it alone. You must not fret if we do not meet for some time. It is better so, far better. I have my work, and, dear, I pray that you may be very happy with the man you love, if he be the one you love, Polly." "Oh, Richard, he ought not to have said that. She will not understand. Go on, Aunt Milly." "But there can be no doubt of that. He is a good man, almost worthy of my Polly. But I must not say that any longer, for you are Harriet's Polly now, are you not? But whose ever you are, God bless you, dear Roy." Mildred folded the letter sadly. "He has betrayed himself in every line," she said, slowly and thoughtfully. "Richard, it will break my heart to do it, but I think Polly ought not to see this. We must keep it from her, and one day we must tell Roy." "I was afraid you might say so, but if you knew how he pleaded that this might be given to her, he seemed to think it would hinder her fretting. She cares for me more than any of you know, more than she knows herself," he said, as he urged me to take it. "What must we do? It will set her thinking." "No, Richard, it is too venturesome an experiment." But Mildred's wise precautions were doomed to be frustrated, for at that moment Polly quietly opened the door and confronted them. The two conspirators moved apart somewhat guiltily. "Am I interrupting you?" I knocked, but no one answered. "Aunt Milly looks disconcerted," said Polly, eyeing them both with keen, inquisitive glance. I only wanted to know if Richard has brought me a message or note from Roy." Richard hesitated and looked at Mildred. This business was making him anxious. He would fain wash his hands of it. "Why do you not answer?" continued the girl, palpitating a little. "Is that letter for me, Aunt Milly?" and as Mildred reluctantly handed it to her, a reproachful color overspread Polly's face. "Were you keeping this from me? I thought people's letters were sacred property," continued the little lady proudly. "I did not think you could do such a thing, Aunt Milly." "Dear Polly," remonstrated Richard, but Mildred interposed with quiet dignity. "Polly should be just, even though she is unhappy. Roy wished me to read his letter, and I have done so." "Forgive me," returned Polly, almost melting into tears. "I know I ought not to have spoken so, but it has been such a miserable day," and she leant against Mildred as she read the note. She read it once, twice, without comment, and then her features began to work. "Dear Aunt Milly, how unhappy he is. Roy, he cannot have done anything wrong." "No, no, my precious, of course not." "Then why must we not help him to bear it?" "We can pray for him, Polly." Yes, but I cannot understand it." "Piteously. I have always been Roy's friend, always, and now he has made Richard and you his confidants." "We are older and wiser, you see," began Richard with glib hypocrisy, which did not become him. Polly stamped her little foot with impatience. "Don't, Richard. I will not have you talk to me as though I were a child. I have a right to know this. You are all treating me badly. Roy would have told me. I know he would, if Aunt Milly had not come between us," and she darted a quick, reproachful look at Mildred. "It is Polly who is hard on us, I think," returned Mildred, putting her arm gently round the excited girl, and at the fond tone Polly's brief wrath evaporated. "I cannot help it," she returned, hiding her face on Mildred's shoulder. "It is all so wretched. Everything is spoiled. Roy is not pleased that I am going to be married. He seems angry, put out about it. It is not that. It cannot be that is the matter with him. Why do you not answer?" she continued impatiently, looking at them both with wide-open, innocent eyes. "Roy cannot be jealous." Mildred would have given worlds to have been able to answer no, but unused to evasion of any kind, the prudent falsehood died a natural death upon her lips. "My dear Polly, what makes you so fanciful?" she began with difficulty, but it was enough. Mildred's face could not deceive, and that moment's hesitating silence revealed the truth to the startled girl. Her faithful friend was hurt, jealous. "You see yourself that Rex wants you to be happy," continued Mildred, somewhat inconsequently. "I shall be happy if he be so, not unless," replied the girl a little sadly. Her pretty pink color had faded. Her hands dropped from Mildred's shoulder. She stood for a long time quiet, with her lips apart, her young head drooping almost to her breast. "Shall you answer his letter, Polly?" asked Richard at last, trying to rouse her. "Yes. No," she faltered, turning very pale. "Give my love to him, Richard, my dear love. I will write presently," and so saying she slowly and dejectedly left the room. "Aunt Milly, do you think she guesses?" whispered Richard when she had gone. "Heaven only knows, Richard. This is a wretched business. There seems nothing but trouble everywhere," and Mildred almost wrung her hands. Richard thought he had never seen her so agitated, so unlike herself. The days and weeks that followed tried Mildred sorely. Heavy autumnal rains had set in. Wet grass, dripping foliage, heaps of rotting leaves saturated with moisture met her eyes daily. A sunless, lurid atmosphere surrounded everything. By and by the rain ceased, and a merciless wind drove across the fells, drying up the sodden pools, whirling the last red leaves from the bare stems, and threatening to beat in the vicarage windows. A terrible scarping wind, whose very breath was bitterness to flesh and blood, blatant and unresting, filled the valley with a strange voice and life. The river was full to the brim now. The brown water that rushed below the terrace carried away sticks and branches and light eddying leaves. Great fires roared up the vicarage chimneys while the girls sat and shivered beside them. Those nights were terrible to Mildred. The wild stir and tumult, the fury of the great rushing wind, fevered her blood with strange excitement, and drove sleep from her pillow, or when weariness overcame her, haunted her brain with painful images. Never had the tranquil soul so lacked tranquillity, never had daily life, never had the many folded hours held such torture for her. "I must have changed, or I shall be ill," she thought, as she contemplated her wan and bloodless exterior morning after morning. Anything but that, anything but having him pitying me. Relief by his hand might be sweet indeed, but a doubt of her own power of self-control should weakness seize upon her, oppressed her like a nightmare, and the longing to escape from her daily ordeal of suffering amounted to an actual agony. Morning after morning she opened Richard's letters, in the hope that her proposal had been accepted, but each morning some new delay or object fretted her. Richard had remained in London up to the last possible moment. Roy's injured foot had rendered him dependent on his brother's nursing. His obstinacy had led to a great deal of unnecessary delay and suffering. Wakeful and harassed nights had undermined his strength and made him so nervous and irritable by day that only patience and firm management could effect any improvement. He was so reckless that it required coaxing to induce him to take the proper remedies, or to exert himself in the least. He had not yet roused himself or resumed his painting, and all remonstrances were at present unavailing. Mildred sighed over this fresh evidence of Roy's weakness and instability of purpose, and then she remembered that he was suffering, perhaps ill. No one knew better than herself the paralyzing effects on will and brain caused by anxiety and want of sleep. Some stimulus stronger than she or Richard could administer was needful to rouse Roy's dormant energies. Help came when they had least looked for it. "Is Roy painting anything now?" asked Polly suddenly one day when she was alone with Mildred. Mildred was writing to Richard. His last letter lay open beside her on the table. Polly had glanced at it once or twice, but she had not questioned Mildred concerning its contents. Polly had fallen into very quiet ways lately. The pretty pink color had never returned to her face. The light footstep was slower now. The merry laugh was less often heard. A sweet, wistful smile had replaced it. She was still the same busy, active Polly, gentle and affectionate as of old, but some change, subtle yet undefinable, had passed over the girl. Dr. Heriot liked the difference, even though he marveled at it. "Polly is looking quite the woman," he would say presently. Mildred paused a little startled over Polly's abrupt question. "Richard does not say. It is not in his letter, my dear," she stammered. "Not in this one, perhaps, but in his last," persisted Polly. "Try to remember, Aunt Milly. How does Richard say that Rex occupies himself?" "I'm afraid he is very idle," returned Mildred reluctantly. Polly colored and looked distressed. "But his foot is better. He is able to stand, is he not?" "I believe so. Richard certainly said as much as that." "Then it is very wrong for him to be losing time like this. He will not have his picture in the Academy after all. Someone ought to write and remind him," faltered Polly with a little heat. "I've done so more than once, and Richard is for ever lecturing. Roy is terribly desultory, I'm afraid." "Indeed you are wrong, Aunt Milly," persisted the girl earnestly. "Roy loves his work dearly, dearly. It is only his foot," and she broke down, recovered herself, and hurried on. "I think it would be a good thing if Dad Fabian were to go and talk to him. I will write to him, yes, and I will write to Roy." Mildred did not venture to dissuade her. She had a notion that perhaps Polly's persuasion might be more efficacious than Richard's arguments. She took it quite as a matter of course when, half an hour later, Polly laid the little note down beside her. "There, you may read it," she said hurriedly. "Let it go in Richard's letter. He may read it, too, if he likes." It was very short and covered the tiniest sheet of notepaper. The pretty handwriting was not quite so steady as usual. "My dearest brother Roy," it began. Never had she called him that before. "I've never written to thank you for your note. It was a dear, kind note, and I love you for writing it. Do not be afraid of my misunderstanding or thinking you unkind. You could not be that to anyone. I'm so thankful your poor foot is better. It has been terrible to think of your suffering all this time. I'm so afraid it must have interfered with your painting, and that you have not got on well with the picture you began when you were here. Roy, dear, you must promise to work at it harder than ever, and as soon as you are able. I'm sure it will be the best picture you have ever done, and I've set my heart on seeing it in the Academy next year. But unless you work your hardest, there will be no chance of that. I've asked Dad Fabian to come and lecture you. You and he must have one of your clever art talks, and then you must get out your palette and brushes and set to work on that pretty little girl's red cloak. Do, Roy, do, my dear brother, your loving friend Polly. Be kind to Dad Fabian. Make much of the dear old man. Remember, he is Polly's friend." It was the morning after the receipt of this letter, so Richard informed Mildred that Roy crept languidly from the sofa where he spent most of his days, and sat for a long time fixedly regarding the unfinished canvas before him. Richard made no observation, and shortly left the room. When he returned an hour afterwards, Roy was working at a child's drapery with the compressed lips and frowning brow. He tossed back his fair hair with the old irritable movement as his brother smiled approval. Well done, Roy. There is nothing like making a beginning after all. I hate it as much as ever, was the sullen answer. I'm only doing it because she told me, and I don't mean to disappoint her. I'm her slave. She might put her pretty foot on my neck if she liked. Ah, Polly, Polly, what a poor fool you have made of me. And Roy put his head on the easel and fairly groaned. But there was no shirking labor after that. Roy spent long, moody hours over his work, while Richard sat by with his books. An almost unbroken silence prevailed in the young artist's studio. The sweet whistler in Dr. Harriet's little glass house no longer existed. A half-stifled sigh, or an ejaculation of impatience, only reached Richard's ears from time to time, but Roy seemed to have no heart for conversation. Nothing interested him. His attention flagged after the first few minutes. Richard was obliged to go back to Oxford at the beginning of the term, but Dad Fabian took his place. Mildred learnt to her dismay that the old man was located at the cottage, at Roy's own wish, and was likely to remain for some weeks. How Mildred's heart sank at the news. Her plan had fallen to the ground. The change and quiet for which she was pining were indefinitely postponed. No one but Dr. Harriet guessed how Mildred's strength was failing, but his well-meant inquiries were evidently so unpalatable that he forbore to press them. Only once or twice he hinted to Mr. Lambert that he thought his sister was looking less strong than usual and wanted change of air. Harriet tells me that you are not looking well, that you want to change, Mildred, her brother said to her one day, and to his surprise she looked annoyed and answered more hastily than her wont. There is nothing the matter with me, at least nothing of consequence. I'm not one of those who are always fancying themselves ill. But you are thinner. Yes, I'm sure he is right. You are thinner, Mildred. What nonsense, Arnold. He has put that in your head. By and by I shall be glad of a little change, I dare say. When Mr. Fabian leaves Roy, I mean to take his place. A good idea, responded Mr. Lambert warmly. It will be a treat for Rex, and will do you good at the same time. I was thinking of running up myself after Christmas. One sees so little of the boy, and his letters are so short and unsatisfactory. He seems a little dull, I fancy. Mr. Fabian will cheer him up, replied Mildred evasively. She was thankful when her brother went back to his study. She felt more than usually oppressed and languid that day, though she would not own it to herself. Her work wearied her, and the least effort to talk jarred the edge of her nerves. How dreadful it is to feel so irritable and cross as I have done lately, she thought. Perhaps, after all, he is right, and I'm not so strong as usual. But I cannot have them all fancying me ill. The bare idea is intolerable. If I'm going to be ill, I hope I may know it, that I may get away somewhere where his kindness will not kill me. She shivered here, partly from the thought and partly from the opening of the door. A keen wind whistled through the passage. A rush of cold air followed Polly as she entered. Dr. Harriet was with her. His cordial greeting was as hearty as ever. All alone and in the dark and positively doing nothing. How unlike Aunt Millie, he said in his cheerful, quizzical voice, and kneeling down on the rug, he stirred the fire and threw on another log, rousing a flame that lighted up the whole china and played on the ebony chairs and cabinet. The shadows had all fled now. The firelight gleamed warmly on the couch, where Mildred was sitting in her blue dress, and on Dr. Harriet's dark face as he threw himself down in the easy-chair that, as he said, looked so inviting. Polly is tired, and so am I. We've been having an argument that lasted us all the way from Appleby. And he leaned back his head on the cushions and looked up lazily at Polly as she stood beside him in her soft furs, swinging her hat in her hand and gazing into the fire. Polly, do be reasonable and sit down, he exclaimed coaxingly. I cannot. I shall be late for tea. I do not wish to say anything more about it, she panted, somewhat unsteadily. Nay, heartsease, he returned gravely. This is hardly using me well. Let us refer the case to Aunt Millie. This naughty child, he continued, imprisoning her hand as she still stood beside him, and Mildred noticed now that she seemed to lean against the chair for support. This naughty Polly of ours is giving me trouble. She will have it she is too young to be married. Mildred put her hand suddenly to her heart. A troublesome palpitation oppressed her breathing. Polly hung her head, and then a sudden resolution seized her. Let me go to Aunt Millie. I want to speak to her, she said, wrenching herself gently from his hold, and as he set her free, she dropped on the rug at Mildred's side. You must not come to me to help you, Polly, said Mildred with a faint smile. You must be guided in this by Dr. Harriet's wishes. I knew you would be on my side, Miss Lambert, but you have no idea how obstinate she is. She declares that nothing will induce her to marry until her 19th birthday. A whole year, repeated Mildred in surprise. She felt like a prisoner, to whom the bitterness of death was past, exposed to the torturing suspense of a long reprieve. "Oh, Aunt Milly, ask him not to press me," pleaded the girl. "He is so good and patient in everything else, but he will not listen to me in this. He wants me to go home to him now this Christmas." "Why should we wait?" replied Dr. Hood, with an unusual touch of bitterness in his voice. "I shall never grow younger. My home is solitary enough, heaven knows, and in spite of all my kind friends here, I have to endure many lonely hours. Polly, if you love me, I think you would hardly refuse." "He says right," whispered Mildred, laying her cold hand on the girl's head. "It is your duty. He has need of you." "I cannot," replied Polly in a choked voice. But as she saw the cloud over her lover's brow, she came again to his side and knelt down beside him. "I did not mean to grieve you, dear, but you will wait, will you not?" "For what reason, Polly?" in a sterner voice than she had ever heard from him before. "For many reasons. Because," she hesitated, "I'm young and want to grow older and wiser for your sake. Because," and now a low sob interrupted her words, "though I love you dearly, ah, so dearly, I want to love you more, as I know I shall every day. You must not be angry with me if I try your patience a little." "I'm not angry," he repeated slowly, "but your manner troubles me. Are you sure you do not repent our engagement? That you love me, Polly?" "Yes, yes." Please do not say such things, clinging to him and crying as though her heart would break. They had almost forgotten Mildred shrinking back in the corner of her couch. "Hush, Heartsease, my darling, hush. You distress me," soothing her with the utmost tenderness. "We will talk of this again. You shall not be hampered or vexed by me. I'm not so selfish as that, Polly." "No, you are goodness itself," she replied remorsefully. And now she kissed his hand, oh so gratefully. "But you must never say that again, never, never." "What?" "That I do not love you. It is not the truth. It cannot be, you know." "You do not think it," looking up fearfully into his face. "I think you love me a little," he answered lightly, too lightly, Mildred thought, for the gloomy look had not passed away from his eyes. "He is disappointed. He thinks, as I do, that perfect love ought to cast out fear," she said to herself. But whatever were his thoughts, he did not give utterance to them, but only seemed bent on soothing Polly's agitation. When he had succeeded, he sent her away to get rid of all traces of tears, as he said, but as the door closed on her, Mildred noticed a weary look crossed his face. How her heart yearned to comfort him. "Right or wrong, I suppose I must abide by her decision," he said at last, speaking more to himself than to her. That roused her. "I do not think so," she returned, speaking with her old energy. "Give her a little time to get used to the idea, and then speak to her again. The thought of Christmas has startled her. Perhaps Easter would frighten her less." "That is just it. Why should it frighten her?" he returned doubtfully. "She has known me now for 3 years. I'm no stranger to her. She has always been fond of me. She has told me so over and over again. No," he continued decidedly, "I will not press her to come till she wishes it. I'm no boy that cannot bear a disappointment. I ought to be used to loneliness by this time." "No, no, she shall not treat you so, Dr. Harriot. I will not have it. Someone will prevent it. You shall not be left lonely for another year. You, so good and so unselfish." But here Mildred's excitement failed. A curious numb feeling crept over her. She fancied she saw a surprised look on Dr. Harriot's face, that he uttered an exclamation of concern, and then she knew no more. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Harriot's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriot's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 27. COOP, KERNAN Hole. The great and terrible land of wilderness and drought lies in the shadows behind me, for the Lord hath brought me out. The great and terrible river I stood that night to view lies in the shadows before me, but the Lord will bear me through. Poems by R.M. Mildred felt a little giddy and confused when she opened her eyes. "Is anything the matter? I suppose I have been a little faint, but it is nothing," she said feebly. Her head was on a soft pillow. Her face was wet with cold, fragrant waters. Polly was hanging over her with a distressed expression. Dr. Harriot's hand was on her wrist. "Hush, you must not talk," he said with a grave, professional air, "and you must drink this," so authoritatively that Mildred could not choose but to obey. "It is nothing of consequence," he continued. noticing an anxious look on her face. "The room was hot, and our talk wearied you. I noticed you were very pale when we came in," and Mildred felt relieved and asked no more questions. She was very thankful for the kindness that shielded her from all questioning and comment. When Dr. Heriot had watched the reviving effects of the cordial, and had satisfied himself that there would be no return of the faintness, he quietly but peremptorily desired that Polly should leave her. "You would like to be perfectly alone for a little while, would you not?" he said, as he adjusted the rug over her feet and placed the screen between her and the firelight, and Mildred thanked him with a grateful glance. How could he guess that silence was what her exhausted nerves craved more than anything? But Dr. Heriot was not so impervious as he seemed. He was aware that some nervous malady caused by secret anxiety or hidden care was wasting Mildred's fine constitution. The dilated pupils of the eyes, the repressed irritability of manner, the quick change of color, with other signs of mental disturbance, had long ago attracted his professional notice, and he had racked his brains to discover the cause. "She has overexerted herself, or else she has some trouble," he said to himself that night, as he sat beside his solitary fire. She had crept away to her own room during the interval of peace that had been allowed her, and he had not suffered them to disturb her. "I will come and see her tomorrow," he had said to Olive. "Let her be kept perfectly quiet until then." And Olive, who knew from experience the soothing effects of his prescription, mounted guard herself over Mildred's room, and forbade Polly or Chris to enter. Dr. Heriot had plenty of food for meditation that night. In spite of his acquiescence in Polly's decision, he felt chilled and saddened by the girl's persistence. For the first time, he gravely asked himself, had he made a mistake? Was she too young to understand his need of sympathy? Would it come to this, that after all she would disappoint him? As he looked round the empty room, a strange bitterness came over him. "And it is to this loneliness that she will doom me for another year," he said, and there was a heavy cloud on his brow as he said it. "If she really loved me, would she abandon me to another 12-month of miserable retrospection, with only Margaret's dead face to haunt me with its strange beauty?" But even as the thought passed through him, came the remembrance of those clinging arms and the dark eyes shining through their tears. "I love you dearly, dearly, but I want to love you more." "Oh, Heartsease," he groaned, "I fear that the mistake is mine, and that I have not yet won the whole of your innocent heart. I've taken it too much as a matter of course. Perhaps I've not wooed you so earnestly as I should have wooed an older woman, and yet I hardly think I have failed in either devotion or reverence. Ah," he continued with an involuntary sigh, "what right have I to complain if she withhold her fresh young love? Am I giving her all that is in me to give?" But here he stopped, as though the reflection pained him. He remembered with what sympathy Mildred had advocated his cause. She had looked excited, almost indignant, as Polly had uttered her piteous protest for a time. Had her clear eyes noticed any signs of vacillation or reluctance? Could he speak to her on the subject? Would she answer him frankly? And then for the first time he felt as though he could not so speak to her. "Every one takes their troubles to her, but she shall not be harassed by me," he thought. "She is sinking now under the burdens which most likely other people have laid upon her. I will not add to their weight." And a strange pity and longing seized him to know what ailed the generous creature who never thought of herself but of others. Mildred felt as though some ordeal awaited her when she woke the next morning. She looked so ill and weak that Olive was in despair when she insisted on rising and dressing herself. It would bring on the faintness again to a certainty, she said, in a tone of unusual remonstrance, but Mildred was determined. But she was glad of Olive's assistance before she had finished, and the toilet was made very slowly and wearily. At the drawing-room door, Dr. Heriot met her with a reproachful face. He looked a little displeased. "So you have cast my prescription to the wind," he said dryly, "and are determined not to own yourself ill. But Mildred colored so painfully that he cut short his lecture and assisted her to the couch in silence. There you may stop for the next 2 or 3 days, he continued somewhat grimly. Mr. Lambert has desired me to look after you, and I shall take good care that you do not disobey my orders again. I've made Olive head nurse, and woe be to her if there be a single infringement of my rules. Mildred looked up at him timidly. He had been so gentle with her the preceding evening that this change of manner disturbed her. This was not his usual professional gravity. On such occasions he had ever been kindness itself. He must be put out, annoyed. The idea was absurd, but could she have displeased him? She was too weak to bear the doubt. "Have I vexed you, Dr. Heriot, by coming down?" she asked gently. "I should be worse if I fancied myself ill. I have had these attacks before. They are nothing." "That is your opinion, is it? I must say I thought better of your sense, Miss Lambert." Still gruffly, Mildred's eyes filled with tears. "Yes, I am vexed," he continued, sitting down by her, but his tone was more gentle now. "I'm vexed that you are hiding from us, that you are suffering. You keep us all in the dark. You deny you are ill. I think you are treating us all very badly." "No, no," she returned with difficulty. "I am not ill. You must not tell me so." And her cheek paled perceptibly. "Have you turned coward suddenly?" he replied with a keen look at her. "I've heard you say more than once that the dread of illness was unknown to you, that you could have walked a fever hospital without a shudder. What has become of your courage, Miss Lambert?" "I'm not afraid, but I do not want to be ill," she returned faintly. "That is more unlike you than ever. Impatience, want of submission, do not certainly belong to your category of faults. Well, if you promise to follow my prescription, I think I can undertake that you shall not be ill." Mildred drew a long sigh of relief. The sigh of an oppressed heart was not lost on Dr. Heriot. "But you must get rid of what is on your mind," he went on quickly. "If other people's burdens lie heavily, you must shift them to their own shoulders and think only of yourself. Now I want to ask you a few questions." Mildred looked frightened again, but something in Dr. Heriot's manner this morning constrained her to obey. His inquiries were put skillfully and needed only a yea and nay, as though he feared she would elude him. Mildred found herself owning to loss of appetite and want of sleep, to languor and depression, and a tendency to excessive irritation. Noises jarred on her. A latent excitement took the place of strength. She had lost all pleasure in her duties, though she still fulfilled them. "And now what does this miserable state of the nerves mean?" was his next question. Mildred said nothing. "You have suffered no shock? Nothing has alarmed you?" She shook her head. "You cannot eat or sleep. When you speak you change color with every word. You are wasted, getting thinner every day, and yet there is no disease. This must mean something, Miss Lambert. Excuse me, but I am your friend as well as your doctor. I cannot work in the dark." Mildred's lips quivered. "I want change, rest. I've had anxieties. No one can be free in this world. I'm getting too weak for my work." What a confession from Mildred. At another time she would have died rather than utter it. But his quiet strength of will was making evasion impossible. She felt as though this friend of hers was reading her through and through. She must escape in some measure by throwing herself upon his mercy. He looked uneasy at that. His eyes softened, then suffused. "I thought as much," he muttered. "I could not be deceived by that face," and a great pity swelled up in his heart. He would like to befriend this noble woman, who was always so ready to sacrifice herself to the needs of others. He would ask her to impart her trouble, whatever it was. He might be able to help her. But Mildred, who read his purpose in his eyes, went on breathlessly. "It is the rest I want and the change. I'm not ill. I knew you would say so, but the nerves get strained sometimes, and then worries will come." "Tell me your trouble," he returned abruptly, but it was the abruptness of deep feeling. "I've not forgotten your kindness to me on more than one occasion. I've debts of gratitude to pay, and they are heavy. Make me your friend, your brother, if you will. You will find I am to be trusted." But the poor soul only shrank from him. "It cannot be told. There are reasons against it. I've more than one trouble. Anxiety," she faltered. "Dr. Heriot, indeed you are very good, but there are some things that cannot be told." As you will, he returned, very gently, but Mildred saw he was disappointed. In what a strange complication she was involved. She could not even speak to him of her fear on Roy's behalf. He took his leave soon after that, and Mildred fancied a slight reserve mingled with the kindness with which he bade her goodbye. He seemed conscious of it, for he came back again after putting on his coat, thereby preventing a miserable afternoon of fanciful remorse on Mildred's part. "I will think what is to be done about the change," he said, drawing on his driving gloves. "I'm likely to be busy all day and shall not see you again this evening. Keep your mind at rest as well as you can. You don't need to be told in what spirit all trials must be borne. The darker the cloud, the more need of faith." He held out his hand to her again, with one of his bright, genial smiles, and Mildred felt braced and comforted. Mildred was obliged to allow herself to be treated as an invalid for the next few days, but when Dr. Heriot saw how the inaction and confinement fretted her, he withdrew a few of his restrictions, even at times going against his better judgment, when he saw how cruelly she chafed under her own restlessness. This was the case one chill, sunless afternoon, when he found her standing by the window looking out over the fells, with a sad wistfulness that went to his heart. As he went up to her, he was shocked to see the marks of recent tears upon her face. "What is this? You are not worse today?" he asked in a tone of vexed remonstrance. "No, oh no," she returned, holding out her hand to him with a misty smile, the thin blue-veined hand with its hot, dry palm. "You will think me a poor creature, Dr. Heriot, but I could not help fretting over my want of strength just now." "Rome was not built in a day," he responded cheerily, "and people who indulge in fainting fits cannot expect to feel like Hercules. Who would have thought that such an inexorable nurse as Miss Lambert should prove such a fractious invalid?" And there was a tone of reproof under the light raillery. "I do not mean to be impatient," she answered, sighing, "but I am so weary of this room and my own thoughts, and then there are my poor people." "Don't trouble your head about them. They will do very well without you," with pretended roughness. She shook her head. "You are wrong. They miss me dreadfully. Olive has brought me several messages from them already." "Then Olive ought to be ashamed of herself and shall be deposed from her office of nurse, and Polly shall reign in her stead." But Mildred was too much depressed and in earnest to heed his banter. "There is poor Rachel Sowerby up at STENKRITH. Her mother has been down this morning to say that she cannot last very much longer. I'm just going up to see her now. I fear it is only a question of days," he replied gravely. Mildred clasped her hands with an involuntary movement of pain. "Rachel is very dear to me. She is the model girl and the favorite of the whole school, and her mother says she is pining to see me. Oh, Dr. Heriot." But here she stopped. "Well," he returned encouragingly, and for the second time he noticed the exceeding beauty of Mildred's eyes as she fixed them softly and beseechingly on his face. "Do you think it would hurt me to go that little distance just to see Rachel?" "What, in this bitter wind?" he remonstrated. "Wait until tomorrow, and I will drive you over." "There may be no tomorrows for Rachel," she returned with gentle persistence. "I'm afraid I shall fret sadly if I do not see her again. She was my best Sunday scholar. The wind will not hurt me. If you knew how I longed to be out in it. Just before you came in, I was wishing I were on the top of one of those fells, feeling it sweep over me." "Ministers of grace, defend me from the soft pleading of a woman's tongue," exclaimed Dr. Heriot impatiently, but he laughed too. "You are a most troublesome patient, Miss Lambert, but I suppose you must have your way, but you must take the consequences of your own willfulness." Mildred quietly seated herself. "No, I'm not willful. I've no wish to disobey you," she returned in a low voice. He drew near and questioned her face. Evidently it dissatisfied him. "If I do not let you go, you will only worry yourself the whole day, and your lungs are sound enough," he continued brusquely. But Mildred's strange unreasonableness tried him. "Wrap yourself up well. Polly is going with me, but there is plenty of room for both. I will pay my visit and leave you with Rachel for an hour while I get rid of some of my other patients." Mildred lost no time in equipping herself, and though Dr. Heriot pretended to growl the greater part of the way, he could not help noticing how the wind, bleak and boisterous as it was, seemed to freshen his patient and bring back the delicate color to her cheeks. What a hearty North Country woman you have become, he said, as he lifted her down from the phaeton, and they went up the path to the house. I feel changed already. Thank you for giving me my way in this, was the grateful answer. When Dr. Harriot had taken his departure, she went up to the sick room and sat for a long time beside her old favorite, reading and praying with her until Rachel had fallen into a doze. She will sleep maybe for an hour or two. She had a terrible night of pain, whispered Mrs. Sowerby, and she will sleep all the sweeter for your reading to her. Poor thing, she was set on seeing her dear Miss Lambert, as she always calls you. I will come again and see her tomorrow, if Dr. Harriot permits it, she replied. When Mrs. Sowerby had gone back to her daughter's room, she went and sat by herself at a window looking over STENKRITH. The rocks and white foaming pools were distinctly visible through the leafless trees. A steep flight of steps led down to the stream and waterfall. The steps were only a few yards from the Sowerbys' house. As Mildred looked, a strange longing to see the place again took possession of her. For a moment she hesitated, as Dr. Harriot's strictures on her imprudence recurred to her memory, but she soon repelled them. He does not understand, how can he, that this confinement tries me, she thought, as she crept softly down the stairs so as not to disturb Rachel. The wind was delicious. I feel 10 times better than I did in that hot room. He will not mind when I tell him so. Mildred's feverish restlessness, fed by bitter thought, was getting the better of her judgment, like the skeleton placed at Egyptian feasts to remind the revelers that they were mortal. So Mildred fancied her courage would be strengthened, her resolution confirmed, by a visit to the very spot where her bitterest wound had been received. She remembered how the dark churning waters had mingled audibly with her pain, and for the moment she had wished the rushing force had hurried her with it, with her sweet, terrible secret undisturbed, to the bottom of that deep, sunless pool. And now the yearning to see it again was too strong to be resisted. Polly had accompanied Dr. Harriot. Mrs. Sowerby was in her daughter's room. There was no one to raise a warning voice against her imprudence. The whole place looked deserted and desolate. The sun had hidden its face for days. A dark moisture clung to the stones, making them slippery in places. The wind was more boisterous than ever, wrapping Mildred's blue serge more closely round her feet and entangling her in its folds, blowing her hair wildly about her face and rendering it difficult with her feeble force to keep her footing on the slimy rocks. I shall feel it less when I get lower down, she panted, as she scrambled painfully from one rock to another, often stopping to take breath. A curious mood, gentle yet reckless, was on her. He would be angry with her, she thought. Ah, well, his anger would only be sweet to her. She would own her fault humbly, and then he would be constrained to forgive her. But this longing for freedom, for the strong winds of heaven, for the melody of rushing waters, was too intense to be resisted. The restlessness that devoured her still led her on. I see something moving down there, observed Polly, as Dr. Harriot's phaeton rolled rapidly over the bridge. Down by the steps, I mean. It looked almost like Aunt Mildred's blue serge dress. Your eyes must have deceived you then, he returned coolly as he pulled up again at the little gate. Polly made no answer, but as she quickened her steps toward the place, he followed her, half vexed at her persistence. My dear child, as though your Aunt Milly would do anything so absurd, he remonstrated. Why, the rocks are quite unsafe after the rain, and the wind is enough to cut one in halves. It is, Aunt Milly. I told you so, returned Polly triumphantly as she descended the step. There is her blue serge and her beaver hat. Look, she sees us. She is waving her hand. Dr. Harriot suppressed the exclamation that rose to his lips. Take care, Polly. The steps are slippery. You'd better not venture on the stones, he said peremptorily. Keep where you are, and I will bring Miss Lambert back. Mildred saw him coming. Her heart palpitated a little. He will think me foolish, little better than a child, she said to herself. He will not know why I came here. And her courage evaporated. All at once she felt weak. The rocks were certainly terribly slippery. Wait for me. I will help you, he shouted, seeing her indecision. But either Mildred did not hear, or she misunderstood him. The stone was too high for her unassisted efforts. She tried one lower. It was wet. Her foot slipped. She tried to recover herself, fell, and then, to the unspeakable horror of the two watching her above, rolled from rock to rock and disappeared. Polly's wild shriek of dismay rang through the place, but Dr. Harriot never lost his presence of mind for a moment. Stay where you are, on your peril, disobey me, he cried in a voice of thunder to the affrighted girl, and then, though with difficulty, He steered his way between the slippery stones and over the dangerous fissures. He could see her now. Some merciful jag in the rocks had caught part of her dress and arrested her headlong progress. The momentary obstacle had enabled her, as she slipped into one of the awful fissures that opened into COOP KERNAN hole, to snatch with frantic hands at the slimy rock, her feet clinging desperately to the narrow, slippery ledge. "John, save me," she screamed as she felt herself slipping into the black abyss beneath. "John!" John Heriot heard her. "Yes, I'm coming, Mildred. Hold on. Hold on another minute." The drops of mortal agony stood on his brow as he saw her awful peril, but he dared not, for both their sakes, venture on reckless haste. Already he had slipped more than once, but had recovered himself. It seemed minutes to both of them before Polly saw him kneeling on one knee beside the hole, his feet hanging over the water. "Hush, do not struggle so, Mildred," he pleaded as he got his arm with difficulty round her, and she clung to him almost frantically. The poor soul had become delirious from the shock and thought she was being dashed to pieces, her face elongated and sharpened with terror. As she sank half fainting against his shoulder, the weight on his arm was terrible. "Good heavens, what can I do?" he ejaculated as he felt his strength insufficient to lift her. His position was painful in the extreme. His knee was slipping under him, and the dripping serge dress, heavy with water, increased the strain on the left arm. A false movement, the slightest change of posture, and they must both have gone. He remembered how he had heard it said that COOP KERNAN hole was of unknown depth under the bridge. The dark, sluggish pool lay black and terrible between the rocks. If she slipped from his hold into that cruel water, he knew he could not save her, for he had ever been accounted a poor swimmer, and yet her dead weight was already numbing his arm. "Mildred, if you faint, we must both die," he cried in despair. His voice seemed to rouse her. Some instinct of preservation prompted her to renewed effort, and as he held her more firmly, she managed to get one hand round his neck. The other still clutched at the rock, and as Polly's cries for help reached a navvy working at some distance, she saw Dr. Heriot slowly and painfully lift Mildred over the edge of the rock. "Thank God!" he panted, and then he could say no more. But as he felt the agonized shuddering run through Mildred's frame, as unconscious of her safety, she still clung to him. He, half pityingly and half caressingly, put back the unbound hair from the pale face as he would have done to a child. But he looked almost as ghastly as Mildred did, when, aided by the navvy's strong arms, they lifted her over the huge masses of rocks and up the steep steps. Polly ran to meet them. Her lover's pale and distorted appearance alarmed her almost as much as Mildred's did. "Oh, Heriot," cried the young girl, "you are hurt. I'm sure you are hurt." "A strain, nothing else," he returned quickly. "Run on, dear Polly, and open the door for us. Mrs. Sowerby must take us in for a little while." When Mildred perfectly recovered consciousness, she was lying on the old-fashioned couch in Mrs. Sowerby's best room, but she was utterly spent and broken, and could do nothing for a little while but weep hysterically. Polly leant over her, raining tears on her hands. "Oh, Aunt Milly," sobbed the faithful little creature, "what should we have done if we had lost you? Darling, darling, how dreadful it would have been." "I wish to die," murmured Mildred, half to herself, "but I never knew how terrible death could be. Oh, how sinful, how ungrateful I have been," and she covered her face with her hands. "Oh, Heriot, ask her not to cry so," pleaded poor Polly. "I've never seen her cry before, never, and it hurts me so." "It will do her good," he returned hastily, but he went and stood by the window until Polly joined him. "She is better now," she said timidly, glancing up into his absorbed face. Upon that he turned round. "Then we must get her home, that she may change her wet things as soon as possible. Do you feel as though you can move?" he continued, in his ordinary manner, though perhaps it was a trifle grave. "You are terribly bruised, I fear, but I trust not otherwise injured." She looked up, a little surprised at the calmness of his tone, and then involuntarily she stretched out her hands to him. "Let me thank you first. You have saved my life," she whispered. "No," he returned quietly. "It is true your disobedience placed us both in jeopardy, but it was your obedience at the last that really saved your life. If you had fainted, you must inevitably have been lost. I could not have supported you much longer in my cramped position." "Your arm, did I hurt it?" she asked anxiously, noticing an expression of pain pass over his face. "I dare say I have strained it slightly," he answered indifferently, "but it does not matter. The question is, do you think you can bear to be moved?" "Oh, I can walk. I'm better now," she replied, coloring slightly. His coolness disappointed her. She was longing to thank him with the full fervor of a grateful heart. It was sweet, it was good in spite of everything, to receive her life back through his hands. Never, never would she dare to repine again, or murmur at the lot Providence had appointed her. So much had the dark lesson of COOP Kernan whole taught her. Well, what is it? He asked, reading but too truly the varying expressions of her eloquent face. If you will only let me thank you, she faltered, I shall never forget this hour to my dying day. Neither shall I, he returned abruptly as he wrapped her up in his dry plaid and assisted her to rise. His manner was as kind and considerate as ever during their short drive, that Mildred felt as though his reserve were imposing some barrier on her. Consternation prevailed in the vicarage at the news of Mildred's danger. Olive, who seldom shed tears, became pale and voiceless with emotion, while Mr. Lambert pressed his sister to his heart with a whispered thanksgiving that was audible to her alone. It was good for Mildred's sore heart to feel how ardently she was beloved. A great flood of gratitude and contrition swept over her as she lay bruised and shaken, with her hand in Arnold's, looking at the dear faces round her. It has come to me not in the still small voice, but in the storm, she thought. He has brought me out of the deep waters to serve him more faithfully, to give a truer account of the life restored to me. The clear brightness of her eyes surprised Dr. Heriot as he came up to her to take leave. They reminded him of the Mildred of old. You must promise to sleep tonight. Someone must be with you, Oliver, Polly. You might get nervous alone, he said with his usual thoughtfulness, but she shook her head. I think I'm cured of my nervousness forever, she returned, in a voice that was very sweet. The soft, smiling eyes haunted him. Had an angel gone down and troubled the pool? What healing virtues had steeped the dark waters that her shuddering feet had pressed? Could faith, full-formed, spring from such parentage of deadly anguish and fear? Mildred could have answered in the verse she loved so well. He never smiled so sweet before, save on the sea of sorrow, when the night was saddest on our heart. We followed him at other times in sunshine. Summer days and moonlight nights, he led us over paths bordered with pleasant flowers, but when his steps were on the mighty waters, when we went with trembling hearts through nights of pain and loss, his smile was sweeter and his love more dear, and only heaven is better than to walk with Christ at midnight over moonless seas. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 28, Dr. Harriet's Mistake. In the cruel fire of sorrow, cast thy heart. Do not faint or wail. Let thy hand be firm and steady. Do not let thy spirit quail. But wait till the trial is over, and take thy heart again. For as gold is tried by fire, so a heart must be tried by pain. Adelaide Ann Proctor. Mildred slept soundly that night, in spite of her bruises. It was Dr. Heriot who waked. What nightmare of oppression was on him? What light, scorching and illuminating, was shining on him through the gloom? Was he losing his senses? Had he dreamt it? Had he really heard it? John, save me, John, as of a woman in mortal anguish calling on her mate, as Margaret had but once called him, when a glimpse of the dark valley had been vouchsafed her, and she had bidden him, with frenzied eye and tongue, arrest her downward course. I cannot die, at least not like this. You must save me, John. And that time he had saved her. And now he had heard it again, at the only time when conventionality lays aside its decorous disguise, and the souls of men are bare to their fellows, at the time of awful peril, on the brink of a momentarily expected death. So had she called to him, and so with the sudden waking response of his soul, he had answered her. He could see it all now. Never, to his dying hour, could he forget that scene, the prostrate figure crashing among the rocks as though to an immediate and terrible death, the agonized struggle in the dark pit, the white face pressed heavily like death to his shoulder, the long, unbound hair streaming across his arm. Never before had he owned to himself that this woman was fair, until he had put back the blinding hair with his hand, as she clung to him in suffering helplessness. I wished to die, but I never knew how terrible death could be. He had heard her whisper between her quivering lips, and the knowledge that her secret was his had bidden him turn away his eyes from her, his own suffused with tears. Fool, blind fool that I was, he groaned, fool never to guess how dear she was until I saw death trying to snatch her from me, never to know the reason why her presence inspired me with such comfort and such rest. And I must needs call it friendship. Was it friendship that brought me day after day, with such a sore heart to minister to her weakness? Was it only friendship and pity, and a generous wish to succor her distress? O fool, miserable fool, forever fated to destroy my own peace of mind! But we need not follow the bitter self-communing of that generous spirit through that long night of doubt and pain from which he rose a sadder and a better man. Alas, he had grasped the truth too late. The true woman, the true mate, the very nature akin to his own, had been beside him all these years, and he had not recognized her, blind in his pitiful worship of lesser lights. And as he thought of the innocent girl who had pledged her faith to him, he groaned again within himself. Polly was not less dear to him in the misery that had befallen him, yet he knew and shuddered at the knowledge that all unwittingly he had deceived himself in her. He would love his child-wife dearly, he knew, but not as he could love a woman like Mildred. If she had been less reserved, less unapproachable in her gentle dignity, it might have been better for both of us, he said to himself. The saint has hidden the woman. One cannot embrace a halo, and he thought with sharp anguish how well this new phase of weakness had become her. When she had claimed his indulgence for her wayward and nervous fancies, he had felt even then a sort of pride that she should appeal to him in her helplessness. But these were vain thoughts. It might have been better for both of them if she were lying now under the dark waters of COOP, KERNAN Hole, her angel soul in its native heaven. Yes, it might be far better. He did not know. He had not Mildred's faith for as long as they must dwell together and yet apart in this mortal world. Life could only be a bitter thing for him, but not for that should he cease to struggle. I've more than myself to consider, he continued as he rose and drew back the curtain and looked out on the rich harvest of the sky, glittering sheaves of stars, countless worlds beyond worlds, stretching out into immensity. God, do so to me and more also, if my unkindness or fickleness cloud the clear mirror of that girlish soul. It is better, far better, for me to suffer, I for her too, than to throw off a responsibility at once so sacred and so pure. How Mildred would have gloried in this generous victory if she had witnessed it. The knowledge that the tardy blessing of his love had been vouchsafed her, though too late and in vain, would have gladdened her desolate heart, and the honor and glory of it would have decked her lonely life with infinite blossom. But now she could only worship his goodness from afar. None but Mildred had ever rightly read him, or knew the unselfishness that was so deeply ingrained in this man's nature. Loving and impulsive by nature, he had patiently wooed and faithfully held to the woman who had scorned his affection and provoked his forbearance. He had borne his wrecked happiness, the daily spectacle of his degradation, with a resignation that was almost sublime. He had comforted the poor sinner on her deathbed with assurances of forgiveness that had sunk into her soul with strange healing. When at last she had left him, he had buried his dead out of his sight, covering with thick sods and heaping the earth with pious hands over the memory of her past sins. It was this unselfishness that had first taught him to feel tenderly to the poor orphan. He had schemed out of pure benevolence to make her his wife, until the generous fancy had grown dear to him, and he had believed his own happiness involved in it. And now that it had resulted in a bitter awakening to himself and disappointment to another, no possibility of eluding his fate ever came into his mind. Polly already belonged to him. She was his, made his own by a distinct and plighted troth. He could no more put her away from him than he would have turned away the half-frozen robin that sought refuge from the inclement storm. Mildred had betrayed her love too late. It was his lot to rescue her from death, but not to bid her welcome to a heart that should in all honor belong to another. True, it was a trial most strange and bitter, an ordeal from which flesh and blood might well shrink, but long before this he had looked into the burning fiery furnace of affliction, and he knew, as such men know, that though he might be cast therein bound and helpless, that even there the true heart could discern the form most like unto the Son of God. It was with such feeling as this that he lingered by Polly's side, as though to gain a minute's strength before he should be ushered into Mildred's presence. "How tired you look, Harriet," she said as he stood beside her. The word had involuntarily slipped from her in her gladness yesterday, and as she timidly used it again, his lips touched her brow in token of his thanks. "We are improving, heart's ease. I suppose you begin to find out that I am not as formidable as I look. The Dr. Harriet had a very chilling sound. It made me feel 50 at least." "I think you're getting younger, or I'm getting older," observed Polly quaintly. "To be sure, you look very pale this morning, and your forehead is dreadfully wrinkled. I'm afraid your arm has been troubling you." "Well, it has been pretty bad," he returned evasively, "but one does not get over a strain so easily. But now, how is Mildred?" The word escaped from him involuntarily, but he did not recall it. Polly did not notice his slight confusion. "She is down in the drawing-room. I think she expects you," she replied. "Olive said she had a beautiful night, but of course the bruises are very painful. One of her arms is quite blackened. She cannot bear it touched." "I will see what can be done," was his answer. As he crossed the lobby, his step was as firm as ever, his manner as gravely kind as he stood by Mildred's side. The delicacy of her aspect smote him with dull pain, but she smiled in her old way as she gave him her left hand. "The other is so much bruised that I cannot bear the lightest touch," she said, drawing it out from her white shawl and showing him the cruel black marks. "It is just like that to my shoulder." He looked at it pityingly. "And yet you slept?" "As I have not slept for weeks. No terrible dreams haunted me. No grim presentiments of evil fanned my pillow with black wing. You must have exorcised the demon." "That is well," he returned, sitting down beside her and trying to speak with his old cheerfulness. "Reality has beaten off hypochondriacal fancies. COOP Kernan has proved a stern mentor." "I trust I may never forget the lesson it has taught me," she returned, with a slight shudder at the remembrance, and then they were both silent for a moment. "Dr. Harriet," she continued presently, "yesterday I wanted to thank you. I ought rather to have craved your forgiveness." He smiled at that. In spite of himself, the old feeling of rest had returned to him with her presence, her sweet looks, her patience, her brave endurance of what he knew would be keen suffering to other women, won the secret tribute of his admiration. He would lay aside his heavy burden for this 1 hour and enjoy this brief interval of peace. "I do not wonder that you refuse my thanks," she went on earnestly. "To think that my foolish act of disobedience should have placed your life as well as mine in such deadly peril. Indeed, you must assure me of your forgiveness, or I shall never be happy again." And Mildred's lip trembled. He took the bruised hand in his, but so tenderly that she did not wince at his touch. The blackened fingers lay on his palm as restfully as the little bird he had once warmed in his hands one snowy day. How he loved this woman who was suing to him with such sweet lips for forgiveness. The latent flame just kindled burned with an intensity that surprised himself. "Ah," she said, mistaking his silence and looking up into his dark face, and it looked strangely worn and harassed in the clear morning light. "You do not answer. You think I am much to blame. I've tried your patience too far, even yours." "I was angry with you, certainly, when I saw you down on those rocks, jeopardizing your precious life," he replied slowly. "Such foolhardiness was unlike you, and I had reserved certain vials of wrath at my disposal. But now," he finished with his luminous smile, "you think I have been punished sufficiently?" "Yes, first stoned and then half submerged." "I forgave you directly you called on me for help," he returned, making believe to jest, but watching her intently all the time. Would she understand his vague allusion? But Mildred, unconscious that she had betrayed herself, only looked relieved. "Besides, there can be no question of forgiveness between friends, and whatever happens, we are friends always," relinquishing her hand a little abruptly. He rose soon after that. Mildred was uneasy. He was evidently suffering severely from his arm, but he continued to evade her anxious inquiries, assuring her that it was nothing to the pain of her bruises, and that a wakeful night more or less mattered little to him. But as he went out of the room, he told himself that these interviews were perilously sweet and must be avoided at all hazards. Either he must wound her with his coldness, or his tenderness would inevitably betray itself in some unguarded look or word. Twice already had her name lingered on his tongue, and more than one awkward pause had brought her clear glances questioning to his face. What right had he to hold the poor blackened hand in his for more than a moment? But the sweet soul had taken it all so naturally. Her color had never varied. Possibly her great deliverance had swallowed all lesser feelings for the time. The man she loved had become her preserver, and this knowledge was so precious to her that it had lifted her out of her deep despondency. But as he set forth to his work, he owned within himself that such things must not be. It were a stain on his integrity to suffer it. From the first of Mildred's coming, their intercourse had been free and unrestrained, but for the future he would time his visits when the other members of the family would be present, or better still, he would keep Polly by his side, trusting that the presence of his young betrothed would give him the strength he needed. Mildred did not seem to notice the change. It was effected so skillfully. She was always better pleased when Olive or Polly was there. It diverted Dr. Harriet's attention from herself and caused her less embarrassment. Her battered frame was in sore need of rest, but with her usual unselfishness, she resumed some of her old duties as soon as possible, that Olive might not feel overburdened. "It seems as though I've been idle for such a long time," she said in answer to Dr. Harriet's deprecating glance at the mending beside her. "Olive has no time now, and these things are more troublesome to her than to most people. Tomorrow I mean to take to housekeeping again, for Polly feels herself quite unable to manage Nan." Dr. Harriet shook his head, but he did not directly forbid the experiment. He knew that to a person of Mildred's active habits, anything approaching to indolence was a positive crime. It was better for them both that she should assert that she was well, and that he should be free to relax his vigilance. He could still watch over her and interfere when it became necessary to do so. Mildred had reason to be thankful that he did not oppose her exertions, for before long fresh work came to her. The very morning after Dr. Harriet had withdrawn his silent protest, a letter in a strange handwriting was laid beside Mildred's breakfast plate. The postmark was London, and she opened it in some little surprise, but Polly, who was watching her, noticed that she turned pale over the contents. "Is it about Roy?" she whispered, and Mildred started. "Yes, he has been ill," and she looked at her brother doubtfully, but he stretched out his hand for the letter and read it in silence. Polly watched them anxiously. "He is not very ill, Aunt Milly?" "Not now, but I greatly fear he has been so. Mrs. Madison writes that it was a neglected cold with a sharp attack of inflammation, but that the inflammation has subsided. He is terribly weak and needs nursing, and the doctor insists that his friends should be informed." "But Dad Fabian is with him?" "No, he is quite alone. The strangest part is that he would not suffer her to write to us. I suppose he dreaded our alarm." "It was wrong, very wrong," groaned Mr. Lambert, his brother not with him, and he away from us all that distance. "Mildred, my dear, you must go to him without delay." Mildred smiled faintly. She thought her strength was small for such a long journey, but she did not say so. Anxiety for her son had driven the remembrance of her accident from his mind. A slight attack of rheumatic gout, to which he had been subject of late years, prevented him from undertaking the journey as he wished. "You will go, my dear, will you not?" he pleaded anxiously. "If Aunt Milly goes, I must go to take care of her," broke in Polly. Her face was pale, her eyes dilated with excitement. Olive looked on wistfully, but said nothing. It was never her way to thrust herself forward on any occasion, and however much she wished to help Mildred in nursing Roy, she did not drop a hint to that effect. But Mildred was not slow to interpret the wistfulness. "It is Olive's place to nurse her brother," she said with a trace of reproof in her voice, but though Polly grew crimson, she still persisted. "I did not mean that. You know I did not, Aunt Milly," a little indignantly. "I only thought I could wait on you and save you trouble, and then when he was better I could—" But her lip quivered, and when the others looked up, expecting her to finish her sentence, she suddenly and most unexpectedly burst into tears and left the room. Olive followed Mildred when she rose from the breakfast table. "Aunt Milly, do let her go. Poor Polly, she looks so miserable." "It is not to be thought of for a moment," returned Mildred with unusual decision. "If no one but Polly can accompany me, I shall go alone." "But Polly is so fond of Roy," pleaded Olive. Timid with regard to herself, she could persist with more boldness on another's behalf. Roy would not care for me half so much as he would for her. When he had that feverish cold last year, no one seemed to please him but Polly. Do let her go, Aunt Millie, continued the generous-hearted girl. I do not mind being left. If Roy is worse, I could come to you, and Olive spoke with the curious choke in her voice that showed strong emotion. Mildred looked touched, but she remained firm. Little did Olive guess her reasons. I could not allow it for one moment, Olive, I think, hesitating a little, as though sure of inflicting pain, that I ought to go alone, unless Roy is very ill. I do not see how your father is to be left. He might have another attack, and Richard is not here. I forgot, Papa, in a conscience-stricken tone. I'm always forgetting something. Yes, and yourself in the bargain, smiling at her earnest self-depreciation. No, please don't laugh, Aunt Millie. It was dreadfully careless of me. What should we all do without you to remind us of things? Of course, Papa must be my first thought, unless dear Rex is very ill, and a flush of pain passed over Olive's sallow face. Mildred melted over this fresh instance of Olive's unselfish goodness. She wrapped her arms fondly round the girl. Dear Olive, this is so good of you. No, it is only my duty. But the tears started to her eyes. If I did not think it were, I would not have proposed it, she returned reluctantly. But you know how little care your father takes of himself, and then he will fret so about Roy when Richard is away. I never like to leave him. Do not say any more, Aunt Millie. Nothing but real, positive danger to Roy would induce me to leave him. No, I knew I could trust you, drawing a relieved breath. But indeed I have no such fear for Rex. Mrs. Madison says it was only a slight attack of inflammation, and that it has quite subsided. He will be dreadfully weak, of course, and that is why the doctor has sent for us. He will want weeks of nursing. And you will not take Polly or Chris. Remember how far from strong you are, and Rex is so exacting when he is ill. Chris would be no use to me, and Polly's place is here, was Mildred's quiet answer as she went on with her preparations for the next day's journey. But she little knew of the tenacity with which Polly clave to her purpose. When Dr. Harriot came in that afternoon for his last professional chat with Mildred, he found her looking open-eyed and anxious in the midst of business, reading out a list for Olive, who was writing patiently from her dictation. Polly was crouched up by the fire doing nothing. She had not spoken to anyone since the morning. She hardly raised her head when he came in. Mildred explained the reason of their unusual bustle in her clear, succinct way. Roy was ill. How ill she could not say. Mr. Lambert had had a touch of gout last night and dared not run the risk of a journey just now. Olive must stop with her father, at least for the present, and as Chris was too young to be of the least possible use, she was going alone. Polly's name was not mentioned. Dr. Harriot looked blank at the tidings. Alone and in your state of health? Why, where is Polly? She is a capital nurse. She is worth a score of others. She will keep up your spirits, save you fatigue, and cheer up Roy in his convalescence. You cannot spare her. Polly's place is here, replied Mildred nervously, but to her surprise Polly interrupted her. That is not the reason, Aunt Millie. My dear Polly, exclaimed Dr. Harriot, amazed at the contradiction. No, it is not, and she knows it, returned the girl excitedly. Ask her, Harriet. Look at her. That is not the reason. She will not suffer me to go to Roy. Mildred turned her burning face bravely on the two. Whatever reasons I have, Polly knows me well enough to respect them, she said with dignity. It is far better for Roy that his aunt or his sister should be with him. Polly ought to know that her place is beside you. Aunt Millie, how dare you speak so, cried the girl hotly, as though Roy were not my own brother. Have we not cared for each other ever since I came here, a lonely stranger? Do you think he will get better if he is fretting and knows why you have left me behind? When he was ill in the summer, would he have any one to wait on him but me? Oh, Polly, began Mildred sorrowfully, for the girl's petulance and obstinacy were new to her, but Dr. Harriot stopped her. Let the child speak, he said quietly. She has never been perverse to you before. She has something on her mind, or she would not talk so. The kind voice, the unexpected sympathy touched Polly's sore heart, and as he held out his hand to her, she crept out of her dark corner. He drew her gently to his side. Now, Polly, what is it? There is something here that I do not understand. Out with it like a brave lassie. But she hung her head. Not now, not here before the others, she whispered, and with that he rose from his seat, but he still kept hold of her hand. Polly is going to make a clean breast of it. I am to hear her confession, he said with a cheerfulness that reassured Mildred. There is no time like the present. I mean to bring her back by and by, and then we will make our apologies together. Mildred sighed. As the door closed after them, she would fain have known what passed between them. Her heart grew heavy with foreboding as time elapsed, and they did not make their appearance. When her business was finished and Olive had left her, she sat for more than half an hour with her eyes fixed on the door, feeling as though she could bear the suspense no longer. She started painfully when the valves unclosed. "We have been longer than I expected," began Dr. Harriet. His face was grave, and Mildred fancied his eyes looked troubled. Polly had been crying. "It was a rambling confession, and one difficult to understand," he continued, keeping the girl near him, and Mildred noticed that she leaned her face caressingly against his coat sleeve as she stood there, "and it goes back to the day of our picnic at HILBECK." Mildred moved uneasily. There was something reproachful in his glance directed towards herself. She averted her eyes, and he went on. "It seems you were all agreed in keeping me in the dark. You had your reasons, of course, but it appears to me as though I ought to have been the first to hear of Roy's visit." And there was a marked emphasis in his words that made Mildred still more uncomfortable. "I do not wish to blame you. You acted for the best, of course, and I own the case a difficult one. It is only a pity that my little girl should have considered it her duty to keep anything from me." "I told him it was Roy's secret, not mine," murmured Polly, and he placed his hand kindly on her head. "I do not see how she could have acted otherwise," returned Mildred rather indistinctly. "No, I am more inclined to blame her advisers than herself," was the somewhat cool response. "Mysteries are bad things between engaged people. Polly kept a copy of her letter to show me, but she never found courage to do so until tonight, and yet she is quite aware what are Roy's feelings towards her." Mildred's voice had a sound of dismay in it. "Oh, Polly, then you have deceived me too." "You have no reason to say so," returned the girl proudly, but her heart swelled over her words. "It was that letter, and your silence that told me, Aunt Millie, but I could not, it was not possible to say it, either to you or to Dr. Harriet." "You see, it was hard for her, poor child," was his indulgent comment, "but you might have helped her. You might have told me yourself, Miss Lambert." But Mildred repelled the accusation firmly. "It was no business of yours, Dr. Harriet, or Polly's either, that Roy loved her. Richard and I were right to guard it. It was his own secret, his own trouble. Polly would never have known, but for her own willfulness." "Yes, I should, Aunt Millie. I should have found it out from his silence," returned Polly with downcast eyes. "I could not forget his changed looks. They troubled me more than you know. I puzzled myself over them till I was dizzy. I felt heartbroken when I found it out, but I could not have told Harriet." "It would have been better for us both if you had," he replied calmly, but he uttered no further reproach, only there was a keen, troubled look in his eyes as he gazed at the girl's upturned face, as though he suddenly dreaded the loss of something dear to him. "Heart's ease, it would have been better for you and me." "Harriet, what do you mean?" she whispered vehemently. "Surely you did not misunderstand me. You could not doubt the sincerity of my words, my love." "Neither the one nor the other," was the quiet reply. "Do I not know my Polly? Could I not trust that guileless integrity as I would my own? You need not fear my misunderstanding you. I know you but too well." "Are you sure that you do?" clinging to him more closely. "Am I sure that I am alive? No, Polly, I do not doubt you. When you tell me that you love Roy as though he were your own brother, that you are only sorry for him and long to comfort him, I believe you. I'm as sure that you speak the truth as you know it." "And you will trust me?" stroking the coat sleeve as she spoke. "Have I not told you so reproachfully? Am I a tyrant to keep you in durance vile, when your adopted brother lies dangerously ill, and you assure me of your power to minister to him? Miss Lambert, it is by my own wish that Polly goes with you to London. She thinks Roy will not get well unless he sees her again." Mildred started. Polly had kept her thoughts so much to herself lately that she had not understood how much was passing in her mind. Did she really believe that her influence was so great over Roy, that her persuasion would recall him from the brink of the grave? Could Dr. Harriet credit such a supposition? Was not the risk a daring one? He could not be so sure of himself and her. But looking up as these thoughts passed through her mind, she encountered such a singular glance from Dr. Harriet that her color involuntarily rose. It told her he understood her scruples, but that his motives were fixed, inscrutable. It forbade questioning and urged compliance with his wishes, and after that there was nothing more to be said. But in the course of the evening Polly volunteered still further information. "You know he is going with us himself," she said as she followed Mildred into her room to assist in the packing. Mildred very nearly dropped the armful of things she was carrying, a pile of Roy's shirts she had been mending. She faced round on Polly with unusual energy. "Who is going with us? Not Dr. Harriet?" "Yes. Did he not tell you so? I heard him speaking to Mr. Lambert, and saying that you were not fit to undertake such a long journey by yourself. He did not count me, as he knew. I should lose my head in the bustle. Very rude of him, was it not? And then he told Mr. Lambert that he should see Roy and bring him back a report. Oh, I'm so glad he is coming. Speaking more to herself than Mildred, how good he is. Mildred did not answer, but after supper that night, when Dr. Heriot had again joined them, she asked if he had really made up his mind to accompany them. You did not tell me of your intention, she said, a little nettled at his reserve with her. No, I was afraid of your raising objections and raising all sorts of useless arguments. Regret that I should take so much trouble and so forth, trying to turn it off with a jest. Are you going on Roy's account? Abruptly. Well, not wholly. Of course, his medical man's report will be sufficient, but all the same it will be a relief to his father's mind. I suppose you are afraid to trust Polly with me then, but indeed I will take care of her. There is no need for you to undergo such a fatiguing journey, went on Mildred, pretending to misunderstand him, but anxious, if possible, to turn him from his purpose. But Dr. Heriot's cool, amused survey baffled her. A man has a right to his own reasons, I suppose. Perhaps I think one of my patients is hardly able to look after herself just yet. Oh, Dr. Heriot, hardly able to believe it, though from his own lips. This is so like you, so like your usual thoughtfulness. But indeed it is not necessary. Polly will take care of me. I dare say she will, with a glint of humour in his eyes. But all the same, you must put up with my company. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Harriet's Choice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harriet's Choice by Rosa Nouchette Carey. Chapter 29. The Cottage at Frognal. Whose soft voice should be the sweetest music to his ear? Bethune. The journey was accomplished with less difficulty and fatigue than Mildred had dared to expect. Dr. Heriot's attentions were undemonstrative but unceasing. For a greater part of the way, Mildred lay back amongst her snug wrappings, talking little, but enjoying to the full the novelty of being the object of so much care and thought. He is kind to everybody, and now he has taken all this trouble for me, she said to herself. It is so like him, so like his goodness. They were a very quiet party. Dr. Heriot was unusually silent, and Polly sat watching the scenery and flying milestones with half-dreamy absorption. When darkness came on, she nestled down by Mildred's side. From his corner of the carriage, Dr. Heriot secretly peered at the faces before him under the guttering oil lamp. Mildred's eyes had closed at last from weariness. Her thin cheek was pressed on the dark cushion. In spite of the worn lines, the outline of the face struck him as strangely fair. A fine nature was written there in indelible characters. Even in the abandonment of utter weariness, the mouth had not relaxed its firm, sweet curve. A chastened will had gradually smoothed the furrows from the brow. It was as smooth and open as a sleeping child, and yet youth had no part there. Its tints and roundness had long ago fled. How had it been that Polly's piquant charms had blinded him as he looked at her now, half lovingly, half sadly? He owned that she could not be otherwise than pretty in his eyes, and yet the illusion was dispelled. But even as the thought passed through his mind, Polly's dark eyes unclosed. Are we near London? Oh, how tired I am, she said with a weary, petulant sigh. I cannot sleep like Aunt Milly, and the darkness and the swinging make me giddy. One can only see great blanks of mist and rushing walls and red eyes blinking everywhere. Dr. Heriot smiled over the girl's discontent. You will see the lights of the station in another 10 minutes. Poor little Heart's Ease, you are tired, and cold and anxious, and we have still a long drive before us." "It has not been so long after all," observed Mildred cheerfully. She did not feel cold or particularly tired. Pleasant dreams had come to her. Some thoughtful hand had drawn the fur-lined rug round her as she slept. As they jolted out of the light station and into the dark Euston Road beyond, she sat thoughtful and silent, reviewing the work that lay before her. It was late in the evening when the travellers reached the little cottage at Frognal. Roy had taken a fancy to the place, and had migrated thither the previous summer in company with a young artist named Dugald. It was a low, old-fashioned house, somewhat shabby-looking by daylight, but standing back from the road, with a pleasant strip of garden lying round it, and an invisible walk formed of stunted prickly shrubs, which had led its owner to give it the name of the Hollies. Roy had fallen in love with the straggling lawn and mulberry trees and beds of old-fashioned flowers. He declared the peonies, hollyhocks, and lupins, and small violet and yellow pansies reminded him of Castle Stead's vicarage, for it was well known that Mr. Delaware clave with fondness to the flowers of his childhood, and was much given to cultivate all manner of herbs to be used medicinally by the poor of the neighborhood. A certain long, low room, with an out-of-the-way window, was declared to have the north light, and to be just the thing for a studio, and was shared conjointly by the young artists, who also took their frugal meals together, and smoked their pipes in a dilapidated arbor overlooking the mulberry tree. Mildred knew that Herbert Dugald was at the present moment in Menton, called thither by the alarming illness of his father, and that his room had been placed at Roy's disposal. The cottage was a large one, and she thought there would be little difficulty in accommodating Polly and herself, and as Mrs. Madison had no other lodgers, they could count on a tolerable amount of quiet and comfort, and in spite of the quaintness and homeliness of the arrangements, they found this to be the case. Dr. Heriot had telegraphed their probable arrival, so they were not unexpected. Mrs. Madison, an artist's widow herself, welcomed them with unfeigned delight. Her pleasant, sensible Scotch face broadened with smiles as she came forward to meet them. He's better, poor lad, though I never thought to say it," she said, answering Mildred's anxious look. "He would not let me write, as I wished, for fear of alarming his father, he said, but as soon as the letter was posted, he made me telegraph for his brother. He arrived last evening." "Richard!" ejaculated Mildred, feeling things were worse than even she had expected. But at that moment Richard appeared, gently closing the door behind him. "Hush! He knows you are here. You, I mean, Aunt Milly," perceiving Polly now, with some surprise. "But we must be very careful. Last night I thought we should have lost him. Ah, Dr. John, how good of you to bring them. Come in here. We expected you, you see, Aunt Milly," and he led them into poor Roy's sitting-room. There was a blazing fire in the studio. The white china tiles reflected a pleasant glow and heat. The heavy draperies that veiled the cross lights looked snug and dark. Tea was on the little round table. A large, old-fashioned couch stood inviting near. Richard took off Mildred's bonnet and hung it on an empty easel. Polly's furs found a place on a wonderfully carved oak chest. There was all the usual lumber belonging to a studio. Richard, in an interval of leisure, had indeed cleared away a heterogeneous rubbish of pipes, boxing gloves, and foils, but the upper part of the room was a perfect chaos of portfolios, books, and musical instruments. The little square piano literally groaned under the dusty records. Still there was a wide space of comfort round the tiled fireplace, where all manner of nursery tales leaped into existence under the kindling flame, with just enough confusion to be quaint and picturesque. Neither Mildred nor Polly found fault with the suit of armor and the carved chair that was good for everything but to sit upon. The plaster busts and sham bronzes struck them as beautiful. The old red velvet curtain had an imposing effect, as well as the shreds and scraps of color introduced everywhere. Roy's velvet coat and gold tasselled smoking cap lay side by side with an old Venetian garment, stiff with embroidery and dirt. Polly touched it caressingly as she passed. Mildred's eyes had noted all these surroundings while she sat down on the couch where Roy had tossed for so many days, and let Richard wait on her, but her anxious looks still mutely questioned him. "You shall go in and see him directly you are rested, and have had some tea," said Richard, busily occupying himself with the little black kettle. "He heard your bell, and made a sign to me to come to you. He has been wishing for you all night, poor fellow." "But it was his own fault, telegraphing to me instead." "You look fagged, Carty, and no wonder. It must have been dreadful for you alone." "Mrs. Madison was with me. I would not have been without her. She is a capital nurse, whatever Rex may say. At one time I got alarmed. The pain in the side increased, and the distressed breathing was painful to hear, the pulse reaching to a great height. I fancied once or twice that he was a little light-headed." "Very probably," returned Dr. Heriot, gravely, placing himself quietly between Mildred and the fire as she shielded her face from the flame. "I cannot understand how such a state of things should be. I always thought Roy's a tolerably sound constitution. Nothing ever seemed to give him cold." "He has never been right since he was laid up with his foot," replied Richard, with a slight hesitation in his manner. "He did foolish things, Mrs. Madison told me, took long walks after painting hours in the fog and rain, and on more than one occasion forgot to change his wet things. She noticed he had a cold and cough, and tried once or twice to dissuade him from venturing out in the damp, but he only laughed at her precautions. I'm afraid he has been very reckless," finished Richard with a sigh, which Dr. Heriot echoed. Alas, he understood too well the cause of Roy's recklessness. Polly had been shrinking into a corner all this time, her cheeks paling with every word, but now Dr. Heriot, without apparently noticing her agitation, placed her in a great armchair beside the table, and insisted that she should make tea for them all. "We have reason to be thankful that the inflammation has subsided," he said gravely. "From what Richard tells us, he has certainly run a great risk, but I must see him and judge for myself." And as Richard looked doubtfully at Mildred, he continued decidedly, "You need not fear that my presence will harass or excite him. If he be as ill as you describe, I will take the responsibility of the act on myself." "It will be a great relief to my mind, I confess," replied Richard in a low voice. "I like Dr. Blenkinsop, but still a second opinion would be a great satisfaction to all of us, and then you know him so well." "Are you sure it will not be a risk?" whispered Polly as he stood beside her. She slid a hot little hand into his as she spoke. "Harriet, are you sure it will be wise?" "Trust me," was his sole reply, but the look that accompanied it might well reassure her. It was so full of pity for her and Roy. It seemed to say that he so perfectly understood her that as far as in him lay, he would take care of them both. Poor Polly! She spent a forlorn half-hour when the others had left. Strange terrors oppressed her, a gnawing pain, for which she knew no words, fevered and kept her restless. What if Roy should die? What if the dear companion of her thoughts and hopes should suddenly be snatched from them in the first fervour of youth? Would she ever cease to reproach herself that she had so misunderstood him? Would not the consequences of his unhappy recklessness, they little knew how they stabbed her there, lie heavily on her head, however innocent she might own herself? Perhaps in his boyish way he had wooed her, and she had failed to comprehend his wooing. How many times he had told her that she was dearer to him than Olive and Chris, that she was the sunshine of his home, that he cared for nothing unless Polly shared it, and she had smiled happily over such evidence of his affection. Had she ever understood him? She remembered once that he had brought her some trinket that had pleased his fancy, and insisted on her always wearing it for his sake, and she had remonstrated with him on its costliness. "You must not spend all your money on me, Rex. It is not right," she had said to him, more seriously than usual. "You know how Aunt Milly objects to extravagance, and then it will make the others jealous, you know. I am not your sister, not your real sister, I mean." "If you were, I should not have bought you this," he had answered, laughing, and clasping it with boyish force on her arm. "Polly, what a child you are. When will you be grown up?" And there was an expression in his eyes that she had not understood. 100 such remembrances seemed crowding upon her. Would other girls have been as blind in her place? Would they not have more rightly interpreted the loving looks and words that of late he had lavished upon her? Doubtless, in his own way, he had been wooing her, but no such thought had entered her mind, never till she had heard his bitter words, "You are Harriet's now, Polly," had she even vaguely comprehended his meaning. And now she had gone near to break his heart, and her own too, for if Roy should die, she verily believed that hers would be broken by the sheer weight of remorseful pity. Ah, if he would only live, and she might care for him as though he were her own brother, how happy they might be still, for Polly's heart was still loyal to her guardian. But this suspense was not to be borne, and unable to control her restlessness any longer, Polly moved with cautious steps across the room and peeped fearfully into the dark passage. She knew exactly where Roy's room was. He had often described to her the plan of the cottage. Across the passage was a little odd-shaped room, full of cupboards, which was Mrs. Madison's sitting room. The kitchen was behind, and to the left there was a small garden room, where the young men kept their boots, and all manner of miscellaneous rubbish, in company with Mrs. Madison's geraniums and cases of stuffed birds. A few winding, crooked stairs led to Roy's room. Mr. Dougal's was a few steps higher. Beyond there was a perfect nest of rooms hidden down a dark passage. There were old, musty cupboards everywhere. A clear scent of dry lavender pervaded the upper regions. A swinging lamp burnt dimly in a sort of alcove leading to Roy's room. As Polly groped her way cautiously, a short, yapping sound was distinctly audible, and a little black and tan terrier came from somewhere. Polly knelt down and coaxed the creature to approach. She knew it was Sue, Roy's dog, whom he had rescued from drowning, but the animal only whined and shivered and went back to her lair outside her master's door. "Sue is more faithful to him than I," thought the girl with a sigh. The studio seemed more cheerful than the dark, cold passage. Sue's repulse had saddened her still more. When Dr. Heriot returned some time afterwards, he found her curled up in the great armchair, with her face buried in her hands, not crying as he feared, but with pale cheeks and wide distended eyes that he was troubled to see. "My poor Polly," smoothing her hair caressingly. Polly sprang up. "Oh, Harriet, how long you have been! I've been so frightened. Will he live?" The stammering lips not disguising the terrible anxiety. "There is no doubt of it, but he has been very ill. No, my dear child, you need not fear. I shall misunderstand you, as Polly tried to hide her happy face, every feature quivering with the joyful relief. You cannot be too thankful, too glad, for he has had a narrow escape. Aunt Milly will have her hands full for some time. I thought, if he died, that it would be my fault, she faltered, and then I could not have borne it. Yes, yes, I know, he returned soothingly, but now this fear is removed, you will be our heart's ease again, and cheer us all up. I cannot bear to see your bright face clouded. You will be yourself again, Polly, will you not? I will try, she returned, lifting up her face to be kissed like a child. She had never but once offered him the most timid caress, and this maidenly reserve and shyness had been sweet to him, but now he told himself it was different. Alas, he knew her better than she knew herself, and there was sadness in his looks as he gently bade her good night. She detained him with some surprise. Where are you going, Harriet? You know there is plenty of room. Richard said so. I shall watch in Roy's room tonight, he replied. Richard looks worn out, and Aunt Milly must recruit after her journey. I shall not leave till the middle of the day tomorrow, so we shall have plenty of time to talk. You must rest now. Are you going away tomorrow? Repeated Polly, looking blank. I had hoped you would stay. My child, that would be impossible. But Richard will remain for a few days longer. I will promise to come back as soon as I can. But if you leave me, oh, you must not leave me, Harriet, returned the girl, with sudden, inexplicable emotion. What shall I do without you? Have I grown so necessary to you all at once? He returned, and there was an accent of reproach in his voice. Nay, Polly, this is not like your sensible little self. You know I must go back to my patients. Yes, I know, but all the same I cannot bear to let you go. Promise me that you will come back soon, very soon, before Roy gets much better. I will not leave you longer than I can help, he replied earnestly, distressed at her evident pain at losing him, but steadfast in his purpose to leave her unfettered by his presence. Now, sweet one, you must not detain me any longer, as tonight I am Roy's nurse, and with that she let him leave her. There was a bright fire in the room where Mildred and she were to sleep. When Mrs. Madison had lighted the tall candlesticks on the mantelpiece and left her to finish her unpacking, Polly tried to amuse herself by imagining what Olive would think of it all. It was a long, low room with a corner cut off. All the rooms at the Hollies were low and oddly shaped, but the great four-post bed with the moreen hangings half filled it. As far as curiosities went, it might have resembled either the upper half of a pawnbroker's window or a medieval corner in some shop in Wardour Street. Such a medley of odds and ends were never found in one room. A great black carved wardrobe, which Roy was much given to rave about in his letters home, occupied one side. 2 or 3 spindle-legged and much dilapidated chairs, dating from Queen Anne's time, with an oaken chest, filled up all available space, but wardrobe, mantelpiece, and even washstand served as receptacles for the more ornamental objects. Peacock's feathers and an Indian canoe were suspended over the dim little oblong glass. Underneath, a Japanese idol smiled fiendishly. The 5 senses and sundry china shepherdesses danced round him like wood nymphs round a satyr. A teapot, a hunting watch, and an emu's egg garnished the toilet table, over which hung a sampler worked by Mrs. Madison's grandmother. 2 little girls in wide sashes, with a long-eared dog, simpered in woolwork. A portrait of some Madison deceased, in a short-waisted tartan satin, and a velvet hat and feathers hung over them. The face attracted Polly in spite of the grotesque dress and ridiculous headgear. The feathers would have enriched a hearse. Under the funeral plumes smiled a face still young and pleasant. It gave one the impression of a fresh, healthy nature. The ruddy cheeks and buxom arms, with plenty of soft muscle, would have become a dairymaid. I wonder, mused the girl with a sort of sorrowful humor, who this Clarice was. Mrs. Madison's grandmother or great-grandmother, most likely, for of course she married. That broad, smiling face could not belong to an old maid. She was some squire or farmer's wife, most likely, and he bought her that hat in London when they went up to see the Green Parks, and St. James's, and Greenwich Hospital, and Vauxhall. She had a double chin and got dreadfully stout, I know, before she was 40, and I wonder, she continued with unconscious pathos, if this Clarice liked the squire, or farmer, or whatever he may be, as I like Harriet, or if, when she was young, she had an adopted brother who gave her pain. She looks as though she never knew what it was to be unhappy or sorry about anything. Polly's fanciful musings were broken presently by Mildred's entrance. She accosted the girl cheerfully, but there was no mistaking her pale, harassed looks. "It is nearly 12. You ought not to have waited for me, my dear. There was so much to do, and then Richard kept me." "Where is Richard?" asked Polly abruptly. "He has gone to bed. He is to have Mr. Dougal's room. Dr. Harriet is sitting up with Roy." "Yes, I know. Oh, Aunt Milly, he says there is no doubt of his living. The inflammation has subsided, and with care he has every hope of him." "Thank God. He will tell his father so. We none of us knew of his danger till it was past, and so we were safe Richard's terrible suspense. He has been telling me about it. I never saw him more cut up about anything. It was a sharper attack than we believed." "Could he speak to you, Aunt Milly?" "Only a word or two, and those hardly audible. The breathing is still so oppressed that we dare not let him try. But he made me a sign to kiss him, and once he took hold of my hand. He likes to see us there." "He did not mind Dr. Harriet, then?" And Polly turned to the fire to hide her sudden flush, but Mildred did not notice it. "He seemed a little agitated, I thought, but Dr. Harriet soon succeeded in calming him. He managed beautifully. I'm sure Roy likes having him, though once or twice he looked pained. At least, I fancied so. But you have no idea what Dr. Harriet is in a sick room." And Mildred paused in some emotion. She felt it was impossible to describe to Polly the skilful tenderness with which he attended Roy, the pleasant cordiality which had evaded awkwardness, the exquisite sympathy that dealt only with present suffering. No, it could only be stored sacredly in her memory as a thing never to be forgotten. The girl drooped her head as Mildred spoke. "I'm finding out more every day what he is, but one will never come to the bottom of his goodness," she said humbly. "Aunt Milly, I feel more and more how unworthy I am of him." And she rested her head against Mildred and wept. There was a weary ring in Mildred's voice as she answered her. "He would not like to hear you speak so despairingly of his choice. You must make yourself worthy of him, dear Polly." "I will try, I do try, till I get heartsick over my failures. I know when he is disappointed or thinks me silly, he gives me one of his quiet looks that seem to read one through and through, and then all my courage goes. I do so long to tell him sometimes that he must be satisfied with me just as I am, that I shall never get wiser or better, that I shall always be Polly and nothing more. Only his precious little heart's ease." "No," she returned, sighing, "I fear that has gone too. I feel so sore and unhappy about all this. Does Roy know I'm here?" No, not yet. He is hardly strong enough to bear any excitement. It will be very dull for you, my child, for you will not even have my company." "Oh, I shall not mind it. Not much, I mean," returned Polly stoutly. But nevertheless her heart sank at the prospect before her. She would not see him, perhaps, for weeks. She would only see Mildred by snatches. She would be debarred from Dr. Harriet's society. It was a dreary thought for the affectionate girl, but her resolution did not falter. Things would look brighter by the morning light, as Mildred told her, and she fell asleep, planning occupation for her solitary days. Dr. Harriet's watch had been a satisfactory one, and he was able to report favorably of the invalid. Roy still suffered greatly from the accelerated and oppressed breathing and distressing cough, but the restlessness and fever had abated, and towards morning he had enjoyed some refreshing sleep, and he was able to leave him more comfortably to Mildred and Richard. He took Polly for a long walk after breakfast, which greatly brightened the girl's spirits, after which Richard and he had a long talk while pacing the lawn under the mulberry trees. Both of them looked somewhat pale and excited when they came in, and Richard especially seemed deeply moved. Polly moped somewhat after Dr. Heriot's departure, but Richard was very kind to her and gave her all his leisure time, but he was obliged to return to Oxford before many days were over. Polly had need of all her courage then, but she bore her solitude bravely and resorted to many ingenious experiments to fill up the hours that hung so heavily on her hands. She wrote daily letters to Olive, and Dr. Heriot kept the studio in dainty order, gathered little inviting bouquets for the sick room, and helped Mrs. Madison to concoct invalid messes. By and by, as she grew more skilful, all Roy's food was dressed by her hands. Polly would arrange the tray with fastidious taste, and carry it up herself to the alcove, in defiance of all Mildred's warnings. I will step so lightly that he cannot possibly recognize my footsteps, and I always wear velvet slippers now, she said pleadingly, and Mildred, not liking to damp the girl's innocent pleasure, withdrew the remonstrance in spite of her better judgment. Dr. Heriot had strictly prohibited Polly's visits to the sick room for the present, as he feared the consequences of any great excitement in Roy's weakened condition. Polly would stand listening to the low, weak tones, speaking a word or two at intervals, and Mildred's cheerful voice answering him. Now and then the terrible cough seemed to shatter him, and there would be long, death-like silences when Polly could bear it no longer. She would put on her hat, coaxing Sue to follow her, and take long walks down the Finchley Road or over Hampstead Heath. There was a little stile near the Hollies where she loved to linger. Below her lay the fields and the long dusty road. All manner of lights gleamed through the twilight. The dark lane lay behind her. Passers-by marveled at the girl, standing there in her soft furs with the dog lying at her feet. The air was full of warm dampness. A misty moon hung over the leafless trees. I wonder what Heriot is doing, she would say to herself. His letters are beautiful, just what I expected. They refresh me to read them. How can he care for mine in return as he says he does? Roy liked them, but then... Here Polly broke off with a shiver, and Sue growled at a dark figure coming up the field path. "Come, Sue, your master will want his tea," cried the girl, waking up from her vague musings, "and no one but Polly shall get it for him. Aunt Milly says he always praises Mrs. Madison's cookery," and she quickened her steps with a little laugh. Polly was only just in time before her preparations were completed. The bell rang in the sick room. "There, it is ready. I will carry it up. Never mind me, Mrs. Madison. It is not very heavy," cried the girl, bustling and heated, and she took up the tray with her strong young arms, but in a hurry the velvet slippers had been forgotten. Mildred started with dismay at the sound of the little tapping heels. Would Roy recognize it? Yes. A flush had passed over his wan face. He tried to raise himself feebly, but the incautious movement brought on a fit of coughing. Mildred passed a supporting arm under the pillows and waited patiently till the paroxysm had passed. "Dear Rex, you should not have tried to raise yourself. There, lean back and be quiet a moment till you have recovered," and she wiped the cold drops of exhaustion from his forehead. But he still fought with the struggling breath. "Was it she? Was it Polly?" he gasped. "Yes," returned Mildred, alarmed at his excessive agitation, and unable to withhold the truth. "But you must not talk just now." "Just one word. When did she come?" he whispered faintly. "With me. She has been here all this time. It is her cookery, not Mrs. Madison's, that you have been praising so highly. No, you must not see her yet," answering his wistful glance. "You are so weak that Dr. Blenkinsop has forbidden it at present. But you will soon be better, dear," and it was a proof of his weakness that Roy did not contest the point. But the result of Polly's imprudence was less harmful than she had feared. Roy grew less restless from that evening. He would lie listening for hours to the light footsteps about the house. His eyes would brighten as they paused at his door. The flowers that Polly now ventured to lay on his tray were always placed within his reach. He would lie and look at them contentedly. Once a scrap of white paper attracted his eyes. How eagerly his thin fingers clutched it. There were only a few words traced on it. "Good night, my dear brother Roy. I'm so glad you are better." But when Mildred was not looking, the paper was pressed to his lips and hidden under his pillow. "You need not move about so quietly. I think he likes to hear you," Mildred said to the girl when she had assured herself that no hurtful effect had been the result of Polly's carelessness, and Polly had thanked her with glistening eyes. How light her heart grew. She burst into little quavers and trills of song as she flitted about Mrs. Madison's bright kitchen. Roy heard her singing one of his favorite airs and made Mildred open the door. "She has the sweetest voice I ever heard," he said with a sigh when she had finished. "Ask her to do that oftener. It is like David's harp to Saul," cried the lad with tears in his eyes. "It refreshes me." Once they could hear her fondling the dog in the entry below. "Dear old Sue, you are such a darling old dog, and I love you so, though you are too stupid to be taught any tricks," she said playfully. When Sue next found admittance into her master's room, Roy called the animal to him with feeble voice. "Let her be. I like to have her here," he said, when Mildred would have lifted her from the snow-white counterpane. "Sue loves her master, and her master loves Sue." And as the creature thrust its slender nose delightedly into his hand, Roy dropped a furtive kiss on the smooth black head. End of chapter 29.